Chapter 1168. A few days later, in the Thousand Light Star system of the Shattered Star Ring, a Black Star Corps fleet sailed out of the Stargate. There were thousands of battleships, and in the middle of the fleet was an extremely eye-catching large flagship. Your Excellency Aesop, we are here. In the command room of the bridge, the leading Calamity grade officer nodded to Aesop. Then, let's get to work. Aesop stood with his hands behind his back and nodded calmly. Under normal circumstances, Nero would arrange at least 2 Calamity-grade supers among Aesop's bodyguards and at least 1,000 battleships. Furthermore, they were equipped with Black Star's backup mechanical army and Lord's avatar. In the event of a crisis, they could summon Black Star at any time. The nearby tracking teams have all been transferred over and are searching the area around the incident. There are no results for now, so let's go take a look. Sure. Aesop had no objections. The fleet traveled at high speed, crossing star zones one after another, and they soon arrived at the planet where the battle had occurred. The location where the Supercluster Alliance's transport fleet had stopped had already been occupied by the army soldiers who had arrived a few days ago and treated as the crime scene to protect it. A small shuttle carrying Aesop and the others shot out from the belly of the flagship, passing through the cordon that the army had set up around the planet and landing on the crime scene. The hatch opened, and Aesop, wearing a light protective suit, stepped onto the ground with a bunch of bodyguards around him. There were shallow dents and trenches on the ground in front of him, which were clearly left behind when the battleships had stopped and taken off. Aesop quickly walked over, squatted down, and carefully observed these marks. He touched them from time to time with his hands. After walking around the crime scene, he stopped and closed his eyes as though he had entered meditation. This process lasted for about 2 minutes before Aesop opened his eyes again and clapped his hands. I saw some transport spaceships traveling in the universe. The organization symbol on them has changed to that of other organizations. It should be that the fleet of the Supercluster Alliance has changed into different disguises and escaped in different directions. I will draw the symbols of these organizations for you later. You can investigate the fleets of these organizations in the nearby area. Great, this is a great help. As expected of the Prophet, Your Excellency Aesop, your efficiency is really admirable. It is our honor to be able to receive your help. The fleet commander praised, flattering loudly. It was obvious that he was a disciple of Hardaway. It's just a small matter. Aesop waved his hand. It's just that these mediums are not enough. If you can seize one of the enemy's warships or capture the members of this unit, I can obtain more accurate clues and find their original destination. Don't worry, with your information, it's only a matter of time before we capture them. However, I'll have to trouble you to stay in this area for a while longer. Once we capture the enemy's ship, we'll need you to take action. This is a small matter. I just happen to want to walk around outside. Aesop did not mind and wrote down the information he had just foreseen. They were all the organization symbols of the enemy after they changed their disguises. The fleet commander immediately gave the order to pass this information to every tracking team. The group returned to the fleet and was about to set off for the army base in this area. However, the fleet commander suddenly received a message. He looked down at the communicator, and his eyes sparkled. Your Excellency Aesop, you're really a lucky star. I just sent out the key information you provided, and a tracking team found the target. They happened to be resting on a city planet, and they found a suspicious transport ship in the spaceport that matches the camouflage in your prediction, and it's a lone one. That's fast. Aesop could not help but smile. Looks like our luck is still very good. This team that discovered the enemy's tracks has done a great job. Let me check. The one that discovered the enemy's tracks is the only surviving spaceship from the previous battle. I remember that they have been searching everywhere during this period of time. Now, they have finally taken their revenge. The fleet commander smiled. I told them to be on standby and monitor the enemy's spaceship. Wait for us to go over, and don't alarm the enemy easily. The fleet immediately set off. Because they were worried that they would miss the clues, they rushed all the way and arrived at their destination very quickly. Outside the porthole, a light purple and bright silver planet was floating in space. The surface of the planet was filled with bright interstellar cities, with tall buildings and crisscrossing bridges. This was a rather prosperous advanced colonial planet that belonged to the ruler of the Thousand Light Star System, the Light Rune civilization. It was an official planet with an owner. Coming to such a civilized city planet, the Black Star Corps would not act recklessly, mainly because there was no need. Most of the civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring had a good relationship with the Black Star Corps, and the army would not be too domineering and offend them. The tracking team is still watching the enemy's spaceship. The enemy has not moved. What do you think? The fleet commander said. Have you seen the enemy's crew? Aesop asked. The tracking team has secretly applied to the port officials to view the surveillance footage and shared it with us. According to the surveillance footage, the suspicious spaceship sent out a total of 43 crew members. They seem to be purchasing some daily supplies and have all returned to the spaceship not long ago. We came at the right time. If we came any later, they would have probably left. Good. We must seize this transport spaceship, Aesop said slowly. Inform the officials to cooperate with us. Evacuate unrelated personnel and seal the spaceship's flight path so that they can't take off. The members of the Black Star Corps enjoyed a lot of privileges in the Shattered Star Ring. Even if they were a middle to low-level army member, as long as their identity was confirmed, they could apply for official assistance from many civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring. This was the status and connections that Han Xiao had accumulated over the years. The fleet quickly arrived at the port and formed an encirclement just in case. Some ground supers entered the port with the cooperation of the officials and surrounded the target's hangar. Aesop and the fleet commander stayed in the flagship outside the atmosphere and monitored the operation through remote images. On the screen, the supers rushed into the hangar, and very soon, intense gunfire erupted. The light of the energy cannons flickered in the hangar, leaving charred marks on the silver-white alloy walls. The sound of battle lasted for a few minutes, and the report of the operation personnel came back. Report: we only have 3 light injuries, no deaths. The enemy had a total of 271 crew members, and they hid in the battleship and resisted. We have killed 209 of them. The rest of the enemies saw that they had nowhere to run and committed suicide. None of them survived, and we were unable to capture them alive. What a pity. I wanted to capture them alive for interrogation. The fleet commander shook his head. Forget it. With such low-level crew members, even if we capture them, we probably won't be able to get anything out of them. Capturing their transport spaceship is enough. Your Excellency Aesop, sorry to trouble you. Aesop nodded. Only then did he land at the port with a group of guards and come to the hangar where the battle had just taken place. He looked up at the captured transport spaceship. The exterior was basically intact, and only the outer armor was slightly charred due to the impact of the battle. He took a few steps forward, pressed his palm on the bottom armor of the spaceship, closed his eyes, and activated his ability. At the same time, in a galactic city not far from this port, in a rented temporary stronghold, the Soul Swap twins were using the Soul Swapper floating in front of them. Beside them, dozens of Modo Supers aimed their weapons at the 2 of them. There were also many portable cannons around. There was more than one Modo civilization spaceship that had arrived at this planet, but the tracking team had secretly become their men of sacrifice, so they naturally had a way to hide it. The commander paced around with a nervous expression. Have you locked onto the target? The elder brother of the Soul Swap twins had his palm swallowed by the mirror of the Soul Swapper, and he casually said, locked onto it. Can you transfer it out? TSK, us brothers are only grade C supers, and Aesop is a grade B. The success rate of transferring his soul out of his body is not 100%. To be safe, we'll use Plan B, the commander said with a deep voice. All right. The Soul Swap twins clicked their tongues and exerted force. The Soul Swapper shook, and black ripples appeared on the mirror surface. At the same time, Aesop, who was far away in the port, suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. It was as if countless voices suddenly flooded into his brain and merged into a deafening sound, echoing in his mind. He had a splitting headache. He wanted to raise his hand to cover his forehead, but his fingers would not listen to him. It was as if he was being pressed down by a ghost. He could not move his limbs at all, and his entire body froze on the spot. Seeing that his expression was not right, the adjutant beside him could not help but ask, "What's wrong?" Aesop's expression changed a few times. Suddenly, his expression froze for a moment before returning to normal. He coughed, lowered his voice, and said, "It's nothing. I've already completed the prophecy. What clues did you get?" Aesop's eyes sparkled, and he said, "I discovered the real destination of this supercluster alliance fleet. It's located in a desolate universe belt, a secret resource stronghold. The coordinates are," he told the adjutant the coordinates, and the adjutant hurriedly recorded it. This information is enough. Let's go back to the spaceship." Then, without waiting for the adjutant to answer, Aesop turned around and left. The bodyguard beside him immediately followed. On the other side, in the temporary stronghold where the Soul Swap twins were, the commander could not help but ask, "Did it work?" The younger brother of the Soul Swap twins smiled hoarsely and said, "We transferred the souls of the martyrs who were already prepared and successfully parasitized Aesop's soul. The main function of the Soul Swapper was to transfer souls, but there was no rule that one could only exchange one soul. It was possible to stuff a bunch of souls into the same body or simply transfer the souls out of the body and turn the body into an empty shell. This time, it was not like Fu Ding and Chen Xing's possession but a parasitic puppet manipulation. The souls of a bunch of Modo martyrs temporarily merged with Aesop's soul like strings, piercing into Aesop's soul and temporarily turning him into a puppet. Aesop's mind would also become chaotic temporarily, unable to maintain normal thinking. He would feel that all his actions came from his heart, and he would not be able to discover the strangeness of his own body. To put it simply, it was similar to the state of someone who had too much to drink. "Aesop's guards won't notice, right?" someone asked. The commander shook his head and said, "Don't worry. The ability of the Soul Swapper is extremely hidden. Other than those beyond grade as who specialize in the mind and soul, no one else will be able to notice it, let alone calamity grades. Of course, there's a chance that a peak beyond grade A will notice something wrong, but Blackstar is not here with his main body. Plus, he won't use Lord's Descent to supervise such a small matter, so there's no need to be afraid." Then, the commander clearly relaxed a lot. He turned to look at the Soul Swap twins and said, "Your mission has been completed. Your mission has been completed. What happens next is none of your business. Put down the Soul Swapper." The Soul Swap twins looked at each other and laughed strangely at the same time. "Hee, okay." As soon as they said that, the situation changed. The black ripple spread, and all the soldiers in the field, except for the commander, suddenly rolled their eyes and fell to the ground in unison, no longer moving. Without a sound, their souls were all sucked out by the Soul Swapper. At the same time, the baby brother of the Soul Swap twins opened his mouth and sucked out souls from the Soul Swapper, swallowing them into his stomach. The sudden change made the commander realize what was going on. He was both shocked and angry. He did not expect the Soul Swap twins to still dare to cause trouble with so many weapons aimed at them. Did they not want to live anymore? However, right at this moment, a tyrannical energy fluctuation erupted from the Soul Swap twins. Sensing the energy wave, the commander's expression changed drastically. "Grade B? We even checked before we set off. Aren't you guys grade C? He, people will grow." The elder brother of the Soul Swap twins laughed loudly. The two of them had been pretending to be weak, making the Modo civilization think that they were grade C supers. The method they used was not simply to hide their strength but a hidden ability that they had never revealed to outsiders. Their energy could be switched freely without any rejection. This was related to the mutation of the two brothers. Once most of the energy was concentrated on one person, it would allow one of them to temporarily reach grade B. When the energy was spread out, it would be able to fool the Modo civilization's super-grade detection equipment. The two of them had been planning to escape for many years. They had deliberately controlled the speed of their training and maintained their current strength just for an opportunity like this. The Soul Swap twins said with a sinister smile, "You have to think carefully. We're grade B supers now. These cannons won't be able to kill us instantly. The Black Star Corps hasn't gone far yet. A battle here will definitely attract their attention. Think carefully about whether you want to continue attacking us. Your plan might be exposed then. The commander was shocked. He hurriedly said to his comrade who was controlling the cannons, "Wait, don't fire yet. That's more like it. Be good, and your plan can still continue." The Soul Swap twins sneered. They had chosen this time to make the other party hesitate. The commander suppressed his anger and yelled, "What do you want?" "Very simple. Modo has treated us as tools for many years, and we've done our best. Now, it's time to take back our freedom." "Hehe, I understand what you're thinking. Don't worry, we just want to escape. We didn't cause any trouble for your plan against Aesop. Count this as our last mission for Modo. We don't owe you anything. As for this treasure that naturally belongs to us, we'll take it with us. After all, no one else can use it other than us." The Soul Swap twins sneered. With a shake of their wrists, the shadow on their body swallowed the Soul Swapper and absorbed it into their bodies. Then, the two of them backed up to the wall, activated their abilities, and turned into two clusters of ink-like darkness, disappearing into the shadows instantly. The commander was furious, but he did not dare make a move. Not only was he worried about alerting the Black Star Corps not far away, but he also did not have the confidence to kill the Grade B Soul Swap twins. He could only watch the two of them use their abilities and leave with the Soul Swapper. The room was dead silent. Only his heavy breathing could be heard. "Hurry and report to the upper echelons. The Soul Swap twins have escaped." Chapter 1169. Flickering World, Free Exploration Zone, Modo Civilization Territory. The Soul Swap twins have escaped. Lagos received the remote notification from the military emissary. He was shocked and worried, not because he was concerned about this but because he was worried that it would affect the plan against Black Star. "Can you capture the Soul Swap twins?" The military emissary shook his head. "The Shattered Star Ring is not our territory. The Black Star Corps and the local civilization's surveillance network are all over the place. We can't mobilize people to make a big move, and the target can use the Soul Swapper. His ability to hide is amazing, so we probably won't be able to capture him." "Then the plan." "Don't worry, the plan will continue." The military emissary smiled. Seeing this, Lagos's face was filled with doubt. Why did the upper echelons not seem to be nervous at all after losing a special universal treasure? "You don't seem to be worried at all." The military emissary waved his hands. "It's fine. There's no need to send people to capture them. They will return on their own." "Could it be?" Lagos's expression changed slightly. The military emissary straightened his face and said, "This is not a high-level secret. The upper echelons told me to tell you not to worry about the Soul Swap twins and to carry out the plan as usual. The person in charge of the Marwell project asked a Beyond Grade A mage to secretly plant a triggered psychic trap on the Soul Swap twins, creating a hidden secondary personality that is completely loyal to the Modo civilization. As long as it's activated, they will return on their own." "I see." Lagos nodded subconsciously, but he frowned again. "But if that's the case, why not take away the Soul Swap twins' consciousness and control them directly? Why do we have to take the risk?" The military emissary was not bothered. "It's very easy to control the Soul Swap twins. No matter how strange they are, they're just low-level supers. However, do you think that the Marwell project has been running for so many years without any experiments? As long as it's a method that you can think of, we've basically tried it. However, the results show that only when the Soul Swap twins have a completely independent consciousness can they use the ability of the Soul Swapper. Other than that, any attempt to control the Soul Swap twins' bodies to use the Soul Swapper will not work. Even if it's just simple brainwashing, the Soul Swapper will not recognize their qualifications to use it. Therefore, we can only half-force them like now." "Why is that?" Lagos was curious. "How would I know? It looks like the Soul Swapper has recognized the Soul Swap twins. It probably has something to do with the mysteries of the soul and is very idealistic. It's precisely because it's unreasonable that we categorized the Soul Swapper as a space wonder. If we could figure out why, there wouldn't be any Soul Swap twins." The military emissary snorted. Although the two of them are strange, they're quite weak and aren't much of a threat. It's only because they can borrow the power of the soul swapper that they're so feared. They're like children with guns. Understood. Lagos nodded. Well, it's good that you understand the situation. Anyway, you don't have to worry about the soul swap twins. Just worry about Black Star. After that, the military emissary cut off the communication and the screen went black. Lagos turned off the virtual screen and exhaled. He was slightly relieved and a smile appeared on his face. Although there was an accident, in his opinion, the most important thing was for the plan against Black Star to be carried out smoothly. In a certain desolate universe belt in the Shattered Star Ring, a secret resource base belonging to the Modo civilization was being attacked by the armed fleet of the Black Star Corps. The image of the battlefield was transmitted to the main control room of the base in the Thousand Light Star system through the quantum network channel. Aesop and a group of officers were monitoring the battle remotely. Not long after, the battle in the image ended. The Black Star Corps fleet had wiped out all the enemies, taken down the base, and collected the spoils of war. Very good. We've destroyed another secret base of the Modo civilization. Nero, who was watching the battle remotely, laughed. This is all thanks to His Excellency Aesop's accurate prediction that helped us find the enemy's base. With their superior taking the lead, the officers present all praised Aesop. It's just a small matter. Aesop was not very interested and waved his hands. Ha, credit is credit. You don't have to be humble. I'll get someone to bring you back immediately and reward you properly, Nero said with a smile. I plan to walk around outside for a while. I won't be returning to the headquarters for now. Aesop shook his head. Nero was stunned. How long are you planning to stay outside for? A month. So long. Nero hesitated for a moment and said, I still suggest you come back as soon as possible. There might be a new mission. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? I don't even have the right to walk around outside. Are you treating me as a tool? That's not what I meant. Aesop narrowed his eyes and said coldly, also, remove these troops and bodyguards. I don't like others to disturb me when I'm walking around. This. Nero had a troubled expression. I can't just casually remove these people. What if an accident happens? Bang. Aesop slammed the table and yelled, Why, do I need your protection? These people are following me so closely. I think they're spying on me. Let me tell you, remove these people, or I'll return to Floating Dragon immediately. What kind of relationship do I have with Black Star? Who are you to tell me what to do? Nero's expression froze, and he was a little annoyed. This old man was quite easy to get along with in the past. What was going on today? It was as though he had eaten a bomb. Was it his period? However, while he was annoyed, Nero did not dare go against Aesop. After all, Aesop was here to help and represented Floating Dragon, not his subordinate. Furthermore, Aesop was an elder, the adoptive father of the Dragon Emperor, and a good friend of his godfather. It was not good for him to do anything. If the other party did not want to return to the headquarters, he would not be able to change the other party's mind. He could not just kidnap the other party and bring him back. Otherwise, even if his godfather did not blame him, he would not be able to answer to Aunt Ames. Nero suppressed his anger and forced a smile. Since you like peace and quiet, I'll get the guards to not follow you closely. That's more like it. Aesop glanced at the officers around him and casually said, Did you hear me? Did you hear that? While the two of them were arguing, the people in the room stopped what they were doing and kept quiet out of fear. Now that they heard Aesop's words, they could only nod in response. That's right, that's all. I'll return to my room first. Aesop faintly nodded, placed his hands behind his back, and walked away. Seeing Aesop's back disappear from their sight, the expressions of many people in the room turned ugly. Who does this old man think he is to be so arrogant? A calamity-grade bodyguard frowned. If not for the army's orders, do you think I would be willing to protect him? That's right, this fellow really doesn't know what's good for him. Another person was also dissatisfied. All right, stop talking. No matter what, he's still my elder. Maybe he's just in a bad mood today and is unwilling to do so. Then, don't force him. Nero frowned, gave a few instructions, and hung up. To be honest, he had wanted to report this to Han Xiao, but after thinking about it, Aesop had just made a contribution, and his attitude was just a little bad. If he were to complain about it, it would be too similar to complaining to his parents. His godfather hoped that he would be able to take charge, and if he were to do so, his godfather might be disappointed. "I'm not angry. I'm not angry," in the headquarters office, Nero softly muttered. Indeed, he felt his emotions gradually calm down, and he gradually felt as though he had comprehended some sort of special technique to remain calm. Godfather. Something happened. Half a month later, Han Xiao, who was in the Black Star Palace in the Flickering World, received a message from Nero. The moment he picked up, he was shocked by Nero's loud voice. "Calm down, what's going on?" Han Xiao moved the communicator away from his ear and picked his ear. "Not good, Aesop is missing," Nero said anxiously. Han Xiao paused, and his brows raised. "What do you mean by missing?" "He's missing. I don't know where he went, and I can't find him." "Didn't you send someone to follow him? How did he get lost?" Han Xiao was curious. Nero's tone was vexed, and he recounted what had happened. Because Aesop was repulsed by the bodyguards did not follow him closely and did not disturb him. However, when they were resting on a city planet, the bodyguards discovered that Aesop had gone missing. By the way, they also discovered that Aesop left a video message in the room. "What did that old man say?" "He said that it was a message specially left for you to remember the agreement you made not long ago." Nero played the video, and it was exactly the same. After figuring out what had happened, Han Xiao stroked his chin with a strange expression. About a month ago, when he was chatting with Aesop had mentioned that he was going to take the opportunity to leave the Shattered Star Ring and continue traveling, making a tacit agreement with him. Han Xiao immediately thought that this was the reason for Aesop's disappearance. This old man was going to leave. However, after thinking about it, Han Xiao felt that something was wrong. "That's weird. The old man clearly said that he would help me and only leave after the Supercluster Alliance matter. Wouldn't it be breaking his promise if he left now? Could it be that he can't hold it in anymore?" Han Xiaoshan thought about it but did not show it on his face. He only nodded to Nero and said, "Got it. I'll deal with this matter. Don't worry about it for now." Sigh. "All right." Nero wanted to say something but stopped. He originally wanted to defend himself, but after pausing for a while, he gave up, sighed, and hung up. Han Xiao stood up from his chair. His eyes changed, and he tapped the table twice with his finger. Suddenly, he pulled Philip out of his quantum vision. "Master, what are you doing? Give me all the records of Aesop's movements in the past month." Although Han Xiao felt that Aesop might have taken the initiative to run away, it was still better to be cautious at such a time. Very soon, Philip found the records. Han Xiao closed his eyes and quickly browsed through them in his mind. There doesn't seem to be any problems. More than 10 days ago, he even destroyed a secret stronghold of the Modo civilization. It seems very normal, Han Xiao mumbled to himself. These records did not seem to be abnormal, but he had a strange feeling in his heart that there was something fishy going on. The intuition of a Beyond Grade A was usually quite accurate. Coupled with the danger premonition that Aesop had mentioned some time ago, he could not help but have a bad feeling. No, I still have to find him to verify it. Originally, his agreement with Aesop was only to capture him symbolically and secretly let him go. If he really captured Aesop, Ames would definitely be on guard and guard him strictly. Aesop would probably not be able to escape. However, for the sake of caution, Han Xiao still decided to capture Aesop and ask him. Anyway, the old man did not keep his promise first. Even if he made a mistake, he would not be at a disadvantage. After making up his mind, Han Xiao gave Nero an order and told him to command the troops of the Shattered Star Ring to search for Aesop's traces. Then, Han Xiao stood up, walked out of the room, and came to a private laboratory. There was a translucent hibernation chamber in the laboratory, and the sleeping Rhodey was locked inside. There were information form restraints scattered around, which were the subbodies of Destiny's Child that had yet to be completely transformed. Old man Aesop's prophecy is amazing. If he really wants to escape, unless Nero, Fu Ding, and the others come personally, it won't be easy to catch him with just my subordinates. However, I now have a reliable prophecy talent in my hands. Han Xiaoshan secretly laughed. In the past, he was just a fake prophet and could only rely on his metaphysics to try his luck and catch Aesop. This time, it was different. He had a real master prophet in his hands. Prophets could see many possibilities in the future. When sparring, the situation could be roughly summed up as I predicted your prediction, and you predicted mine. Whoever was stronger would be able to suppress the other party. Although Rhodey had only transformed halfway and could not control his ability subjectively, the topic of his prophecies was basically random. With the uniqueness of Destiny's Child, he should be able to exchange a few blows with Aesop. Han Xiao operated the hibernation chamber a few times, and not long after, Rhodey woke up. He opened his eyes in a daze and was stunned for a while before coming back to his senses. Seeing Han Xiao outside the chamber, he could not help but shrink his head. "Your Excellency Black Star? You're awake." Han Xiao opened the door and smiled. "I have something that I need your help with. I need to borrow your prophecy ability." "Ah, but I can't control this ability yet." Rhodey was a little flustered. "Just do your best. Do you still remember that old man who could see you? The tall and thin one, the one who spoke up for you?" "I remember." Rhodey nodded. He had met Aesop before and had a deep impression of him. "That guy played hide-and-seek with me. I want to find him now. Keep saying his name in your mind, then touch my body and try to trigger the prophecy related to him." "Then, what if I don't get the prophecy?" Rhodey asked weakly. Han Xiao smiled, but his tone was unquestionable. "Then keep trying until you succeed." Hearing that, Rhodey shuddered. He still could not control his prophecy ability. He needed to touch someone, and he would definitely faint. When he woke up, he would be very weak. That was not a good feeling. At that moment, Han Xiao's smile was like the devil's in his eyes. "Are you ready?" I'm ready." Rhodey knew that he had no room to refuse. He swallowed his saliva and madly chanted Aesop's name in his mind. He only hoped that he could exceed his standards and succeed on the first try. He reached out his trembling hand and touched Han Xiao's arm. At the moment of contact, Rhodey trembled as if he had been electrocuted. If someone did not know better, they would think that he was doing a shock dance. "Ah!" A few seconds later, he suddenly let out a short scream. His eyes rolled back as he fell to the ground and fainted. Han Xiao was not surprised. He took out an emerald green injection from his pocket and injected Rhodey with it. Now that he could observe Rhodey, it meant that he could actually make contact with him. The reason Rhodey fainted was that he could not afford to lose his ability as a normal person. Taking the relevant injection could speed up his awakening. This was the result that Han Xiao came to after more than 10 experiments. As expected, not long after, Rhodey's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. His blurry vision became clear again. He saw Han Xiao's burly body squatting in front of him, staring at him with a pair of burning eyes. "Tell me, what did you see?" Rhodey shrunk his neck in fear and recalled the scene in his dream. He looked at Han Xiao's expression and said carefully, "I saw you. You and a woman in a black dress were involved in a war. Countless battleships exploded under your hands, and there was a corpse lying at your feet." "A corpse?" Han Xiao was stunned. The plot of his previous life surged into his mind. He subconsciously said, "Aesop's." "Yes, it's his." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. In his previous life, it was because of Aesop's death that the Dragon Emperor lost control and committed a massacre, violating the peace agreement between the advanced civilizations in the universe. She was surrounded and eventually disappeared, her fate unknown. Is this the closure of the world line? Or is it because of some other reason that I don't know? Interesting. I keep feeling like someone is plotting something behind my back. Han Xiao stood with his arms crossed, scratching the stubble on his chin with his middle finger, deep in thought. Chapter 1170. On the mother planet of the Modo civilization, the Modo Three Kings were having a meeting with the military upper echelons. News from the front line. Aesop has started his operation. The plan is going well. The first choice is to let Aesop leave the Shattered Star Ring and get involved in the civilization conflicts in other starfields. This way, when Aesop dies, Black Star will have to go to other starfields to deal with this matter and take his troops far away from his base. Although Aesop's prophecy ability is useful, Black Star has been in the Shattered Star Ring for many years. He might not be able to escape on his own. Therefore, we need to help him and help him avoid detection. If he really can't escape, we can only choose a local civilization in the Shattered Star Ring as the target. The upper echelons discussed animatedly. At this moment, the three kings of Modo received a secret message. Their eyes flickered, and they suddenly said, "Meeting adjourned. Rest for half an hour." Everyone was stunned but did not object. They got up and left the conference room. After everyone left, only the Modo three kings were left in the room. This time, a virtual communication screen appeared on the table, and an old chuckle sounded. "Hehe, it's an honor to meet the three of you. Mecha Empire." The Modo three kings had serious expressions. Just now, the Mecha Empire contacted the Modo civilization and mentioned that they wanted to discuss a cooperation with the three kings. Therefore, the secretary came to ask for their opinion. The Modo three kings finally decided to listen to what the Mecha Empire had to say. The entire universe knew that the Mecha Empire was in an extremely awkward situation. Many supercluster civilizations saw the opportunity to rope them in and wanted to cooperate with the Mecha Empire in secret. However, Manison did not say anything, but he did not reject them either. Because of the special situation the Mecha Empire was in, the leaders of the supercluster civilizations all valued the attitude of the Mecha Empire very much. "Your Excellencies, I know you're very busy, so I won't be polite. I've considered your previous suggestion. I plan to cooperate with the Modo civilization now," Manison said calmly. "What kind of cooperation?" "We'll secretly work together to deal with the Black Star Core. What do you think?" The Modo three kings looked at each other and did not agree immediately. Instead, they asked, "So many supercluster civilizations want to work with you. Why did you choose Modo?" "Hehe, it's very simple. I'm not interested in getting involved in the battle between the three universal civilizations and you guys. My only target is Black Star, and you guys are the most suitable partners. He's our common enemy, so I can reasonably get involved." "Be more specific." "The United Front requires the Beyond Grade A members to remain neutral. Participating in the war is despised." However, as the vice president, Black Star started a war with the Modo civilization with personal vengeance. As the president, I can also follow suit and use my grudge with Black Star as an excuse to work with you to deal with the Black Star Core. This way, even if they find out, they won't be able to say anything. Manison's tone was light and breezy, revealing the meaning of "if he does something, I'll do the same." The three kings of Modo thought for a moment and nodded, indicating that they accepted this explanation. Although they hoped that the Mecha Empire would join the Supercluster Alliance and turn around to deal with the three universal civilizations, this hope was slim. Now that they said they were only targeting Black Star, the Modo civilization could accept it. Now that Black Star had put them in a terrible situation, it was not a bad idea to solve this problem. "So, you plan to send troops to help us fight the Black Star Core?" "That's not it." Manison shook his head slightly. "My forces in the flickering world are not as strong as Black Star's. Plus, fighting the Black Star Core openly goes against the purpose of the Development Union. Since you're not sending troops, how are you going to attack Black Star?" Manison's tone was calm as he slowly said, "There are many ways to attack. For example, attacking Black Star's reputation. The three universal civilizations are using me as a negative example to build support for him, which has already affected my position in the machinery faith and damaged my interests. I have to find a way to destroy Black Star's reputation. This is why I decided to work with you. What I can do is provide assistance in the dark, such as letting the organizations I planted in the flickering world and the Shattered Star Ring do something secretly. After all, your troops are being watched very closely, while my people can move freely in the dark." Hearing this, the three kings of Modo frowned. If the Mecha Empire was not willing to officially join the war, their role would be limited. However, from another perspective, The two sides did not have much of a relationship to begin with. The Mecha Empire was not having a good time either, so they could only keep a low profile. Of course, they would not let their troops risk their lives for the supercluster civilization. Furthermore, the Mecha Empire was not wrong. The supercluster civilization's troops were being watched too closely, so it was inconvenient for them to move. Furthermore, the Mecha Empire had planted a large number of subsidiary organizations in various starfields, forming an intelligence network and resource network. They could still be of great help. Okay, we're happy to work with you. We'll talk about the specific plan later. Sure, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Manison smiled faintly and ended the communication. Seeing this, the three kings of Modo relaxed. They looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. If Manison's people help move Aesop out of the shattered star ring, the success rate would be much higher than if they acted alone. Although the three of them had not decided whether to let the Mecha Empire participate in this plan or not, it was definitely a good thing to have an extra insurance. If they could not send Aesop out of the shattered star ring, it would not be too late to let the Mecha Empire take over. Furthermore, if Aesop died in the hands of the Mecha Empire, their goal would also be achieved, or even better. However, what the three kings did not know was that Manison's motive for proposing cooperation was not pure. Although he also wanted to attack Blackstar, that was not his main goal. According to the report, the Modo civilization had moved the Soul Swapper out. It was definitely to deal with someone, and it was most likely Blackstar. Therefore, Manison wanted to use Blackstar as an excuse to cooperate with Modo and try to get involved in related operations to obtain more information and help him find the whereabouts of the Soul Swapper. Taking advantage of the situation to steal the Soul Swapper, that was his intention. Anyway, there was no loss. Whether it succeeded or not, it was worth a try. In the cabin, two bodies covered in shadows were lying on the ground, one big and one small. At this moment, they were as still as vegetables. They were the Soul Swap twins. Beside them stood two normal-sized cosmic humans, a man and a woman, moving their limbs. The black crystal-like Soul Swapper floated beside them. This body is a pugilist. It's strong and feels pretty good. I haven't felt this healthy in a long time. The man rubbed his neck with a satisfied expression. Stop wasting time. This is just a temporary shell. Quickly put away our main bodies, the woman scolded. This man and woman were the Soul Swap twins who had changed their bodies. The elder brother was Jill Emerson, and the younger brother was Warren Emerson. The Soul Swapper was also effective on them. They could transfer their souls to other people's bodies and complete a possession. After changing their bodies, their Esper abilities would not be transferred together. They could only use the original abilities and combat power of their bodies. For example, if they were transferred to a Grade D super, their combat power would also become Grade D. However, the strength of their souls would not be affected and would remain at Grade B, which would not hinder them from using the Soul Swapper. The qualification for the two of them to use the Soul Swapper came from their souls. It had nothing to do with the body they used. They could even use the body of a dog. This ability was one of the reasons why the two of them were confident in escaping. They could change their bodies continuously, and their concealment was extremely high. Brother, although we're free now, that hidden danger hasn't been removed. Warren pointed at his head. That mental trap is troublesome. Luckily, the Modo civilization probably thinks that we won't discover it. Jill pursed his lips in disdain. The mental trap set up by the direct beyond Grade A mags of the Modo civilization had implanted their souls. It would not disappear because of the transfer of their souls. Logically speaking, with the two of them being only around Grade B, they should not have been able to discover this mental trap, let alone remove it. They should have been kept in the dark. However, the Soul Swapper had the ability to detect the state of the soul. A Space Wonder treasure basically had a certain degree of absoluteness. Not to mention a mental trap set up by a normal beyond Grade A, even the mental spells of a peak beyond Grade A would not be able to escape the detection of the Soul Swapper. This was like the absoluteness of the space-time amber. As long as the principle was not broken, the combined attacks of 10 peak beyond grade as would not be able to damage the space-time amber at all. It was wishful thinking for the two of them to remove the mental trap set up by a beyond grade A with their insignificant strength. However, with the addition of a space wonder, it was different. Even if the two of them were limited by their strength, and the upper limit of the power and range of the Soul Swapper was not high, they still had a way to deal with this hidden danger. The Soul Swapper did not have the ability to purify the soul, but the two of them planned to absorb a large number of souls, fusing them into mental energy that was far beyond their own, and continuously grinding away the spell seals in their brains. This plan would consume a large number of souls, so it would definitely harm many living beings. However, the two of them clearly did not have a choice, so they did not care. "Brother, do we have any plans for the future?" "Of course, we'll escape to a place where no one knows us and live in seclusion. We'll obtain a body with great potential and slowly train our strength. As long as we grow to the calamity grade or even beyond grade A, we'll be able to do whatever we want in this universe." Jill understood the principle of growing slowly was the only way. Flames of ambition danced in his eyes. In his heart, it was both fortunate and unfortunate to be the only ones who could use the Soul Swapper. The fortunate part was that the Soul Swapper only recognized the two of them as its users, like they were the chosen ones. The unfortunate part was that the two of them were imprisoned by the Modo civilization for many years, undergoing countless inhumane experiments, and their temperaments gradually turned crazy. However, the unfortunate dark years were over, and the future was filled with hope. The Soul Swapper had brought them endless possibilities. From now on, they were free to do whatever they wanted. Floating Dragon Island, steaming hot steam filled the magnificent palace. Everything within sight was covered in mist, and from time to time, the sound of water splashing could be heard in the depths of the steam. "Who?" The thick steam was stirred up, and a tall and muscular figure suddenly appeared beside the clothes rack in the palace. The king mechanical suit covering his body automatically took off, and a light flashed back, leaving Han Xiao in black where he was. The sound of water in the room paused for a moment, and a green force field wrapped in steam shot toward Han Xiao like a cannonball. Han Xiao ignored it and let it hit his chest. His body did not move at all. "You scared me. Let me know the next time you teleport over." Aim's helpless voice came from the steam. Han Xiao's vision passed through the steam and saw a gorgeous bathtub made of black crystal in the middle of the room. Ames had tied up her hair with a white cloth, and her back was facing him. Her body was sitting in the bathtub, and he could only see her fair neck and round shoulders. Her skin was smooth and supple. "Bathing?" Han Xiao snapped his fingers. "Hurry up and finish. I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Ames turned her head slightly, revealing the side of her delicate face. Her long eyelashes had water droplets hanging on them, and she blinked gently. "It's about Aesop. He's lost." "Wait for me." Ames did not avoid Han Xiao. She stood up and directly heated up her body temperature. White steam scattered in all directions, and the surface of her body instantly became dry again. She walked out of the bathtub, casually waved her hand, and used her force field to hook the black dress hanging on the side. She put it on with a slight twist, then took off her headscarf and let her hair fall. The body of a beyond grade A would not be stained with dirt. Bathing was mainly for enjoyment. As long as one adjusted their body temperature to the standard of a normal person, they would be able to feel the feeling of soaking in a hot spring again. This way, there would be no need to look for magma. "Let's go. We'll talk outside." The two of them walked out of the palace and came to the garden. Ames sat down on a deck chair, blinking her eyes as she stared at Han Xiao. Her expression was a little strange. "I allowed Aesop to help you, but you let him escape. That's not very competent. You didn't let him go on purpose, did you? That's too bad. Cough cough, you're thinking too much." Han Xiao coughed unnaturally and said without changing his expression, "Didn't I inform you as soon as possible?" Ames held her chin with one hand and joked, "It seems like even the famous Black Star will still fall in the hands of a master prophet. After all, he's one of us. I can't really put him under house arrest, right?" Han Xiao smiled indifferently. Suddenly, his expression became serious, and he said, "Let's not joke around. My intuition tells me that there's something wrong here. Aesop might not have left on his own accord." "Oh." Ames frowned, and the smile on her face disappeared. She said in surprise, "Did someone kidnap him?" "That won't be the case. I've arranged enough guards for him. If it was a physical kidnapping, I would definitely have been alerted. Then, someone's controlling him mentally? That's where the problem lies. I've asked the guards around Aesop to put on all kinds of mental protection devices, mental wave detection devices, and energy wave detectors. If someone used psychic, soul magic, or mental esper abilities on him, it would have triggered an alarm. Even a beyond grade A would have left a trace. However, none of these devices reacted. Therefore, I suspect that Aesop might have been controlled by an unknown method. Although the soul and mind were not the fields that mechanical technology specialized in, it was not like there was no research on them at all. It was just that they were far from being proficient in magic technology. What method? Ames asked. I'm not sure either. We'll only know after we find Aesop and check. Han Xiao shook his head. In fact, if his hypothesis was correct, he was very curious as to how Aesop had fallen for it. It was so silent that he did not know what method it was. I'll look for him with you. Ames narrowed her eyes, and a dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. You dare to attack my people? Do you think I'm dead? Don't be so agitated. This is just my guess. It won't be too late to say it after we've checked it out. Han Xiao comforted Ames. The reason he had come over today was to give Ames a heads up and a little bit of a conspiracy theory so that she would be mentally prepared. This was to prevent her from losing control of her emotions like in his previous life. Han Xiao understood Ames' personality quite well. Although she usually looked like she did not care about anything, Aesop, Jenny, Hela, and Aurora were her friends and family. The moment she was threatened, she would turn into an angry female dragon and throw all rules to the back of her head. No matter what enemy she faced, she would face them head-on, not caring about the consequences at all. This time, Han Xiao asked Philip to send a message. A few seconds later, the king mechanical suit teleported to his side again. The helmet opened, revealing Fu Ding inside. Army Commander, I'm here. Han Xiao nodded, turned around, and explained to Ames, Aesop's prophecy is very useful. Aesop's prophecy is very suitable for hiding. It's hard to catch him with conventional methods, so we need some luck. Not only did he bring Phaedon, but he also planned to bring Rhodey along. He would use the king mechanical suit to teleport the three of them over. This would save him a lot of time. As for the manpower, he would directly use the Black Star Army's troops in the Shattered Star Ring. I'll lend all the people on Floating Dragon to you. Don't worry about anything else. I only want Aesop. Ames handed over the command to Han Xiao without hesitation and stood up expressionlessly. She did not want to waste even a second more. Her tone was firm and decisive. We'll depart now. Chapter 1171. The universe was extremely vast. Even if one had superhuman strength, if one did not have a large enough organization, it would be difficult for one to achieve anything in the Galactic Society. The current Black Star Army was already the top warlord organization in the galaxy. They had people, money, cannons, and ships. As soon as Han Xiao gave the highest order, the people of the Black Star Army left in the Shattered Star Ring immediately followed his orders and searched the star systems one after another, locking down the various transportation hubs while looking for traces of Aesop. The troops of Floating Dragon Island were almost all out as well. Of course, such a huge commotion could not be hidden from others. Very soon, it attracted the attention of the Galactic Society. It turned out that the Dragon Emperor's elder had gone missing. In order to search for him alone, the Black Star Army had caused a commotion that affected 20 to 30 star systems. Such a huge search affected the operation of some public facilities. Some galactic residents complained, but with the Black Star Corps reputation, the local civilizations did not care, so no one dared to take it seriously. Other than sending troops to search everywhere, the Black Star Corps also posted a bounty on Aesop and spread it through the local media, mobilizing the power of the people. As long as they could provide any real clues about Aesop, they would receive a huge reward, such as eyewitness reports, transit records, and so on. If they could capture Aesop alive and hand him over to the army, they would receive a huge sum of 135 million aners. This was an amount that a normal galactic resident would not be able to spend in a few lifetimes. Even for some small and medium-sized armed organizations, it was an astronomical amount. As the saying went, when there is a huge reward, there will definitely be brave men. Some small and medium-sized organizations spontaneously joined the search team, and a large number of free mercenaries also took action excitedly. Even some galactic pirates and scavengers were secretly searching for Aesop, hoping to get the reward and wash their hands clean. The local galactic residents of the Shattered Star Ring also paid attention. All of a sudden, Aesop became the target of countless organizations in the Shattered Star Ring, and countless people had their eyes on him. Back then, Han Xiao was all alone, and capturing Aesop was mainly due to Fu Ding's luck. However, now that a few decades had passed, his army had grown into a giant, and there was no need for him to play hide-and-seek with Aesop like before. As long as he spread out his forces, it would be difficult for the other party to move. Even if Aesop had a powerful prophecy ability, in this situation where everyone was an enemy, he could only act stealthily like a rat in a sewer, not daring to expose himself in front of ordinary people. Of course, these arrangements were only the foundation. Han Xiao's core search method was Rhodis prophecy, Ames, Fu Ding, Nero, and Harrison's luck, as well as his own virtual technology. They would constantly determine Aesop's possible coordinates on the star map and conduct a targeted search. The dark red sandstorm covered the sky endlessly, as if a red curtain had covered the entire planet. Looking through the sandstorm with extremely low visibility, he saw a figure wearing a heavy protective suit walking alone in the desolate red desert. The strong wind that rolled up the dust was like a heavy hammer, smashing on his body and making muffled sounds. After walking for a few hours, suddenly, a meteor-like flame pierced through the sandstorm and rapidly fell toward the figure. The figure stopped and looked over. A small spaceship was coming closer and closer, reflected on the alloy mask of the protective suit. Who? The spaceship slowly landed in front of the figure and released an air force field with a diameter of 50 meters, isolating the surrounding sandstorm and creating a clean area. The hatch opened with a swoosh. The figure did not hesitate and stepped onto the spaceship. He shook off the sand on his body and took off the heavy protective helmet, revealing an old face. It was Aesop. Aesop patted his helmet, looked up, and asked, "You guys are the people who are here to pick me up?" "Yes, we are now responsible for sending you out of the Shattered Star Ring." The captain walked up and replied, "Don't worry, we are professionals. We are definitely reliable." Aesop nodded and said, "The single-person spaceship that sent me here hasn't been destroyed yet. You guys can blow it up while you're at it. Otherwise, if it falls into Black Star's hands, it will be a medium for prophecy. Don't leave such clues behind." Because of the Black Star Army's lockdown in the Shattered Star Ring, it was extremely difficult for him to move around. He had finally found a space capsule and landed on this desolate planet. After waiting for quite some time, this spaceship finally arrived. "No problem." The captain nodded. The spaceship took off and arrived at a desert not far away. It discovered a metal spaceship that was half buried in the desert. Bang! Bang! Two explosive beams shot out from the spaceship's cannon and blew up the spaceship. The flames only burned for an instant before being extinguished by the wind. Only charred metal pieces were left on the ground, which were gradually buried by the sand. After completing this, the spaceship turned around and shot into the galaxy, leaving behind a trail of flames that slowly disappeared. At the same time, Manison, who was far away in the Primeval Star River, received a message and opened a surveillance image. The image was of Aesop in the spaceship. "Finally, we've picked him up." Manison looked at the image, and his eyes flickered slightly. This spaceship that had gone to pick up Aesop had concealed its organization symbol in order to keep it a secret. It actually belonged to an organization called Mild Armed Transport Group, which was one of the secret organizations that Manison had planted in the Shattered Star Ring. Not long ago, the Modo civilization had officially pulled him into their plan and revealed some information to him for help. The Modo civilization had no choice. The Black Star core lockdown was too strong, and it was not convenient for them to move around in the Shattered Star Ring. They could not sneak Aesop out at all, and they were almost discovered a few times. Therefore, they decided to borrow the people of the Mecha Empire and let him take over the delivery. Modo must have used the Soul Swapper to influence Aesop and made him run away on his own accord. Manison stroked his beard and pondered. In the information provided by the Modo civilization, of course, they did not mention the existence of the Soul Swapper. They only said that they had used some kind of mental manipulation method to control Aesop and did not explain in detail. However, they did not know that Manison already had information about the Soul Swapper and knew what trick Aesop had fallen into. Manison had no intention of stopping Modo's battle plan. He even planned to cooperate until the end. Aesop had once been a member of the Ancient Ones, but he had long since left the organization. The Ancient Ones were mainly composed of those with long lifespans, and the beyond grade as were only the leaders. Not all of the members were beyond grade as. There were many people like Aesop who were very weak but had special abilities. Although Manison knew Aesop, they did not have much of a friendship, so he did not mind sending Aesop to his death. In this regard, he had the same interests as Modo. Using Aesop's death to plot against Blackstar might force him to violate the peace treaty of the advanced civilizations. This way, it would greatly damage Blackstar's reputation and destroy the great image that the three universal civilizations had built for him. This was exactly what Manison wanted to see, so he was willing to cooperate. However, this was just icing on the cake. Manison's main goal was still the Soul Swapper. Aesop is currently in my hands, so he must have come into contact with the Soul Swapper within a certain range. By checking his whereabouts, I can roughly determine the search range. By comparing the records, I can find the Modo civilization's secret fleet that transported the Soul Swapper. The one controlling Aesop's body now should be someone from the Modo civilization. Maybe I can use hypnosis to ask. Manison's mind raced. He did not know that the Soul Swap twins had already escaped. In his mind, the Soul Swapper should be being transported back by the Modo civilization's fleet, and the direction of his search had already deviated. Some time after the spaceship that transported Aesop left, another fleet visited this dark red desolate planet. Its outer armor had the Black Star emblem engraved on it. In the command room of the main ship, Han Xiao, Ames, Fu Ding, and the others gathered. This fleet was led by Han Xiao himself. It's this planet. It's exactly the same as the prophecy, and it's also one of the locations that Fu Ding, Harrison, and the others chose. Han Xiao looked down at the surface of the planet. Rhodis' prophecies were sometimes accurate, but what he gave was basically key information. At Han Xiao's request, Fu Ding and the others, who had the advanced luck glow, randomly chose some coordinates in the search area. Han Xiao focused on investigating the parts that overlapped. Although he had not obtained any clues yet, Han Xiao was still confident in this method. What he did not know was that he had almost stopped Aesop several times. This method was indeed very effective. In a sense, luck was the one that was truly invincible. Detect this planet for me. Report any abnormalities. Han Xiao waved his hand, and spaceships immediately left the team and flew around the planet. They used all kinds of detection devices to detect the planet without any blind spots. The normal detection results were fed back on the screen in front of Han Xiao. There did not seem to be any abnormalities. However, after a while, a spaceship suddenly sent back some shocking information. Reporting to the Legion commander, we have discovered an extremely weak high-energy radiation reaction in a desert. The source is quite scattered and buried a few meters underground. Should we start digging? Dig. The surveillance screen quickly switched to the perspective of this spaceship. The traction device at the belly of the spaceship stirred the sand and sucked out pieces of charred metal fragments. They looked like mechanical parts that had been blown up. Reporting, the radiation source has been found. Data analysis is in progress. Analysis complete. This should be the remains of some kind of space capsule. It was blown up by a high-energy cannon. The molecules were affected by the energy and left behind a certain amount of high-energy radiation. It's gradually weakening. In a few days, the remaining high-energy radiation will completely disappear. Looks like we're not late. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. If they were a few days later and the energy radiation dissipated, they would not be able to detect this fragment. Now that they had this thing, not only could it be used as a medium for Rhodis prophesies, but it could also be used as a trigger for Bold Explorer. One could see the future, and the other could look back to the past. Soon, this pile of space capsule fragments was sent to Han Xiao and the others. Han Xiao picked up one of the fragments, looked at the burn marks on it, and said in a low voice, "That's right. It doesn't look like it was attacked. It looks more like it was deliberately destroyed. They probably didn't want to leave any clues for us. Unfortunately, he failed at the last step. We're really lucky." Clenching his fingers and holding the fragment in his palm, Han Xiao activated Bold Explorer. Ripples appeared in his vision, and the scene in front of him changed instantly. He saw a space capsule fall from the sky and smash onto the surface of this planet. The hatch opened, and a figure in a protective suit walked out and slowly walked away. Although he could not see his face, he felt that this person was most likely Aesop. Time seemed to have been shortened. Not long after, a spaceship suddenly appeared above the space capsule and shot out 2 explosive energy beams, blowing the space capsule into pieces. The image stopped there. Han Xiao shuddered and returned to normal. This video was very short, but it revealed a lot of clues. This is indeed the space capsule that Aesop left behind. Then, a spaceship suddenly appeared and destroyed the clues. It means that it's here to pick him up. Han Xiao recalled the appearance of the spaceship in the video. It was not a common model but a high-speed spaceship known for its hyperdrive speed. It was very expensive and not everyone could afford it. Philip. Coming, Master, please give your orders. Search all the people and organizations in the Shattered Star Ring that have light-grade shuttles. Don't let any of them go. Also, mark the organizations with strongholds near this area. Philip blinked his big eyes and said with a pitiful expression, "That's a huge amount of data, It takes up a lot of computing power, Han Xiao glared at him. Then, why aren't you making the best use of your time? Philip sniffled, took out a progress bar from his pants, and placed it beside him. He then summoned a big box filled with papers, jumped in, and started searching. The progress bar started moving at the same time. After a while, the progress bar finally reached its peak. Philip's head popped out of the box, spat out a mouthful of paper, and held a piece of glowing paper in his hand. He puffed up his face and said angrily, "Humph. Found it, Take it away, take it away. You're the only one who spends a lot of time." Han Xiao rolled his eyes, switched to the quantum network, and accepted the search results. A huge amount of data flowed into his brain like a tsunami. Han Xiao's brain capacity and computing power were like a dam, easily blocking the impact of the data flow. He did not feel any discomfort and quickly browsed through it. A total of 37,031 matches. Let me see who they are. Han Xiao quickly filtered through the data in his brain, and in less than 2 seconds, he had memorized all of them. Only a virtual mechanic could use such a stupid method to lock onto suspicious targets. As long as he had the ability to filter through the entire ocean, finding a needle in a haystack would not be difficult. Most of them were worthless data, but there was an organization that caught Han Xiao's attention. Mild Armed Transport Group. I seem to have some impression of this name. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and searched through the memory palace in his brain for a while, and the relevant memories surged into his mind. I remember now. This organization seems to be one of the subsidiary organizations of the Mecha Empire that was exposed in my previous life. Han Xiao's expression became serious. Although he had not confirmed it yet, his intuition told him that this organization should be the one that transported Aesop's people away. Did this not mean that that old B***-starred Manison was also involved in this matter? Han Xiao did not plan to question the Mecha Empire. It would be useless even if he did. They would definitely not admit it. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, and Han Xiao turned to look at everyone. Get someone to keep an eye on the Mild Armed Transport Group. No, keep an eye on all the organizations that I mentioned later. I want to know their recent movements, but don't alarm them. Follow them closely. Without my orders, don't close the net, He had always known what organizations the Mecha Empire had secretly planted in the shattered star ring. Originally, he did not want to alert them, but now that the Mecha Empire was suspected to be involved in this matter, Han Xiao decided to take measures to keep an eye on all the subsidiary organizations of the Mecha Empire in the shattered star ring. Chapter 1172. 10 days later, somewhere in the shattered star ring, a UFO was flying in the universe with a long flame tail. In the cockpit, Aesop looked at the star map of the shattered star ring that had countless red danger zones marked. The captain hesitated for a moment before saying, "There are not many routes left for us. We're almost at a dead end. Looking at the current situation, I'm afraid we won't be able to send you out of the shattered star ring. What do you plan to do?" Aesop's face was pale. He pressed his hands on the table, and the veins on the back of his hands bulged. "Aren't you professionals? How did this happen?" The captain smiled bitterly. "There's nothing I can do. We didn't leave any clues, and we've been moving in secret. However, the Black Star Corps seems to know where we are and can always set up an encirclement around us. I don't know where they got the information from, but it's so accurate. Speaking of which, is this the ability of prophecy? Aren't you a prophet? Why can't you sense it?" Aesop clenched his teeth and had nothing to say. It was not that he did not use his ability along the way, and he did avoid some of the pursuing troops. However, the Black Star Corps was like gangrene on his bones. No matter how many times he got rid of them, they would catch up again very soon. Even though the Mecha Empire's affiliated organizations helped him change his vehicles many times, it was still useless. Furthermore, the one controlling his body now was not Aesop himself but the collective consciousness of the souls of the Modo warriors. He could not fully use his prophecy ability. The secret stronghold that he purposely revealed to the Black Star Corps was not a prophecy but information that they already knew. He purposely revealed it so that no one would doubt his identity as a prophet. Aesop's original destination was to head to the edge of the shattered star ring, but under the relentless pursuit of the Black Star Corps, he had no choice but to continue hiding. He was still going around in circles in the starfield, and it was getting more and more difficult for him to move forward. If there's no other way. Aesop looked at the star map, pointed at a planet nearby, and said, "Cancel the plan to leave the shattered star ring. Send me to this planet." The captain looked in the direction Aesop was pointing at, and his expression changed slightly. "Planet Mountain Ash? It's been very chaotic there. Are you sure you want to go?" "That's right." Aesop nodded. This was a colonial planet that currently belonged to the local star system civilization. However, due to historical reasons, there were sharp social conflicts on this planet. Originally, there was a native intelligent race on the Mountain Ash planet. They developed a surface civilization and had been thriving. However, they were discovered by a local galactic civilization when they were exploring the universe. Due to the treaty of not interfering with low-level civilizations, the local star system civilization only observed from the start and did not interfere too much. It was similar to the relationship between the Godora civilization and the Blue Star civilization. However, the Mountain Ash planet was located at the border of two star systems. The local star system civilizations had always had armed conflicts with their neighbors, and they both wanted to expand their borders. Therefore, they hoped to completely control the Mountain Ash planet. The unspoken rule of the peace treaty was that only star system civilizations would be truly guaranteed. The surface civilizations were nominally within the scope of the treaty, but in reality, there would always be some advanced civilizations that would go against the treaty and leave the matter unsettled. Of course, the local star system civilizations did not use a direct attack. They mainly used two methods. The first method was to contact the Mountain Ash planet civilization in the name of technology exchange. They purposely leaked some extra technology and then framed the Mountain Ash planet civilization for stealing some technology that was not within the scope of the exchange. The second method was to secretly incite the surface civilizations to split up. At crucial times, they would provide war support to some of the regimes. After that, they would use the excuse of suppressing the rebellion and helping them to the end to keep their troops on the Mountain Ash planet. The huge difference in the strength of the civilizations meant that the surface civilizations were basically no match for the star system civilizations. With the two methods of the local star system civilizations, the mountain ash planet fell into their control without any suspense. The sharp social conflicts came from the retaliation of the mountain ash planet civilization. There were many demonstrations and riots on the planet. Therefore, the local star system civilizations adopted a tough rule and sent out official troops to suppress the civil activities on the mountain ash planet from time to time. Therefore, the environment of the planet had always been very chaotic. In the universe, there were many planets like the mountain ash planet. Order had created a seemingly peaceful galactic society. However, under the beautiful surface, the law of the jungle was still followed. It was just that it was not so naked and bloody anymore. There were very few incidents of genocide. Aesop needed a planet like this. If he could die in the hands of the star system civilization, the Dragon Emperor would be able to vent her anger on the local star system civilization. Then, the plan would be a success. Alright, since you've decided, I'll think of a way to send you in secretly. Seeing this, the captain did not try to persuade him anymore. He was a basic member sent by the Mecha Empire. He did not know the ins and outs of the situation. He was only in charge of the transportation mission given by the higher-ups. He would do whatever his employer told him to do. He did not know anything else. He did not even know that his boss was the Mecha Empire. Remember, you must be secretive. Aesop instructed and enlarged the image of the mountain ash planet on the star map. A complicated expression flashed past his eyes. Looks like this is my burial ground. His mind was shaken for a moment, but his expression became determined again. As the amalgamation of a bunch of souls, he was not afraid of death. He was absolutely loyal to Modo, sacrificing himself heroically in exchange for a chance for the Modo civilization to breathe. This was his mission. However, just as he was feeling emotional, no one on this ship knew that not far behind them, there were dozens of advanced spaceships secretly following them. It was the fleet led by Han Xiao. The fleet was equipped with the best stealth equipment from the logistics department. They maintained stealth mode and had been following Aesop for half a day without being discovered by the UFO he was on. Where do you think he's going? In the command room of the main ship, Ames looked at the UFO in front of her with confusion. Han Xiao stood with his arms crossed, glanced at the star map, and said, "Probably planet Mountain Ash." "What's he going there for?" "How would I know?" Han Xiao shrugged. Through monitoring all the secret organizations that the Mecha Empire had planted in the shattered star ring, the Black Star core search became much smoother. He had completely locked onto Aesop's tracks the day before and had been following him secretly. He did not immediately pounce on him because he wanted to see if the Mecha Empire had any backup plans. This kind of feeling was like a person who wanted to do something bad secretly, thinking that no one would notice. However, he did not know that there were tens of thousands of people following behind him, staring at him mockingly and watching everything he did. Speaking of which, it was quite a coincidence. If the Modo civilization had insisted on using their own troops to transport Aesop, Han Xiao might not have been able to catch up with them so easily. He still did not know that the real mastermind behind all this was the Modo civilization. However, the Modo civilization thought that the troops of the Mecha Empire were more secretive, so they chose to borrow the troops of the Mecha Empire. This had instead made things worse, jumping right into Han Xiao's knowledge zone. To him, most of the subordinate organizations of the Mecha Empire in the Shattered Star Ring were not secretive at all. Should we go and capture him now? Ames turned to look at Han Xiao. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Just tell him to come over obediently. Han Xiao smiled, pinched his fingers, and sent out an invisible string of data. Dong. Aesop was studying the star map when he suddenly felt the spaceship shake. The UFO seemed to have suddenly stopped. He could not help but look up at the captain with a face full of shock. What's going on? Did the spaceship malfunction? I don't know either. The captain had a face full of confusion. He displayed his excellent home appliance repair skills and slammed his fist on the control panel twice. However, the spaceship's artificial intelligence seemed to have died and did not move at all. Kai. At this time, the hatch suddenly opened on its own. Everyone was shocked. The UFO was in the universe. If the hatch was opened rashly, everyone in the spaceship would probably be sucked out. However, the strong suction force that they expected did not appear. It was quiet outside the hatch. Everyone looked at the porthole with confusion, only to see that the scene outside was still black star space. What's going on? Aesop's group came to the cabin door and looked outside. The moment they saw the real scene outside, Aesop's entire body froze on the spot. His face was instantly filled with fear. Outside was an enormous metal spaceship. Black Star and the Dragon Emperor were standing outside the hatch with a group of subordinates, staring at him with half-smiles on their faces. Aesop's eyes widened. Only confusion was left in his mind. Where is this? Why am I here? Is it because I opened the door in the wrong way that I'm hallucinating? At this time, Han Xiao chuckled and said, "You're quite good. You sure know how to run. You didn't even greet me. That's too much." This was his handiwork. He easily hacked into the flying saucer and seized control of it without anyone noticing. He directly made the flying saucer turn around and drive into the belly of the main ship, walking right into the trap. He left a misleading image on the porthole. The people on the spaceship were in the dark and did not know what was going on. Ames took 2 steps forward, narrowed her eyes, and said in an unfriendly tone, "Humph, you made us look for you for so many days. Don't you have anything to say to me?" Seeing this scene, Aesop's face immediately turned ashen. It's over. The plan failed. Damn it, just a little bit more. It was all for naught. He was extremely unwilling to give up. No, there should still be a chance. Black Star and the Dragon Emperor think that I'm the real me. I can continue to pretend. Aesop had not completely given up. He wanted to try again. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he quickly forced a smile and pretended to be embarrassed. "You actually found me. Black Star, didn't you say that you would let me go? Why did you go back on your word?" Han Xiao ignored him. Instead, he turned to look at Ames and said with a smile, "I guessed it. See, I was right." Hearing this, Ames sized up Aesop and nodded heavily with a look of agreement. "You're right. His smile is not wretched enough. It must be a fake." As soon as he finished speaking, Aesop was stunned on the spot. His mind went blank, and he was dumbfounded. "What, you can actually see through my identity with such details? Pooey. What kind of ridiculous reason is this? Even a ghost wouldn't believe it." Aesop's smile became more and more stiff. He already had a bad feeling. What kind of joke is this? All right, I admit that it was my fault for sneaking away. I'll accept whatever you want to do with me. Not waiting for him to finish, Han Xiao suddenly shouted, "You're not allowed to do that. Still want to pretend?" Aesop was shocked. He was stunned for a moment, and there was only despair left in his heart. At this time, how could he not know that he had been seen through long ago? Black Star was toying with him like a cat playing with a mouse. The next moment, he gritted his teeth, suddenly pulled out his weapon, aimed it at his own head, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The plan had failed, and he had nowhere else to go. He chose to kill himself to prevent Black Star from tracking him down. At the same time, he could also get rid of Aesop, the prophet, and make his final contribution to Modo. Bang! However, just as he raised his gun, a beam of light flashed in front of his eyes. Nero, who had been prepared, raised his gun and shot it out of Aesop's hand. Immediately after, the surrounding army soldiers swarmed over and pinned Aesop to the ground, unable to move. Seeing this, Ames heaved a sigh of relief. She dispersed the force field in her hand and looked at Aesop, who was struggling with all his might, with a complicated expression. She then turned around and thanked Han Xiao. "Thanks. If not for your help, things would be much more troublesome." "It's nothing. Aesop is also my friend. It's only right that I help him." Han Xiao waved his hand and did not mind. Ames smiled and lightly punched Han Xiao's chest without saying anything else. She knew very well that if not for Han Xiao's help, she would not have been able to find Aesop so easily. In the end, something irreparable might have happened. Aesop was her most important family member, and she did not dare imagine what she would have done. At this moment, words could not express the gratitude in her heart. Looking at Han Xiao's tall and sturdy figure, Ames only felt that he was very reliable and made her feel at ease. At this moment, the trembling captain carefully said, Your Excellency Blackstar, you've found him. Can we leave now? Han Xiao glanced at him and snorted. You still want to leave? Stay here obediently. I'll let you go when you finish telling me what you know. Although these people were the subordinates of the Mecha Empire, they probably did not know anything. Han Xiao did not intend to make things difficult for them. He would put this debt on the Mecha Empire. This matter was not over yet. After saying that, Han Xiao walked to Aesop's side and squatted down. His eyes flashed with curiosity. All right, now let me see what's wrong with your body, you old geezer, Han Xiao asked the soldiers next to him to hold Aesop tightly. Nanoparticles slid out of his sleeve and condensed into a thin black needle. He held it in his hand. He aimed at Aesop's butt and pierced it like a nurse giving an injection. A strange sound was immediately heard. Han Xiao pulled out the black needle and looked at the combat information on the interface. He quickly browsed through Aesop's status, and his expression suddenly became strange. Soul Swapper? What the hell is this? Chapter 1173. Soul Parasite. This character is currently being parasitized by an external soul. His mind is being controlled by the Soul Swapper. Duration, unknown. Aesop's status bar showed his current situation. Han Xiao immediately noticed the name Soul Swapper. Clearly, this was the thing that had silently bypassed his detection device and successfully ambushed Aesop. He did not know what device it was. He thought about it and confirmed that he had never heard of this name in his previous life. This was the first time he had seen it. Soul Swapper. I don't know what it does. It sounds like a mechanical device. Just as he was muttering in a low voice, Aesop, who was covered in sweat, suddenly froze. His pupils dilated, revealing an extremely shocked expression. What did I just hear? Blackstar actually said the words Soul Swapper. How did he know the name of the Soul Swapper? Where did the information leak? The Modo warrior soul in Aesop's body naturally did not know that Han Xiao had seen the information through the interface. The first thought that came to his mind was that the information had been leaked. His mind went blank, and he was horrified. Han Xiao noticed his abnormal behavior. He thought to himself, such a big reaction. This Soul Swapper probably has a big background. Since he knew the symptoms, the problem was easy to deal with. Everyone had their own specialties. It was better to let an officer who was good at souls deal with it. Han Xiao stood up, called Fu Ding over, and pointed at Aesop. The old man is being parasitized. Come and take care of him. Okay. Fu Ding nodded. Waves of psychic energy were released from between his brows and entered Aesop's mind. Everyone waited by the side. After 10 seconds, Fu Ding retracted his psychic energy. He looked hesitant. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Fu Ding frowned slightly. There's indeed another cluster of souls in his mind. It's not very strong, grade B at most. I can deal with it. However, the problem is that this cluster of parasitic souls has perfectly merged with Aesop's own soul. There's almost no rejection. I rarely see such a situation. So you're saying that there's a risk? Ames interrupted. Indeed. Because they've fused too deeply, it's difficult to get rid of the parasites. It's like performing a delicate operation on the soul. There's no room for mistakes. Once there is a mistake, Aesop's soul will be damaged. If you're not confident, then don't force yourself. At worst, I'll ask Kasui for help. He'll definitely give me face. Han Xiao wasn't surprised. He had encountered a similar situation with Seven-Eyed, so he had experience. Aesop's condition was much better than his. Fu Ding shook his head. It's not that I'm not confident. I can get rid of the parasites, but I can't keep their souls intact. So I want to confirm it. Before you cure Aesop, do you want to interrogate him first? The soul transfer of the Soul Swapper had almost no side effects, But normal supers would not be able to do that. To most supers, the soul was a domain full of mysteries and could not be messed around with. For example, Fu Ding could not even separate himself from his wife and could only have sex with her every day. Of course, he could not get rid of the parasites and make them survive outside his body. I see. Then don't cure him first, Han Xiao answered without any hesitation. The parasites were his biggest source of information. Of course, he had to interrogate him first. It wouldn't be too late to cure him after squeezing all the information out of him. As for Aesop's body being tortured during the interrogation, with Aurora's life potion, as long as he didn't die, he could do whatever he wanted. Their conversation was not behind anyone's back, so the Modo warrior in Aesop's body heard it too. He was in despair. He wanted to hide all the information, but he knew very well that he couldn't hide anything under the soul of a calamity grade. Without the soul swapper, he couldn't move around freely. His body became a prison, and he was trapped inside Aesop's body. He couldn't do anything but be tortured. Then, let me interrogate him. Fu Ding waved his hand and asked the army soldiers to bring Aesop to the interrogation room. Fu Ding was a kind person and did not like to interrogate people. However, he did not mind using more extreme methods when facing enemies who wanted to cause trouble. The soldiers around cleaned up the scene and took the captives away one by one. This time, Ames came to Han Xiao's side and asked softly, "You've got him. Now that you have him, what do you plan to do next?" "Find out who sent the parasites first, then act according to the situation." "I won't let this go just like that," Han Xiao replied casually. He only knew that the Mecha Empire was involved in this, but he did not know if there were other organizations behind it. Although the other party did not succeed, he would not let this go so easily. He even planned to use this as a clue to find out more about the Soul Swapper and see if he could get his hands on it. "Okay, count me in if you want to fight back." Ames's tone was firm. "I think they're coming for me. You don't have to get yourself involved in this trouble. I'll take care of everything." Han Xiao shook his head. He was in the middle of the whirlpool of the three universal civilizations and knew how dangerous it was. He did not want Ames to get involved. Furthermore, he did not want Ames to disturb the love-hate relationship between him and the Mecha Empire. A battle between peak beyond grade as was still too dangerous for Ames. "What are you talking about? I'm not someone who's afraid of trouble. I'm not someone to be messed with since they attacked my people." Ames frowned for a moment before relaxing. She chuckled and said, "Besides, you helped me, so I have to help you. This is what an ally should do. Even if you reject me, I won't give up." "You have triggered a new mission," Ames' fury. Mission introduction. Because her family was schemed against, Ames was angered. "She hopes to take revenge on the mastermind with you. Basic reward, 250 million experience, plus 40 Ames favorability, plus 10 Aesop favorability, plus 30,000 floating Dragon Island faction contribution points, x2 random rewards, x1 character summon card remarks. Additional rewards depend on the mission rating." Han Xiao glanced at it. Missions of this nature were getting less and less helpful to him. However, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Since it was something he could do along the way, he accepted it. The main reason was that he saw the determination in Ames' eyes, which clearly showed that she would not give up. Instead of letting her take the risk alone, he might as well take action with her. At least she would not do anything too extreme like in his previous life. About an hour later, Fu Ding came to the command room and handed the report to Han Xiao. "The interrogation is complete. All the intelligence is in there. Nothing is missing." Han Xiao took the document and flipped through it. The content inside was extremely detailed, including the target of the Modo civilization's conspiracy, the nature of the Soul Swapper, the existence of the Soul Swap twins, and so on. Under Fu Ding's psychic control, the soul of the Modo warrior spat out everything he knew. So it's Modo. It really is Modo." Browsing through the document, Han Xiao finally understood what was going on. He sneered. He had expected this. The only thing that surprised him was the Soul Swapper, which was a space wonder type treasure. The Modo civilization actually had something like this, but it was not exposed in his previous life. However, this was not surprising. Advanced civilizations all had their trump cards, and there would always be some that were hidden very deeply and not shown to the public. The players in his previous life did not come into contact with universal treasures, so Han Xiao naturally did not have any memories of them. But now that he knew, his heart was filled with hope. Modo has something like this. There's no reason for them to let it go. Han Xiaoxin's head was burning. On one hand, he was interested in the Soul Swapper, and on the other hand, he wanted to prevent Modo from using the Soul Swapper against him in the future. Whether it was for business or personal reasons, he had to make Modo lose this trump card. At the same time, Han Xiaoxin became vigilant. I still can't underestimate any advanced civilization. They might bring out some weird trump card one day, and it's impossible to guard against it. Closing the document, Han Xiao thought for a while and asked, "By the way, have you gotten rid of the parasites?" "I haven't healed Aesop yet." Fu Ding shook his head. "Okay, don't heal him for now. Although we've squeezed all the information out of him, he's still useful. He's an important piece of evidence." An inexplicable light flashed through Han Xiao's eyes. The Modo civilization was the mastermind behind this, and their goal was to force the Black Star Corps to retreat. The Mecha Empire was working with Modo in the dark, probably just to trick him. He could make an issue out of this. With a little art of language, he could make it sound like the Mecha Empire had chosen to side with the Supercluster Alliance against the three universal civilizations. As long as he complained to the three universal civilizations, Manason's situation would become even worse. This was not just because of personal grudges. Han Xiao made a bold assumption. Since the people of the Mecha Empire had contacted Aesop, would they have also heard about the existence of the Soul Swapper and were secretly looking for it, wanting to get their hands on it? If that was the case, Manison would be his competitor. If he complained to the three universal civilizations to keep an eye on the Mecha Empire, it would affect his organization and make it more difficult for him to find the Soul Swapper, which would be beneficial to him. Since the three universal civilizations are on my side, it would be a waste not to take advantage of this opportunity. It's worth a try. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Han Xiao analyzed it and felt that it was doable. Thus, he walked to the side, took out his communicator, and called Uranril's private number. After a while, the call went through, and Uranril's face appeared on the screen. "Black Star, I'm in a meeting." "What's the matter?" "I recently discovered a piece of information about the Mecha Empire." Han Xiao told her what had happened. Naturally, he added some embellishments and even showed Aesop and other evidence to prove that what he said was true. Hearing this, Uranril's expression became serious. "You're saying that after the Intelligent Plague incident, the Mecha Empire did not repent and became even worse. They secretly sided with the Supercluster Alliance and carried out secret missions to help them deal with the three universal civilizations?" "That's right, that's it." Han Xiao's face was not red, and he was not panting at all. "Okay, I understand the situation. This is a very important piece of information. I'll inform Radiance and Ethereal to deal with it as soon as possible." Uranril nodded solemnly and quickly hung up the call. Seeing this, Han Xiao secretly smiled. As the saying went, happiness was always built on other people's pain. The more unlucky the Mecha Empire was, the happier he would be. "Old Man Ison, don't blame me for being ruthless. It's all because your head is a magnet. I didn't push the blame to you, the blame chose you. This treasure is fated with me. You already have so many universal treasures, so don't fight with me for it." Just as he was being shameless, Nero walked over. "Godfather, where should we start investigating?" Before Aesop was affected, he had one last contact with the Modo civilization's fleet. "Let's start with that fleet." Han Xiao immediately decided. Since they knew that the real mastermind was Modo, the time when Aesop was affected was very clear. This was a clear clue. The Modo civilization's secret transport fleet was the fleet that transported the Soul Swapper. They definitely had to return through the secret Stargate route to transport the Soul Swapper back, so they had to find them as soon as possible. This time, Han Xiao suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh, right. I remember that in the tracking team that encountered the Modo civilization's fleet, one of the spaceships survived. Take control of them immediately. After learning about the function of the Soul Swapper, he thought that there might be a mole among them. There was most likely something fishy about the tracking team that survived. We lost contact with the spaceship. Manison received the report from his subordinate and was somewhat surprised. There seemed to be only one explanation for this situation. Black Star had caught up with Aesop and hacked the spaceship of his affiliated organization. Strange, where did Black Star get this information? Manison frowned slightly. His recent work had been focused on searching for the Soul Swapper, and he had already made some progress. However, it was not as if he did not pay attention to Aesop's progress. The way Manison saw it, the affiliated organizations that he had left in the Shattered Star Ring were very well hidden. With their help, it should be very easy to send Aesop out of the Shattered Star Ring. However, the actual situation was completely different from what he had imagined. Black Star seemed to know the whereabouts of his affiliated organizations like the back of his hand. No matter how they ran, they could not escape the grasp of the Black Star Corps. Manison originally thought that his affiliated organizations were very well hidden, and he felt that the success rate of cooperating with the Modo civilization would be very high. However, from the looks of it, his affiliated organizations seemed to have been targeted by Black Star, and there was a risk of them being completely exposed. If this was the worst-case scenario, his many years of operation in the Shattered Star Ring would be wasted. It would be a huge loss. Manison clenched his fists and slowly released them. His expression was not very good. No matter what, Black Star has captured Aesop and will know about the Soul Swapper. He'll become my competitor. I have to speed up. Only by getting the Soul Swapper can I make up for my losses. Chapter 1174. News from the front lines. Aesop has lost contact. He's suspected to have been captured by Black Star. As a Modo civilization upper echelon read out the information, the conference room fell into dead silence. After a while, a military upper echelon said with a deep voice, "The plan has probably failed. The situation is grim now. What do you all think? I thought the Mecha Empire would definitely be able to complete the mission, but I didn't expect him to be so useless." Someone's eyes flickered as he doubtfully said, "Could he have purposely leaked the information and let Black Star destroy our plan so that he can repair his relationship with Black Star? He wouldn't do that. Don't doubt him." The Modo Three Kings shook their heads. Sucking up to Black Star isn't his style. The grudge between him and Black Star can't be resolved just like that. The three universal civilizations' vigilance against him won't disappear just like that. You guys should think about how to deal with the impact of the plan failing. Everyone knew that this could not be blamed on the Mecha Empire. Even the Mecha Empire, which they had high hopes for, could not escape, let alone their people. However, even so, the upper echelons present could not help but feel disappointed in the Mecha Empire. Aesop has the soul of a death warrior in his body. Black Star can interrogate us about the plan. We're not afraid of anything else, but we're worried that the information about the Soul Swapper will be leaked, another upper echelon said. When deciding on the plan, the Modo civilization had already considered the consequences of failure. They looked mysterious and did not want to be discovered, but this was only necessary to complete the framing. In reality, what Modo was not afraid of was the plan being exposed and Black Star finding out that it was them who did it. After all, they were enemies. Even without this scheme, the Black Star Corps would not have stopped invading. Since there was no room for negotiation, they were not afraid of offending Black Star. Even if the three universal civilizations knew about this, Modo would not care. They were already fighting with the three universal civilizations, so they no longer needed such an excuse to find trouble with them. They were completely in debt. What the Modo civilization was really worried about was that after the plan failed, the information about the Soul Swapper would leak out and be known by Black Star. However, since he had chosen to use the Soul Swapper to carry out the plan, he had no choice but to take such a risk. It was impossible for there to be no risk at all. Especially now that the Soul Swapper was not in their hands and had been taken away by the Soul Swap twins, there were many unexpected factors. Speaking of which, Why haven't the soul swap twins contacted us yet? The spiritual trap on them should have been triggered long ago, someone asked doubtfully. Yeah, it's been almost a month. Why hasn't the secondary personality woken up yet? Could it be that something unexpected happened and the switch soul twins suppressed the second personality's awakening? But how is that possible? They're grade B supers at most. Is this also the ability of the soul swapper? No matter what, we have to prepare for the worst now, the three kings of Modo said solemnly. In everyone's opinion, a mental trap set by a beyond grade A super for a grade B super should be foolproof. However, the weirdness of the soul swapper was something that even the person in charge of Marwell's plan could not fully understand. Currently, only the soul swap twins knew how to use the soul swapper. We have to take measures. Why don't we send our beyond grade as to the shattered star ring to find them? Someone suggested. No, a beyond grade A is too eye-catching. If their identity is exposed, they won't be able to return. Black Star doesn't mind having another collection. Most of the people present did not agree with sending a beyond grade A to find the soul swapper. Who did not know about the hostile relationship between Black Star and them? If they went, they would probably not be able to return. Not only would they not be able to find the soul swapper, but they would also lose a beyond grade A. The Modo civilization had a very complicated view of the soul swapper. On one hand, they valued its function, but on the other hand, they used it very carefully. Over the years, they had secretly tested more than 1 trillion people, and in the end, only the soul swap twins were qualified. Without the two of them, this space wonder was useless. Most of the time, it was only used to carry out schemes, such as replacing important people in certain industries with their own people. However, once it was discovered, the soul would be interrogated, and Modo would be implicated. Thus, they did not use the soul swapper much and left it in the warehouse to collect dust most of the time. Therefore, although the upper echelons present really wanted to find the treasure, they were not willing to pay too high a price. They felt that it was not worth it. Bang! One of the upper echelons could not help but slam the table, interrupting the discussion. With a furious expression, he clenched his teeth and said, "Damn it, we're in someone else's territory. If we were in our own territory, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. We would have played Black Star to death long ago." Hearing this, everyone frowned. All they had was helplessness. There was nothing they could do. Black Star had too few weaknesses. He was strong, had many connections, had many subordinates, and had a huge backer behind him. He was so strong in all areas that they felt despair. They really did not have any other moves. 10 days later, in the office of the main ship of the Black Star fleet, Han Xiao received the information gathered by Philip and glanced at it. "Is this all the information?" "Yes, This is all the information we've collected about the soul swapper so far," Philip said in a childish voice. In the past 10 days, the Black Star Corps started a large-scale investigation based on the clues Han Xiao obtained from Aesop. First of all, he controlled the tracking team whose souls had been swapped. He obtained some new information and learned about the situation of the transport team. According to the original plan, these spies would be moved away by the soul swapper after completing the mission, making it an accidental death without leaving any clues. However, the soul swap twins' sudden escape left them trapped in the bodies of the Black Star Corps soldiers. Because they were worried about Black Star's quantum network monitoring, they did not dare contact the Modo people rashly and did not know about the soul swap twins' escape. Many of them even thought that they were going to continue hiding and were caught red-handed. After obtaining the information from these people, Han Xiao used the power of Destiny's Child and a few European kings to cooperate with a carpet search and captured a few Modo civilization battleships that did not manage to escape the shattered star ring in time. He learned about the escape of the soul swap twins from these people. However, the clues ended there. The Modo people did not know where the soul swap twins went, so they could not provide any information. Han Xiao looked through the information, shook his head, sighed, and said, "Sigh, the soul swap twins can keep changing their bodies. It won't be easy to find them now." He was not proficient in the soul field, but he knew an expert, the leader of the Holy Covenant organization, Oathkeeper, the current host of Soul Flame. This guy might have a way to find the soul swap twins quickly. After all, no matter how they changed their bodies, their souls would not change. However, when Han Xiao tried to contact Oathkeeper, he was told that Oathkeeper had entered the sanctum and had not returned yet. He did not know what he was doing inside, so he could not count on him. The current search methods are only virtual technology, bold explorers, and illusory luck. The efficiency is not high. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. The Mecha Empire should be looking for the Soul Swapper too. I can keep an eye on them. While tracking down the Modo troops, Han Xiao received additional information and learned that the other spaceships of the transport troops had also lost contact. However, these spaceships did not fall into his hands. After some investigation, he found out that they were related to the Mecha Empire's subsidiary organizations. It was basically confirmed that the Mecha Empire was also looking for the Soul Swapper. More than half a month ago, the three universal civilizations had taken action. A portion of the Mecha Empire's subsidiary organizations that pretended to be legitimate enterprises were ordered to be seized and temporarily banned. Not only did this cause quite a lot of losses to the Mecha Empire, but more importantly, it froze a large number of the Mecha Empire's subsidiary organizations. The number of people that could be mobilized was reduced by a lot, which indirectly increased the difficulty of the Mecha Empire's search for the Soul Swapper. However, Han Xiao felt that the Mecha Empire should have known about the Soul Swapper before him. Furthermore, the Mecha Empire's base was in the Primeval Star River, just like Modo, and they might have some unknown information. Keeping a close eye on them might give him some unexpected gains. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Han Xiao said, "Continue to investigate. Continue the investigation and report everything to me. Pay special attention to the Mechanic Emperor's affiliated forces. Don't let any of them out of our sight." Half a month later, at the edge of the shattered star ring, planet Earth Ring. This was a transportation hub planet, located near the interstellar field Stargate. It took in a large number of passengers every day, and a large number of long-distance interstellar flights came here to replenish their resources. The planet was managed by a star cluster civilization in the shattered star ring, and it was an official public transportation hub. On the bustling streets, creatures of different races walked shoulder to shoulder. The noisy and crowded atmosphere revealed a sense of prosperity. Two figures, one female and one male, walked on the streets, observing their surroundings while talking softly. They were the Soul Swap twins, Jill and Warren. "Brother, has your second personality done anything in the past few days? I suppressed it 3 days ago, and it's pretty much exhausted. I'll have to replenish some souls today." "Same for me. There are many people on this planet, and it's suitable to be a target. This is the last stop before leaving the shattered star ring. We have to absorb a large number of souls and suppress it for a longer period of time," Warren said. "Don't do anything now. We'll talk about it before we leave." Jill lowered his voice. Their goal was to leave the shattered star ring. After constantly changing bodies, they finally arrived at the edge of the shattered star ring. They planned to replenish their fuel there before leaving the shattered star ring through the Stargate. In order to suppress the mental trap, the two of them had absorbed a lot of souls on the planets they passed by and kept charging them. Most of the victims were beasts. It was not that the two of them were being kind, but that absorbing too many intelligent creatures would easily attract attention, which was not good for hiding. Now that they had finally arrived at the edge of the starfield, they would be safe as long as they escaped. Therefore, the two of them planned to do a large number of souls and find a way to completely remove the mental trap. This way, they would not have to commit crimes in other starfields and could hide perfectly. "We're finally leaving the shattered star ring. We'll be free very soon." Warren's tone was filled with excitement. He looked forward to the bright future. "This is the first step of our ambition." Jill clenched his fists, and his eyes glowed with excitement. The first step of realizing their ambition was about to be successfully taken. After so many years of imprisonment, they had finally come to an end. As long as they were given time to develop, with their abilities and the Soul Swapper, they would definitely be able to grow into giants in the universe. Thinking of such a future, Jill was so excited that he almost fainted. Unfortunately, He was currently a female. However, just as the two of them were looking forward to the future, the city alarm suddenly rang. Woo! The ear-piercing alarm spread throughout the city. Countless people looked up in shock, not knowing what was happening. What's going on? This is a planetary alarm. Is someone attacking the planet? The pedestrians on the street panicked, and the street where the Soul Swap twins were also in chaos. Brother, could they be chasing us? Warren's heart skipped a beat, and his face was filled with anxiety. Don't panic. No one should be able to find us. Furthermore, even if they really wanted to catch us, they wouldn't make such a big commotion. Jill was shocked. At this time, someone suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look, there's a fleet." Everyone looked up and saw battleships breaking through the atmosphere and hovering in midair. The black mass of mechanical soldiers covered the sky. There were no organization symbols on them, and no one knew what organization they belonged to. At this time, the sound of spaceships taking off could be heard. The defense fleet stationed on planet Earth Ring hurriedly rushed to the scene and shouted in the wide area communication channel. "This is the command center of planet Earth Ring's defense fleet. You've broken through the planet's atmosphere without permission and have violated the port parking law. Please report your identity immediately." After waiting for 2 full seconds, an old voice sounded in the wide area communication channel. "I'm Manison from the Mecha Empire. I'm temporarily in charge of this planet." As soon as the voice sounded, countless pedestrians were shocked to find that their communicators had suddenly disconnected from the network. No messages could be sent out. There was an uproar. Of course, everyone knew that the Mecha Empire had directly cut off the external communication of planet Earth Ring and blocked the quantum network of the entire planet. The Mecha Empire? What is he doing here? Jill's eyes widened, and his face was filled with shock. The two of them had escaped early and did not know about the subsequent cooperation between Modo and the Mecha Empire. At this time, they still thought that they were just innocent passers-by involved in this incident. They were only one step away from a beautiful future, but they encountered an accident at this time. The two of them could not help but be shocked and angry. However, they were facing the famous Mecha Empire. No matter how arrogant Jill was, he knew that he could not afford to offend them now. He could only pray in his heart that the Mecha Empire would quickly finish their business and remove the blockade so that they could leave. At the same time, in the main ship above planet Earth Ring, Manison's Lord's avatar was standing in front of the porthole. He looked at the defense fleet outside as if they were facing a great enemy. He said calmly, "Lock down the entire planet. Do not allow any life form to leave. The target is here. Search through all the life forms on this planet until you find him." Outside the window, countless mechanical soldiers landed and controlled the panicked people. Countless screams rushed into the sky and vaguely reached Manison's ears. He scanned the ground and was very sure that the Soul Swap twins were on planet Earth Ring. His tracking process was quite complicated. Because it was not his territory, he could not make a big fuss like the Black Star Corps. He finally managed to secretly intercept a few transport spaceships, but he learned from the crew that the Soul Swap twins had already escaped, so his trail was also cut off. However, Manison obtained additional information from the mole and knew about the mental trap of the Soul Swap twins. He used the data search to discover that a large number of creatures on a certain planet had lost their souls and became vegetative. Thus, he guessed that this was the work of the Soul Swap twins. He searched along the way and discovered more similar incidents. He confirmed the escape route of the Soul Swap twins and finally locked onto the whereabouts of the Soul Swap twins today. Because the subsidiary organizations were being targeted and were being uprooted, Manison was no longer worried about being exposed. He directly made a big move and locked down the entire planet Earth Ring to search for them. If not for the fact that most of the subsidiary organizations in the Shattered Star Ring were suddenly frozen by the 3 universal civilizations, which delayed his trail for a few days, he felt that he might have found them long ago. However, even though he encountered many obstacles, he still succeeded. Although the mental trap is not a high-level secret, none of the low-level crew members know about it. Black Star naturally doesn't know about it either, so he can only try his luck. That's why he was so easily lured away by me earlier. TSK, he's still too inexperienced to fight me. Manison shook his head. A few days ago, he had purposely asked one of his subsidiary organizations to lock down the planet in the opposite direction in his name, pretending that he had found traces of the Soul Swapper to attract attention. This trick had led a large number of Black Star core fleets away. The way he saw it, even if Black Star received the news now, it would be impossible for him to arrive on planet Earthring in a short time. However, to be safe, Manison still locked down the quantum network of planet Earthring and tried to delay the Black Star core from receiving the news. As long as he found the item, he would immediately escape. Even if the advanced civilizations were to blame him, he would not be able to get anything out of him. Chapter 1175. In the command center of planet Earthring, the manager of the planet was shocked by the name of the Mecha Empire. After more than 10 seconds, he spoke again in the public channel with a cautious tone. Your Excellency Mecha Empire, planet Earthring is under the jurisdiction of the Razo civilization. Your rash lockdown of the planet has violated the Shattered Star Ring Civilization Alliance's planetary security management law. We hope you can give us a reasonable explanation. I'm chasing a fugitive. When I'm done, I'll naturally leave. You guys better leave and don't cause trouble for me. Manison's calm voice sounded in the public channel. No, we have to stay. According to the rules, we have to report this to the upper echelons of the civilization. Up to you. Manison replied faintly and hung up the call. The manager of planet Earthring did not dare say anything. He suppressed the anger in his heart and ordered the defense fleet to get into a defensive position. However, he did not stop the actions of the Mecha Empire. Although the Razo civilization was one of the star cluster civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring, their communication with the outside world was blocked. With just the defense fleet of their planet, they could not fight back against the Mecha Empire. The manager was not willing to let his troops make unnecessary sacrifices, so he chose to watch from the side. This violated his duty, but he could only adapt to the situation and deal with it flexibly. With the defense fleet not interfering, the mechanical troops of the Mecha Empire began to organize a large number of people to be interrogated. As long as they could breathe on the streets and in the hotels, they were not spared. They were all chased to the streets and forced to line up neatly. The Mecha Empire was very famous. Even the most arrogant supers became ostriches at this time, obediently being manipulated by the mechanical soldiers of the Mecha Empire. Of course, there were also some ignorant civilians. The fists of the mechanical soldiers were merciless. After beating up thousands of dissatisfied tourists, the remaining people were all silent. The mechanical soldiers pushed through the crowd, and Jill and Warren were pushed into a line by the crowd. Their eyes looked around, full of vigilance and panic. Seeing the formation of the Mecha Empire, the two of them panicked a little. They secretly pressed the Soul Swapper and communicated with their souls. Bro, do you think the Mecha Empire is here to capture us? Warren was worried. That can't be. Didn't he say that he's here to catch fugitives? We're not fugitives, Jill comforted. But even if he's not looking for us, there's still a risk of us being exposed with such a thorough search. That's a problem. Jill's expression was gloomy, and he was in a terrible mood. On one hand, he was worried about his situation, and on the other hand, he had just discovered that someone had pinched his butt. He glared fiercely behind him, only to see a red-skinned orc who looked like a mercenary retract his hand with a chuckle. He arched his arm to show off his muscles, and even threw a smug look. Only a strong low-level orc like Yu Wang would still want to mate at this time. Jill suddenly felt a chill and subconsciously tightened his clothes. How about we find a chance to transfer it to someone who has already been screened? Warren suggested. Let's see how it goes. Let's wait and see for now. If the situation isn't right, I can transfer you into my body and share a body with you temporarily. No, let me transfer you into your body. The corner of Jill's mouth twitched, and he secretly regretted choosing a rather beautiful body. The screening was being carried out batch by batch, and Manison was monitoring the entire situation from the main ship. Let's see how long you can endure. Manison's tone was calm. The Soul Swapper was very hidden, and normal detection methods were all useless. Furthermore, the target could be transferred to another body at any time, and repeated screening was very troublesome. He planned to send the people who had been screened to different spaceships, far away from the range of the Soul Swapper, and quarantine them. This way, as the number of people decreased, the Soul Swap twins would not be able to sit still and activate their abilities sooner or later. It was very likely that they would transfer it to the people who had been screened. However, the other party did not know that he would conduct multiple checks after the quarantine. Perhaps this way, he could narrow down the scope and catch a turtle in a jar. Furthermore, the other goal of the quarantine was to pack up everyone on the planet and take them away, not even letting go of the planet's defense fleet. This way, he would have enough time to hide and slowly screen them. At the same time, if the Soul Swap twins activated their abilities, the bodies that had lost their souls should fall unconscious. This was also a clue. Even if the Soul Swap twins could set up a trap and use multiple transfers to change the identity of the bodies that fell to the ground, as long as there were such signs, it would be evidence that they had activated their abilities. Furthermore, doing so would definitely cause more people's souls to be swapped, which would inevitably cause chaos and strange behavior. Man-Ison had prepared many search plans, and the most radical one was even to slaughter the planet. Killing all the creatures with souls would naturally force the Soul Swap twins to reveal themselves and silence them. However, the repercussions were too severe. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use such a plan. In about 2 hours, I can send everyone on the planet to the spaceships and quarantine them. The efficiency is average, but it's enough. There's still plenty of time. Man-Ison was secretly calculating the time, but at this moment, he suddenly sensed something and turned around to look behind him. Woo! The spaceship's radar sounded an alarm at the same time. In the distant starry sky, streams of hyperdrive light shot over and stopped not far away. The bright blue light dissipated, revealing a pitch-black fleet. The outer armor was engraved with the symbol of the organization that Man-Ison could not forget. It was the Black Star Corps. They actually found their way here? Man-Ison was shocked. Strange, this fleet clearly got rid of their pursuers, so how did the Black Star Corps find their way here? Could it be a prophecy? However, the spaceship's information concealment device was still working. With Aesop's ability, he should not have been able to predict the exact location. Could it be that there was an even stronger prophet? This was a little troublesome. Black Star had already discovered what was happening here, and the plan had changed. He had to speed up and pack everyone onto the spaceship. Luckily, it's only an ordinary search fleet with only 30 or so battleships. Man-Ison immediately reacted. With a wave of his hand, a large batch of mechanical troops on standby immediately turned around and charged toward the Black Star Corps fleet. He planned to get rid of Black Star's people first to prevent them from interfering with him. However, the next moment, 3 powerful energy waves suddenly erupted from the Black Star Corps fleet. Woo! The spaceship's energy detection radar reading instantly broke through the limit, and the alarm went off. Man-Ison was stunned. 3 beyond grade as. Under his gaze, 3 figures flew out from the Black Star Corps fleet and confronted his mechanical troops from afar. They were Black Star, Ames, and Hela. They were all here in their original bodies. Han Xiao glanced at the situation on planet Earthring, and a playful smile appeared on his face. He then connected to the public channel and joked. Yo, it seems like I was almost late. Why are you here? Man-Ison could not be bothered to chat with Han Xiao. Oh, you want to ask why I wasn't lured away by your bait? Han Xiao curled his lips. The Shattered Star Ring is my territory. If I'm so easily fooled by you, how can I still be the leader of the starfield? In fact, the bait that Man-Ison had set in the opposite direction had almost fooled him. Man-Ison's current fleet had also shaken off their original pursuers. However, as a pinnacle beyond grade a virtual mechanic, Han Xiao had also analyzed the similarities between the routes of all Man-Ison's fleets. He had also discovered the vegetative state on many planets, and after some calculations, it matched the route of one of Man-Ison's fleets. Although Han Technician did not know about the mental trap, it did not stop him from guessing that this was a clue that Man-Ison had been looking for. Therefore, just like the Mecha Empire, He had locked onto the escape route of the Soul Swap twins based on the vegetative state and sent a fleet directly to planet Earthring. Therefore, this fleet did not follow them but just happened to meet the Mecha Empire. Only then did they confirm that they had found the right place. The three of them were not originally in the fleet, but Han Xiao had asked the fleet to bring a throne. The moment they discovered the Mecha Empire, he received the news and directly used the King mechanical suit to teleport all three of them over. Just as the two of them were confronting each other, the manager of Planet Earthring was overjoyed and hurriedly opened the public channel. Your Excellency Black Star, I'm the manager of Planet Earthring. The Mecha Empire is forcefully taking over the planet, and we are powerless to resist. Luckily, you're here. I hope you can help us. The Razo civilization will definitely thank you after this. The manager of Planet Earthring could only rage helplessly, but now that he saw Black Star arrive, he immediately asked for help as though he had found his backbone. As everyone knew, the Shattered Star Ring was now under Black Star's protection. He was the leader of the supers in the star field. In the manager's eyes, Black Star was one of them and could help them seek justice. Han Xiao casually waved his hand and said, take your troops and leave the planet. Leave the rest to me. Okay. The manager of Planet Earthring did not say anything and brought the defense fleet to the side to watch the battle. When the Mecha Empire asked him to leave, he did not agree. However, once Black Star gave the order, he left without hesitation. In the Shattered Star Ring, Han Xiao's words were much more powerful than Manison's. Seeing this, Han Xiao then looked at the Mecha Empire's vehicle and snorted. I'm already here. Why don't you come out and meet me? After more than 10 seconds, Manison's Lord's avatar flew out and faced him from afar. Black Star, you're here to ruin my plans again. Manison said indifferently. Although it was an emotionless electronic voice, there was a hint of anger in his tone. Hehe, Mecha Empire, I won't play riddles with you. Our goal should be the same. The thing is on Planet Earthring, and it belongs to whoever is more capable. Han Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked like he was not going to back down. In fact, he was laughing in his heart. He originally did not have an excuse to pick a fight, but now that he finally had the chance, he looked at old Manison as if he was looking at a moving arsenal of experts. Manison glanced at the three of them and said calmly, 3 against 3. 3 against 1. Do you think you can win for sure? Ha, you misunderstood. Han Xiao smirked. I can deal with you alone. The two of them won't interfere. Hearing this, Ames and Hella could not help but turn their heads and look at him quietly. Seeing this, Han Xiao coughed and said in a low voice, Ahem, the two of you are responsible for searching the planet and looking for the target. Hella, you have some attainments in the soul, so you're suitable for finding people. Ames' force field is convenient for catching people. You said you'd let me help in the battle. Ames frowned. We'll talk about it when we're fighting Modo. Leave the Mecha Empire to me. I want to fight him one-on-one. You think I'm a burden? Ames narrowed her eyes. A little. Han Xiao was very honest at this time and could not be bothered to find an excuse. Ames's eyes twitched. She thought about it and did not seem to be able to refute. She was not an unreasonable person. She glared at Han Xiao before flying toward Planet Earthring. On the other side, Hella tilted her head and thought for a while before raising 3 fingers. 3 times. What 3 times? Han Xiao was confused. I missed the opportunity to fight someone as strong as the Mecha Empire, so you'll have to spar with me 3 times after this. No matter when I ask, you can't refuse. Alright, not to mention 3 times, I'll even listen to you 30 times. Han Xiao was helpless. Okay, 30 times it is. It's a deal. Hyla nodded in satisfaction. Without another word, she immediately led her fleet to follow Ames. Han Xiao's eyelids twitched, and he was speechless. This crazy woman's battle maniac trait was getting more and more exaggerated, and he did not know when she had learned to take advantage of the situation. He strongly condemned such behavior. He had sent Ames and Hella away in order to try to trigger the Beyond Grade A challenge mission. Otherwise, with Han Xiao's face and stability, he would not have challenged her one-on-one for no reason. He would have swarmed her and started a righteous gang fight. Suppressing Yu Wang, Han Xiao looked at Old Man Ison again and said with a deep voice, "Now, there's no one left. This is a rare opportunity. Since we've coincidentally met today, we should get to know each other better." Man Ison watched as Ames and Hela landed on planet Earth Ring without interfering. He knew that as long as Black Star was not defeated, it would be futile to stop him. Seeing that Han Xiao was alone, Man Ison slowly said, "If you three were to fight, you'd have to fight me. If the three of you were to come at me together, you might be able to cause me some trouble. But you actually want to fight me one-on-one. You've really become capable. Yo, you're talking as if I lost to you last time. But why do I seem to remember that we tied?" Man Ison laughed emotionlessly. "Black Star, you should know better than me how much of your battle record is fake. Without more than 10 people helping you this time, do you really think you can tie with me?" "Tie? No, I didn't think so." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. "I'm here with my main body today. My goal today is to crush your lord's avatar. It's time to refresh my battle record. Heh, I admit that you're in a stalemate with me by using that special technique of burning your potential, but that's it. Defeat me. Train for another 100 years. Plus, how much potential do you have to squander? If this is your confidence, I'm guessing you'll be in a very sorry state today. How would I know if I don't try?" Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, and his body trembled. Mechanical force flashed, and his energy density soared. He quickly entered battle mode. Seeing this, Man Ison shook his head. Mechanical force shot out, and his energy also began to rise. The golden mechanical force seemed to have painted the metal body of the Lord's avatar gold. "Looks like my luck is not bad today. I'll have a pleasant surprise. Since you dare to face me with your main body, I'll kindly accept the space-time amber as your apology." Chapter 1176. Boom. It was as if thousands of thunderbolts had exploded out of nowhere. The violent mechanical force lightning was like a dancing silver dragon, dazzling and eye-catching. The people of planet Earth Ring looked up. It was as if two new suns surrounded by lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. Two light gates suddenly opened in space, and countless mechanical troops swarmed out of their secondary dimensional army boxes. The scene was like a dam breaking. On one side, it was dark like a black cloud, and on the other side, it was white like a snowy mountain had collapsed. The mechanical army, one black and one white, surrounded the two of them like a flock of crows. They were covered by the large net weaved by the mechanical force lightning chains and pulled toward the center, quickly assembling into two gigantic objects that spanned across the galaxy. All of a sudden, two huge divine weapons pierced through the dazzling lightning. The mountain-sized black blades slashed at the center of the golden trident's side branches and collided with each other. Clang! The psionic shockwave exploded and swept across the artificial atmosphere of planet Earth Ring, causing a chain reaction that instantly caused an explosion that swept across the entire planet. Countless people hurriedly covered their ears with a pained expression. They felt as if someone was ringing a bell in their head, causing their heads to buzz. Many people also lost their balance like they were drunk and collapsed to the ground, unable to control their limbs. In outer space, the two mechanical deities had already descended into the world. Their titan-like metal bodies were surrounded by thunderstorms, and they fought fiercely with their swords and halberds, creating piercing psionic arcs. They danced in the air and started fighting fiercely. Every move of the mechanical deities contained terrifying power. Even though they were consciously moving away from planet Earth Ring, the shockwaves they unconsciously caused countless landslides and tsunamis on the surface. Their secondary dimensional army boxes continuously released their mechanical troops as if they were endless. They fought under the lead of their respective apostle weapons, splitting the space into countless small battlefields. The battle artificial intelligence that was in charge of the overall situation kept arranging troops and competing with each other, trying to cut the enemy's formation and create a siege situation. From time to time, a mechanical soldier that was left behind would be blasted into pieces by the focus fire, but it would be restored under the guidance of mechanical force and re-enter the battlefield. All of a sudden, the space around planet Earth Ring was filled with psionic cannon tracks. These moving chains of light seemed to form an impenetrable net that covered the planet from afar. From time to time, the metal streams that were melted by the high temperature would quickly cool down into irregularly shaped metal meteorites and fall to the ground, creating huge craters, or being blocked by the city's protective shield and shattering into dust. This was not the first time that Han Xiao and Man Ison had fought each other, so they were familiar with each other's abilities. They went all out and released most of their apostle weapons. Old Man Ison had 40 to 50 apostle weapons under him. Their appearances were all strange and fancy, but the one thing they had in common was that they were all veteran mechanical life forms that had been around for many years. Their Tinder energy was extremely strong, and their combat power was shocking. Han Xiao had also taken out most of his assets. With Psionic Prime as the leader, there were more than 30 apostle weapons, more than half of what they had before. The last time they fought, Old Man Ison had dropped the molding grade unique talent, Billion Mecha Empire, Man Ison. Not only did it give many attribute bonuses, but it also increased a bunch of core mechanic class skills by 6 levels, including Apostle Life Creation. This meant that he had 6 more Apostle weapon slot. A while ago, Han Xiao had created 4 new universal treasures and received feedback. He directly raised the Machinery Branch's God's trait transformation from the 5th level to the 9th level. Not only did he obtain a huge boost to his mechanical combat power, but he also obtained a few new apostle weapon slots. With the combination of the two, Han Xiao's slots increased exponentially. While observing the situation of the flickering war, he did not stay idle and enlightened more than 10 new apostle weapons to strengthen the core team under him. Although there was still a gap between them and Man Ison, it was not as big as the previous time. With my current combat power, even if I don't use a character summon card, I can still fight evenly with Old Man Ison. I won't get beaten up like before. Han Xiao controlled the mechanical deity to slash at the Mecha Empire while judging the difference in strength between him and the enemy. The Machinery Branch's God's trait transformations bonuses would gradually increase with each level. There was a threshold every 5 levels. Although he did not obtain the powerful bonuses of the 10th level, it was still 4 levels higher than before. The bonuses from the 6th to the 9th level were even greater than the first 4 levels, and it would greatly increase his combat strength. The main difference in strength between him and Man Ison came partly from his foundation. He did not have as many godly equipment as the other party, and partly from his God's trait transformation level. Now, this gap had been greatly reduced. Although ordinary beyond grade A mechanics could obtain God's trait transformation points by creating universal treasures, ordinary people did not have the interface and could not directly add points. The God's trait transformation points they obtained could be understood as a kind of experience, a kind of understanding. It required a long period of practice and understanding before they could convert it into actual God's trait transformation levels and complete the point addition step. However, Han Xiao could directly add points, which was equivalent to skipping the conversion process that would take hundreds of years. This was why he could increase his strength so quickly in such a short period of time. Other beyond grade as could not replicate this at all. Coupled with the huge bonuses of the Billion Mecha Empire, the Titan Spine Center, Geta Hadouken, and other new universal treasures, Han Xiao judged that his strength in his normal state should be about the same as his strength after the last battle. At most, his basic attribute bonuses would not be comparable to the combination of Polar Channel Flow, Blood Rage, and Advanced Strength and Life. On the interface, the Mecha Empire's challenge mission had arrived as promised. It was not in vain for him to put down his integrity and choose to fight alone. This was the 3rd time he had taken advantage of the Mecha Empire. I'll use my experience while I'm at it. Every bit of strength counts. Han Xiao glanced at the interface and used most of his accumulated experience to level up. His level skyrocketed all the way to level 331 before stopping. There was not enough experience to continue leveling up. Currently, the bonuses from leveling up were not much, but every promotion and life rating evolution would give him a huge boost. Therefore, although the bonuses from awakening points were higher, Han Xiao did not plan to spend his experience on this for the time being. After all, it was already the end of version 4.0. If he squandered his experience elsewhere, He might not be able to gather enough for the level 340 promotion. Boom. 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 The mechanical emperor's trident clashed with the celestial punishment edge frequently, creating a shockwave mixed with psionic energy and golden lightning. Manison felt the vibrations from every collision and was secretly shocked. He clearly remembered that the last time they fought, the combat power of Black Star's mechanical deity in its normal state could not be compared to his at all. According to the previous experience, if Black Star did not use that strange explosive method, he should have been suppressed by him. But now, they were actually in a state of being evenly matched. What made Manison's pupils constricted even more was that the number of Han Xiao's apostle weapons had almost doubled compared to the last time. This was not an increase from his explosive state but a manifestation of his basic mechanical ability. How did this guy train? Manison knew that Black Star was known for his rapid growth, but he still found it hard to understand. Ever since he was young, he had always been a genius in the eyes of others. He was the pride of his race, and no one had ever been able to keep up with his progress. Everyone who tried to catch up with him would be left far behind after a while. He had never met a genius in the mechanic class who could be compared to him. However, when he met Black Star, Manison realized that he was inferior to someone else for the first time. Things that he could not do, Black Star seemed to be able to do so easily. This feeling of disparity made him feel an emotion that he had never felt before. For the first time, he felt such a sour feeling. Is this what people call jealousy? Why would I have such thoughts? Manison was shocked. He realized that Black Star had unknowingly shaken the strong confidence that he had built up over countless years. His eyes narrowed, and he decisively suppressed this emotion, cut off all distracting thoughts, and returned to the state of heart like still water, fully focused on the battle. At this time, Han Xiao suddenly swung his blade backward. The central spine of the Titan drove the torque of all the joints in the body. Like a bowstring that was constantly being pulled taut, a huge force surged from far away and poured into his arms. Strange floating devices popped out from the surface of the body and floated beside the blade. They lit up with bright psionic light and connected with each other, forming a complicated pattern. They then released energy into the celestial punishment edge at the same time. A translucent light blue ball of light quickly formed on the blade, as if it was coated with a layer of bubbles. Manison was about to block, but at this time, Black Star's thunderous roar suddenly sounded in the private channel. Air quake, get a Hadouken. The next moment, the blade drew a full moon arc and slashed down from above. The power of this slash was far stronger than any of the previous attacks. Manison was immediately alerted. He spun the trident and faced it head-on. Boom! It was as if two mountains had collided. The light blue ball of light on the blade was flung out and exploded on Manison's chest, sending him flying head-on. The powerful shockwave reverberated through the body of the mechanical deity. Large cracks appeared on the surface of Manison's body in the blink of an eye, and pieces of outer armor were shattered. Manison's energy flow stagnated for a moment, and he hurriedly adjusted it to absorb the mechanical soldiers around him and repair the damage to his body. The power of this slash was not simple. He remembered that Black Star did not use this move last time. He did not know where he learned this move from recently, but it seemed to be a universal treasure-level energy-gathering combat technique. However, what annoyed him the most was not that he was knocked back but that he was not mentally prepared and was almost shocked by Black Star's roar. If you want to fight, just fight. What the hell are you yelling for? You even purposely sent me a voice message. Aren't you despicable? The name of your move is so fancy. Do you think you're a pugilist? Manison felt the ball hurt a little. From the looks of the current situation, we won't be able to determine the winner anytime soon. The Dragon Emperor and the others can easily find the Soul Swapper. If he takes it away, it'll be meaningless for me to continue fighting with him. Looks like I'll have to use more trump cards. Thinking of this, Manison's eyes sparkled. What terrifying power! At the edge of the battlefield, the captain of planet Earth Ring carefully watched with the defense fleet. He kept exclaiming in shock. Although he knew how strong a Beyond Grade A was, the impact of witnessing it with his own eyes was not something that any video could compare to. Luckily, before Black Star arrived, We didn't have a conflict with the Mecha Empire. Otherwise, with just the few of us, he would have wiped us out with a single slap. The captain of planet Earth Ring had a lingering fear. He felt that he was being very rational. He turned around and looked at Ames and Hela, who were searching the planet. His eyes were filled with confusion. Black Star and the Mecha Empire seemed to be looking for the same thing. What exactly are they looking for? Why are they making such a big fuss? At the same time, on the surface of planet Earthring, countless people looked up at the battle in shock. In outer space, the two mechanical deities were fighting with all their might. The light from the explosions illuminated the dark space time and time again. It could even be seen clearly on the surface. Brother, what do we do now? Both Jill and Warren were stunned by this earth-shattering battle, and an instinctive fear rose in their hearts. Only then did the two of them realize how ridiculous it was to try and attack Blackstar directly. Such a terrifying being could turn us into ashes with just a breath, and we actually wanted to steal his body. Thinking back now, we were simply courting death. The two of them were the only ones who were qualified to use the Soul Swapper. Therefore, they had always believed that they were the chosen ones and had a strong, almost blind confidence in the Soul Swapper. However, now that they experienced the shock of a peak beyond Grade A battle at such a close distance, the two of them realized that they were completely ignorant people. Actually, there was nothing wrong with this statement. The two of them had been imprisoned by the Modo civilization for a long time, and the information they came into contact with was filtered. While their attention is distracted, let's quickly think of a way to leave. They really seem to be coming for us. Seeing Blackstar appear, Jill also felt that something was wrong. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Leave the Shattered Star Ring as soon as possible. I will not come out until I become a beyond Grade A super. At the same time, Ames and Hela were flying in the atmosphere. Hela released her mental senses and scanned the people on the surface. While looking for people, the two of them also looked at the battlefield in outer space. It seems like the two of them are evenly matched for the time being. We don't have to worry. Blackstar will be fine for now. Hyla said in a low voice, her expression eager to try. Seeing how intense the battle between Blackstar and the Mecha Empire was, she was also itching to fight. Ever since she obtained the underworld dimension, she had not fought a beyond Grade A other than Blackstar with her full strength. However, thinking of the 30 sparring sessions Han Xiao had promised, Hela reluctantly suppressed the surging battle intent in her heart. Let's quickly find him. The sooner we find the target, the sooner we can leave so that he doesn't have to take the risk to fight the Mecha Empire. Ames shook her head. Seeing this, she had to admit that in a battle of this level, she was indeed not of much help. Instead, she was a burden. However, after fighting with Blackstar back then, Ames had already accepted the fact that Blackstar had surpassed her. Naturally, she would not feel depressed. However, the next moment, their expressions suddenly changed, and they turned to look at the battlefield at the same time. Just a moment ago, the two of them sensed that a few new beyond Grade A energy sources suddenly flew out from the secondary dimensional army box of the Mecha Empire. The energy reaction was as eye-catching as a star. This energy wave was not from an apostle weapon but a genuine beyond Grade A super. The Mecha Empire still has helpers. Hela stopped in midair with a serious expression. We have to go back and help. We can't watch the army commander get surrounded. Chapter 1177. In the outer space of planet Earth Ring, the two enormous mech legions, one black and one white, clashed like two mad dragons chasing after each other, constantly using their sharp claws to tear off pieces of flesh and scales from each other. Looking from afar, broken mechanical parts rained down like a storm. Every second, tens of thousands of casualties were inflicted. The two mechanical deities were engaged in a fierce battle. Their enormous bodies were also extremely agile, and their heavy weapons clashed madly with powerful energy. Every time they clashed, they had the power to shatter planets, leaving terrifying wounds on each other's bodies. The efficiency of the nano repair was almost unable to keep up with the speed of the damage. Every time the weapons clashed, a large number of mechanical troops that were too close would be shattered. Occasionally, a mechanical deity would be sent flying, and its enormous body would roll across the battlefield of the mech legion like an elephant rolling over a group of ants. Large amounts of sparks would explode, and countless mechanical troops would be directly crushed, regardless of friend or foe. Countless turrets, psionic cannons, and dark energy rays appeared on every part of the body, throwing out countless light chains that lashed out crazily like dancing whips, wearing down the enemy's shields and triggering large areas of electric arcs. As the two sides fought fiercely, the energy reaction in the battlefield increased steadily, creating a chain effect. Dark blue energy clouds appeared, extremely condensed and containing destructive power, forming an environment similar to the psionic seal ring on the mother planet of the three universal civilizations. The collision effect of highly condensed energy turned the battlefield into an extremely condensed energy field. The curvature of space was extremely unstable, and light was distorted here. The trajectory of the energy beams that shot out directly showed huge arcs and exaggerated angles. Looking through this battlefield and looking at the stars in the sky, there seemed to be a layer of strange lenses. Strong scattered light appeared, and every ray of starlight had thousands of clones, outlining irregular patterns. At first glance, it looked like the sky was turning upside down, and the stars were shattered. Clang! The weapons clashed again, and a violent shockwave penetrated through the mechanical deity's body. Both of them retreated at the same time, increasing the distance between them. Han Xiao glanced at the celestial punishment edge in his hand. A few dents had appeared on the edge of the blade, and there were faint cracks. Although both were universal treasures, Manason's Mechanic Emperor Trident was a model that had been modified many times. Its strength and toughness were much higher, and after clashing head-on too many times, the durability of the celestial punishment edge decreased even faster. However, the celestial punishment edge's material was mixed with the 9th generation Black Star alloy that he had developed himself. Although its toughness was not as good as the Mecha Empire's self-made material, it carried some of Han Xiao's own characteristics, and its repair speed was slightly better. The durability of the celestial punishment edge would slowly recover on its own. Not much time had passed since Han Xiao had arrived with the fleet and launched an attack, to the two of them fighting so fiercely that the stars had lost their light. However, due to the extreme speed of the two of them, the number of collisions between them had already reached tens of thousands. You're really a miraculous person. When others think they've studied you thoroughly, you're always able to surprise them. Manason's electronic eyes flashed. He also lowered his head to check the equipment on his body, and his emotions were rather complicated. The energy conversion universal treasure armor made by imitating Black Star's indestructible body was already damaged everywhere, and the equipment itself was not perfect. Now, the power of Black Star's attacks was far greater than before, and he could even deal a few critical hits from time to time, which had already exceeded the endurance limit of this equipment. Furthermore, every time Black Star used an explosive attack with the suffix of Getter Hadouken, he would harass him once in the private channel. Manison had been counting in his heart. Until now, Black Star had used it a total of 27 times. The moves were not the same, and different types of special attacks would be launched according to the trajectory of the floating energy gathering device. Even with his insight, he felt that this set of technology was unique and remarkable. The damage to the mechanical deity was still manageable, and it could be recovered by absorbing mechanical soldiers. However, part of the damage penetrated the mechanical deity and affected the Lord's avatar at the core, causing the Lord's avatar's durability to decrease significantly. Manason's avatar did not have an indestructible body, so there was nothing he could do once it was destroyed. In your current state, you won't be able to fulfill your arrogant words. If you want to take the space-time amber from me, why don't you show me your true strength? Han Xiao stroked the celestial punishment edge's blade, quickly repairing the fine cracks, and grinned at old Manison. We're virtual mechanics, but your fighting style is more like a mechanical pugilist, armed mechanic. You've taken the wrong path, child, Manison said calmly. Isn't it fine as long as I can fight? Han Xiao raised his brows. You're right. There's no limit to strength. Being able to fight is more important than anything else. In that case, I'll let you see the true strength of a virtual mechanic. Manison raised his arm, and the trident pointed at the light door of the secondary dimensional army box. The next moment, the light door rippled, and a large group of special mechanical soldiers flew out. They were the soldiers that made him famous, the indestructible Mecha Empire Army, special soldiers built with AI lifeforms as the core. However, the most eye-catching ones were the three figures at the front of the Mecha Empire Army. They were releasing beyond grade A energy fluctuations without hiding anything. Han Xiao looked over. These three figures were of different species, and they were a mixture of biological and mechanical components. He could tell at a glance that they were highly modified mechanical prosthetics. Their bodies were covered with sophisticated machinery, and most of their skin was replaced with special alloys. Their faces were also replaced with metal masks, and it was impossible to see their original appearance. He could only see that their eyes had been modified into mechanical electronic eyes, flickering with a red light. So, these are the felons. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. The felons were old Manison's trump card. Using advanced biological modification and mechanical prosthetics technology, they transformed living supers into powerful war weapons. Most of the organs in their bodies would be replaced. This was especially so for the brain. Using mechanical technology to simulate biological tissues, it changed the thinking patterns of the nerve endings, changing the logic of the brain into a readable state. It also used virtual technology to upload the consciousness of the transformed supers to the quantum network, changing the nature of their consciousness and transforming their souls into artificial intelligence life forms. Like other artificial intelligences, they would be immune to all psychic spells and esper abilities, and they would listen to the commands of the controller. At the same time, they would retain the combat experience of the original body. After the transformation, the felons would retain most of their original abilities. However, because most of their biological tissues had been replaced, they would not be as strong as before. However, it was also because of this special transformation that they could enjoy part of the mechanical force bonus of the controller. Even if the conversion rate was not as good as normal mechanical soldiers, the actual combat strength they could unleash was much more terrifying than before. Transforming living beyond grade as? Aren't you afraid that the advanced civilizations and the development union will find trouble with you? Although Han Xiao knew what was going on, he still pretended not to know and asked. They were all my spoils of war. I have the right to do whatever I want with them. Long before the association was established, I transformed them. As for the three universal civilizations, do you think they know nothing? Manison's tone was calm. All the beyond grade as that had fallen into Manison's hands had disappeared without a trace. The advanced civilizations and beyond grade A circles naturally had all kinds of guesses. Although they did not know about the existence of the felons, there were also theories about the transformation of living bodies. The Mecha Empire's research madman had left a deep impression on them. It was hard to imagine that he would not dissect and study the beyond grade as that he had obtained. After all, he did not have the space-time amber like Blackstar, which allowed him to open an exhibition hall extravagantly. Manison basically did not use this trump card because every time he used it, the outsiders would obtain more information. He also rarely encountered enemies that required the use of the felons. Blackstar was one of the very few opponents that he felt was worth using this trump card. Buzz. Mechanical force lightning shot out and connected with three felons of different sizes. The eyes of the three felons flashed red, and their auras skyrocketed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The felon in the middle trembled and also released mechanical force lightning, attracting the surrounding mechanical troops of the Mecha Empire to gather. Its body expanded rapidly, and a dazzling electric light enveloped the entire area. At the next moment, 5 mechanical tails with distinct conical joints swung out fiercely, and an incomparably huge body soared into the air. It had a humanoid appearance, but it had beast-like organs. Its 5 long tails were like 5 long spears, and sharp claws extended from its fingers. Its appearance was extremely ferocious and violent. The third mechanical deity had arrived. Han Xiao's eyelids twitched. This meant that the original body of this felon was a divine throne mechanic who had mastered fusion mechanical deity. For a moment, he could not help but recall the first time he met the Mecha Empire. Old Man Ison had talked about the AI civilization and said that it was actually another beyond grade A mechanic who was behind it. In the end, it became his collection. Perhaps this felon was that beyond grade A mechanic? Boom. While he was guessing, the thrusters on the back of this half-beast mechanical deity spat out, and the entire mechanical body accelerated, charging toward Han Xiao in the blink of an eye. Its sharp claws went straight for Han Xiao's head. Han Xiao reacted immediately. The celestial punishment edge turned and faced it head-on. Clang. The two mechanical bodies collided and shook at the same time. The half-beast mechanical deity was slightly weaker and was sent flying. However, before Han Xiao could chase after it, he saw the half-beast mechanical deity suddenly swing its 5 tails and wrap around the celestial punishment edge and the arm that was holding it. A huge force surged toward him, causing him to stagger. On the other hand, not only did the opponent stop its momentum, it even closed the distance between them and immediately wrapped around Han Xiao. Its claws clawed madly, leaving rips on Han Xiao's armor. At the same time, Man Ison took the opportunity and stabbed his halberd from the side. Han Xiao's movements were severely affected, and he could not block in time. His mechanical body was pierced through. Hiss. The intense pain from the mechanical force neural network made Han Xiao suck in a cold breath. He could fight Man Ison head-on, but when faced with a 2 versus 1 situation, he couldn't do as he wished. This mechanical felon was enhanced by Man Ison's mechanical force, and the mechanical deity it formed was extremely powerful. Even if its performance was not as good as his and the Mecha Empire's, the difference was not huge. Even if it was a one-on-one battle, he would have to put in a lot of effort to deal with it. Han Xiao turned around and saw that the other 2 felons did not attack his main body. Instead, they led the Mecha Empire's troops and charged into the army battlefield, tearing open a huge gap and attacking his mech legion. One of these 2 felons seemed to be a pugilist, and the other seemed to be an esper. They charged forward as if they were unstoppable, crushing the apostle weapons with their combat strength. At this rate, in less than 2 hours, these 2 felons would be able to dismantle all 30 or so apostle weapons under his command. What terrifying combat strength! Han Xiao sighed from the bottom of his heart. The combat strength of the felons had exceeded his expectations. Now do you understand how wrong it was to make me your enemy? I've reminded you before, but you've disappointed me time and time again. Man Ison twisted the trident, and psionic energy exploded, blowing Han Xiao's mechanical deity in half. The half-beast mechanical deity immediately tore open the chest of the mechanical deity, digging out Han Xiao's main body and holding it in its hands. At the same time, it swung its 5 tails in all directions, dispersing Han Xiao's mechanical soldiers around to prevent them from recombining into the mechanical deity. Han Xiao struggled but was unable to escape from the mechanical deity's hands. Although his main body was not afraid of being killed, it was difficult for him to shake the mechanical deity. However, he was not in a hurry. He looked up at the huge mechanical deity and clicked his tongue. The weakness of this move is also very obvious. You have to bear the energy consumption of 3 beyond grade A weapons. How long can you last? So what? Do I need that long to deal with you? Man Ison did not deny this weakness. The felons were modified by the mechanical gear and lost a lot of their cells that produced energy. In order for them to continue displaying the combat strength of a beyond grade A, they naturally needed a corresponding amount of energy. This part was borne by Man Ison. Through the special energy conversion equipment of the felon technology, Man Ison's mechanical force could be compatible with different classes of felons. However, the conversion rate was also very harsh. If a felon consumed 100 points of energy, he would have to consume 130 to 170 points. The load was very high, so his endurance would plummet. Now that he had summoned 3 felons, including himself, it was equivalent to him bearing the energy consumption of 5 to 6 beyond grade As. If not for the fact that Man Ison's energy regeneration was very fast, he would have been drained dry in a few seconds. However, even so, the balance of his energy regeneration was broken, and his energy was decreasing at a visible rate. You're right. If this was in the past, I would have had no choice but to run away. Unfortunately, Han Xiao shook his head. Not only did he not panic, he even wanted to laugh out loud. Old man Ison, I was waiting for you to use this move. You think I only want to take your talents today? My virtual purification restore has been waiting for a long time. At this time, Man Ison raised his huge mechanical arm, wanting to take Han Xiao from the mechanical deity. However, halfway through, his wrist was suddenly grabbed by the mechanical deity's sharp claws, unable to move an inch. Man Ison was stunned. He looked up and said in confusion, "What are you?" Bang! Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the 5 tails shot over and pierced into his face. Then, they abruptly tore outwards. The mechanical deity was not prepared, and its head exploded into metal shard. The entire mechanical deity flew backward and rolled twice before stopping, leaving a huge wound on its neck. What's going on? The sudden change stunned Man Ison, and a rare feeling of shock appeared in his heart. Why did my felons turn against me without warning? Chapter 1178. The felon's betrayal was beyond Manison's expectations. He subconsciously thought that the felon had malfunctioned, so he immediately tried to give another order. However, the order he gave was like a stone sinking into the ocean. He did not receive any response, and the felon did not take the opportunity to chase after him. Instead, it stood in place and loosened its grip, allowing Han Xiao to escape from its control. What have you done? Man Ison was shocked and furious, unable to maintain his calm. Everything had its pros and cons. The felon's consciousness had been changed into a virtual AI form. While it was immune to psychic abilities and obedient to orders, it could also be taken away through virtual methods. However, because of this, Man Ison had left a very sophisticated virtual firewall in the felon's brain. If Black Star had used virtual intrusion, there was no way the virtual firewall would not have reacted at all. Logically speaking, with Black Star's virtual technology, there was no way he could have broken through his virtual defense and taken away the felon's control. Therefore, he concluded that Black Star must have used some kind of ability that he did not understand. However, this made him feel even more incredulous. This was the first time he had used the felon in front of Black Star. Why would Black Star have targeted him? At this time, Han Xiao patted his chest, brushed away the non-existent dust, and said calmly, "I'll return your words. I'll return your words to you. Today, I'll show you the true power of a virtual mechanic." This was the first time he had used virtual purification restore in an actual battle. This ability came from the Intelligent Plague mission, and it was the nemesis of the Mecha Empire. According to the normal steps of virtual intrusion, if he wanted to rewrite the felon's logic, he would have to break through Manison's virtual firewall and engage in a tough tug-of-war with him in virtual vision. The amazing thing about virtual purification restore was that it could ignore virtual firewalls and did not require any effort to hack. After all, if he could hack it, he would be able to rewrite the logic directly. There was no need for this ability. This ability could not freely rewrite the target's logic. Its effect was to restore the most basic logic of the AI and restore the original state. For example, it was ineffective against apostle weapons. However, against targets like the felons and the indestructible Mecha Empire troops who had their consciousness rewritten by virtual technology, it was shockingly effective. It could instantly remove the control the Mecha Empire had over their consciousness. When he had fought the felon earlier, he had already gotten the battle information. He realized that the felon had retained most of its abilities and talents. This was why the felon was so powerful. These abilities came from the battle memories of the felons. Only by keeping them would the felons remember how to use them. If their memories were completely erased, they would lose their precious combat experience. Most of their skills and talents would also disappear. There was a high chance that the felon would become a blank slate. That way, they would lose the most essential thing, and their combat strength would plummet. It was precisely because of this that virtual purification restore had an opportunity. Han Xiao looked at the huge half-beast mechanical deity beside him. At this time, it had already regained its self-consciousness, but it seemed to still be in a daze. Basically, only the battle memories are retained. Everything else is missing. This old buddy probably doesn't remember who he is. However, judging from his actions earlier, he's probably reacting to the Mecha Empire. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. The felons were all once enemies of the Mecha Empire. Even though they had lost a lot of their memories, some things were still engraved in their bones. For example, they would get angry whenever they saw the Mecha Empire. Without any interference, Han Xiao's mechanical body quickly reorganized, and the crows gathered, turning into a mechanical deity that stood tall in space. He did not waste any more time with the Mecha Empire. With a wave of his blade, he found the other two felons and a large number of indestructible Mecha Empire troops and used virtual purification restore crazily. The pugilist felons and Esper felons who were fighting suddenly froze on the spot and fell into a daze of who am I, where am I, and what am I doing? However, the indestructible Mechanic Empire army was different. They were artificial intelligences in the first place, and it was just that their logic had been rewritten. It was as if they had been blinded by someone. As soon as they regained their original consciousness, they were only stunned for a short moment before immediately turning around and firing fiercely at Manason's mechanical army, looking like they would not rest until they were dead. Manason's mech legion was suddenly in chaos. Han Xiao did not let go of the virtual aspect. Since the beginning of the battle, the two of them had engaged in a tug-of-war in the virtual aspect, constantly fighting for control of the other party. Manison also summoned a group of artificial intelligences from the AI civilization to attack in the quantum network domain. As the faint light of virtual purification restore swept across, these artificial intelligences in charge of the virtual battle synchronized with each other and instantly turned into traitors, leading Han Xiao's data stream to seize control of Manason's mechanical army. Manason's eyes widened. He was extremely shocked. What kind of ability is this? The felons and the indestructible Mecha Empire troops were his two very important trump cards. However, in front of Blackstar, not only were they broken in minutes, but they were also used by the other party. Blackstar clearly did not have this ability the last time. Without hesitation, he wanted to use virtual technology to rewrite the logic of the felons and the indestructible Mecha Empire troops. However, Han Xiao would not let him do as he wished. He also used virtual technology and engaged in a tug-of-war with Manison again, preventing the other party from regaining control of his troops. At the same time, Han Xiao ordered his mechanical army to attack the enemy while retracting the indestructible Mecha Empire troops and leaving the battlefield in batches. T. Manison's heart sank. How could he not understand Han Xiao's plan? This was to take away his trump card army. The ups and downs of the situation made even Manison feel at a loss for a moment. Looking at the situation, he knew that there was no time to hesitate. He immediately stopped the supply of mechanical force to the felons and the indestructible Mecha Empire troops. Now that these troops had betrayed him, he could not provide any more bonuses and waste his own energy. At the same time, he also ordered the Mech Legion to capture these traitorous troops again. Clack. Without the supply of energy, the half-beast mechanical deity could not maintain its body. It instantly disintegrated and turned back into a large mechanical army, wanting to take away the mechanic felons. Of course, Han Xiao would not sit back and watch this happen. He reached back, and his mechanical arm tore through the mechanical army's defense line, grabbing the dazed mechanic felon. Then, nanoparticles flowed in his palm and directly sucked this felon into the mechanical deity. Along the way, he tried to supply energy to the felon, but the interface showed that he did not meet the requirements. It said that he had to master the felon technology and be above level 340 to be able to use the felon's special equipment to change the mechanical force attribute and supply energy to it. This requirement was similar to the introduction of the felon blueprint that he had drawn. Han Xiao did not mind this. As long as he caught a sample, he could slowly study it at home and derive the blueprint technology. Ker. Seeing this scene, even with Manison's self-control, he could not help but want to curse out loud and burn with anger. Every felon was the work of his blood, sweat, and tears. Seeing Han Xiao take away one of them, he felt like his heart was about to bleed. Don't be angry. Don't you have two more? What's wrong with giving me one? Han Xiao's tone was mocking. Hearing this, Man Ison almost exploded in anger. Brat, you've gone too far. If I don't kill you today, my surname isn't Papuk. Man Ison did not say anything and started attacking crazily with his trident. He did not defend at all and was already going all out. Haha, this is how a mechanic should fight. Come on, let's fight. Han Xiao laughed. The last thing he was afraid of was exchanging injuries for injuries. He brazenly activated Polar Channel Flow Blood Rage. Boiling blood pumped out from his heart and spurted out from his pores, turning into dense blood energy. While his health points plummeted, his attributes rose steadily. The sudden increase in power filled his entire body, and the blue-gold mechanical force was also dyed with a faint blood-red color. The entire mechanical body was filled with a murderous aura. At this time, just by relying on his own strength, he had already surpassed the strength of the Ancient One and the dual mechanical sen. The Ancient One gave him plus 20% intelligence, and the perfect mechanical sense gave him plus 1.4x machinery affinity and plus 4 machinery skill levels. Billion Mecha Empire, Man Ison, gave him plus 15% intelligence, plus 1.2x machinery affinity, plus 2 machinery skill levels, and plus 6 machinery skill levels. At the same time, a bunch of core mechanic skill levels were increased by 6. When fighting against mechas, he would also receive an additional plus 10% to all attributes, plus 10% damage, plus 15% damage reduction, and minus 25% energy and stamina consumption. Just, Billion Mecha Empire, Man Ison, alone was almost comparable to the dual mechanical sense and the Ancient One bonuses. Now, he even had 4 universal treasures and 4 gods trait transformations. I'm going to kill you today. Han Xiao faced the attack with his blade, allowing the trident to stab into his chest while slashing Man Ison's right shoulder. The two of them fought fiercely like two giant beasts tearing at each other, causing the stars to distort and shatter. On the other side, Ames and Hela arrived at the edge of the battlefield. Seeing this scene, they both stopped in their tracks. The two of them were originally afraid that Han Xiao would be surrounded and beaten up, but from the looks of it, they did not need to worry about Black Star. It seems like he doesn't need our help. Then, should we go back and continue looking? Just as the two of them were about to turn back, Han Xiao's voice sounded in the communication channel. Hela, go look for them. Ames, stay. Hearing this, Ames was slightly stunned. Do what? Do you see those 2 beyond grade A implants surrounded by the Mech Legion? Use your ability to take them away. Didn't you say that I was a burden and didn't want me to help? Ames raised her brows. It's just a diversion tactic. Han Xiao did not blush at all. Humph, I knew you couldn't leave me. Ames smiled, feeling much more relaxed. Without another word, she joined the battle, rolled up her force field, grabbed the 2 felons, and pulled them out. Under Han Xiao's influence, she did not mind being beaten up. Originally, Man Ison did not care about the casualties and ordered the Mech Legion to surround the 2 felons tightly, blocking Han Xiao's troops outside. He wanted to use his own apostle weapons to surround the felons, recapture them, and send them back to the secondary dimensional army box. The 2 felons did not have complete memories, but their combat experience was not a problem. When they realized that the Mecha Empire wanted to recapture them, they naturally resisted with all their might. However, without the supply of energy, their combat strength decreased greatly. They were beaten up by Man Ison's apostle weapons. At this rate, they would be captured and sent away soon. However, with Ames's participation, the situation changed. Her force field Esper ability was extremely outstanding in terms of control. It instantly tore apart the blockade of Man Ison's troops, allowing Han Xiao's Mech Legion to break in and provide support to the felons. Seeing this, Man Ison, who was fighting with Han Xiao, changed his expression. Bastard, what happened to the one-on-one fight? Thousands of words rushed to his mouth, but in the end, he only spat out one sentence that came from the bottom of his heart. Black Star, you're shameless. We're fighting. Stop praising me. Han Xiao's expression did not change. His skin was as thick as armor, and he was not affected at all. He even had the mood to mock him. Man Ison had reached the maximum time limit for the challenge mission, and the mission was displayed as completed. He did not need to accept old Manison's one-on-one tutoring anymore. Furthermore, Manison's felons and the indestructible Mecha Empire troops were out of control. With such a huge piece of cake in front of him, he would definitely call for help. The more people there were, the more food there would be. Do you really think I'm a battle maniac? You're a treasure trove right now. I only want to take advantage of you. Boom. The blade hit the halberd and created a shockwave. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and mocked, "Yo, weren't you going to fight me to the death? Why are you on the defensive now?" Man Ison remained silent. The next second, he completely changed his fighting style. He no longer attacked crazily but went to the other extreme, completely on the defensive. It was clear that he only wanted to stall for time. At the same time, his mechanical army completely gave up on fighting. They endured the cannon fire and focused on gathering the indestructible Mecha Empire troops and felons. From this, it could be seen that Manison's attitude had changed. He no longer had the mood to fight with Han Xiao. He only wanted to recoup his losses as much as possible. "You're only retreating now? Too late." Han Xiao did not show any mercy. The news of Getter Hadouken flooded the screen like crazy, and his private messages were bombarded. It was like Guan Yu had unleashed his unparalleled skill, beating up the old man crazily. After fighting for a while, Man Ison was distracted by controlling his mechanical army to stop his losses. He was already at a complete disadvantage. Swoosh. The blade suddenly turned and pulled out Manison's Lord's avatar from the abdomen of his mechanical body. Han Xiao immediately raised his hand and pulled Manison's Lord's avatar toward him with a powerful tractor beam. He then punched out, and the huge metal fist smashed down like a satellite. Due to the difference in size, not only did the Lord's avatar not fly out, it was even stuck to the surface of the fist. "Give me a board." Ames immediately understood. She controlled the force field to form a huge force field barrier in front of the mechanical deity, like a light green wall. Their cooperation was perfect. Seeing this, Han Xiao punched Manison's Lord's avatar with his fist and slammed it into the barrier. Boom. Large cracks appeared on the force field barrier instantly. Man Ison was embedded in the center, and his Lord's avatar was almost flattened. Even now, he did not fight back. He was still controlling his mechanical army, throwing his universal treasures back into the secondary dimensional army box to stop his losses. The next moment, the celestial punishment edge was suddenly raised. The blade lit up with a bright blue light, and it slashed down, accurately hitting Manison's Lord's avatar. Boom! The force field barrier shattered, turning into countless faint green specks of light and quickly disappearing. With the size of the celestial punishment edge, this was not a slash but more like lifting a mountain to smash an ant. Han Xiao looked up and saw that Manison's Lord's avatar had already turned into scrap metal flying in the air. On the remaining half of the metal head, the electronic eye flashed a few times before completely dimming. The mechanical force light that enveloped his body also slowly dissipated. The effect of Lord's Descent had disappeared. Without the support of mechanical force, the secondary dimensional army box instantly shrunk and disappeared. The troops that did not manage to escape in time all stayed where they were. The golden electric light on their bodies dissipated, and they lost all mechanical force bonuses. They were quickly surrounded. "Humph, I said I'll kill you today, and I'll kill you." Han Xiao swung the celestial punishment edge and felt extremely satisfied. All this time, he had suffered too many losses at the hands of the Mecha Empire. Even during the intelligent plague incident where he became the final winner, if not for the dozen or so mechanics standing up to stop the battle, he would have most likely suffered at the hands of the Mecha Empire again. But this time, they had finally turned the tables around and won a complete victory for the first time. Chapter 1179. Since the Lord's avatar was destroyed, the secondary dimensional army box could no longer be opened. The mechanical army that Man Ison left behind became a lone army. Even though the quantum infinite distance transmission channel could continue to provide mechanical force bonuses, it was a futile struggle, and the situation could not be reversed. Almost all the troops present were captured by Han Xiao. Han Xiao had Philip calculate. Other than tens of millions of normal mechanical soldiers, they also captured 2 felons and a large number of indestructible Mecha Empire troops. Old Man Ison had been trying his best to stop the losses after realizing that the situation was not good. The apostle weapons were the fastest, so they all escaped. In the end, they only managed to snatch back 1 Esper felon. As for the other 2, one was captured by his mechanical deity, and the other was not taken away due to AIM's interference. We've gotten rich. Han Xiao was overjoyed. With so many mechanical soldiers, he could reverse engineer their blueprints. Especially with the 2 felons, he could completely deduce the technology himself. While he was making a killing, Old Man Ison was making a huge loss. He came out looking for the Soul Swapper, but not only did he not get it, he even lost a portion of his family's assets. He went for wool and came home shorn, losing both felons and soldiers. Just by imagining it in his mind, Han Xiao could already guess how furious Man Ison must be right now, and he felt very comfortable. He had gotten a huge haul. However, while it felt great to screw over the Mecha Empire, it also left behind some troublesome matters. The 2 felons had regained their consciousness, so he had to deal with them. Han Xiao released the mechanic class felon inside the mechanical deity and let him meet up with the other pugilist felon. He then had the mechanical army surround the 2 of them. Seeing this, the 2 felons immediately got into a defensive posture, but neither side made a move. Although the felons could not remember most things, after the battle earlier, they knew that Han Xiao had saved them. However, they still could not trust Han Xiao and were afraid that they would fall into the wolf's lair after escaping the tiger's den. Han Xiao deactivated the mechanical deity, and his main body passed through the encirclement. He glanced at the 2 of them and narrowed his eyes. "How much do you remember?" The 2 felons looked at each other and shook their heads. "You can't remember anything other than battle? What about your name?" The 2 shook their heads again. "No name. Only code names." "What code names did the Mecha Empire give you?" The mechanic class felon pointed at himself and then at his companion. "I am Bao, he is Sai Bao." Hearing these 2 fresh and refined names, Han Xiao didn't know what expression to make for a moment. Why did Man Ison give his trump card a code name so casually? It was actually a little cute. This style did not match him at all. Could it be that this idiot's naming skills are on par with mine? It seemed that outstanding people even had similar weaknesses. Han Xiao rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and said, "How about this? You guys follow me for the time being, and I'll help you find your identities. You were once enemies of the Mecha Empire, so it should be easy to find information." The mechanic class felon Bao whispered, "You're not thinking of controlling us like he did, are you?" "I don't have such thoughts at the moment, but I can't say for sure in the future." Han Xiao shrugged. "But you guys don't have a choice now, right?" Looking at the dense mechanical army around them, the 2 of them nodded silently. In comparison, falling into the hands of this extraordinary man would not be worse than falling into the hands of the Mecha Empire. If the other party wanted to copy the actions of the Mecha Empire, he would not have said so much and would have taken them down long ago. "Who are you?" Sai Bao asked. "Then listen carefully. Standing in front of you is the army commander of the Black Star Corps, the protector of the Aquamarine Federation, the pinnacle of strength in the Shattered Star Ring, the 2nd largest organization in the Flickering World, the national pillar of the Red Empire, the special consultant of the 3 universal civilizations, the vice president of the Beyond Grade A Association, the hero who solved the intelligent plague, the winner of the Galaxy Medal. There are too many people. I can't remember." Sai Bao shook his head. "Cough, these are all my titles. You can simply call me Black Star." Han Xiao knew that the 2 of them did not know him, so he tried to scare them as much as he could. The 2 of them looked at each other and nodded. Since they had nowhere else to go, they did not mind following Han Xiao. Among the few feelings they had left, their hostility toward the Mecha Empire was the strongest. Following this person might give them a chance to take revenge. Otherwise, if they were left alone, they would be captured by the Mecha Empire again. After chatting for a while, Han Xiao told the mechanical army to bring the two felons back to the spaceship. He had not thought of a way to deal with the felons who had regained their self-awareness, so he might as well keep the two of them for now. He would slowly think about it after dealing with the matters here. He turned his gaze to the other side and saw that the indestructible mechanical army was gathered at the side, silently staring at him. In the quantum network, those artificial intelligences that had regained their normal state were also staring at him, as if they wanted to turn tail and run. After experiencing the disaster of the Mecha Empire, these artificial intelligences had already understood the relationship of the food chain. Every mechanic was a predator in their eyes, and there was no trust to speak of. Han Xiao thought about it. With his identity, it would not be good for him to interact with these artificial intelligences. It would be like a butcher telling a bunch of pigs that they were beautiful. It would be easy for them to misunderstand. After thinking about it, he summoned Rizda in the virtual domain. "I'll leave your compatriots to you. Just don't let them do anything rash." "Understood." Rizda was overjoyed. "How many years has it been? I've finally waited for my compatriots to be saved." Although the exact process was very different from what he had imagined, the result was still good. Even if only a portion of his compatriots were saved, at least he saw the light of hope. Choosing Black Star back then was indeed the right investment. Seeing that Rizda went up to communicate with his compatriots, Han Xiao looked away and shook his head. He was not optimistic. Unlike the felon technology, the recovery did not mean complete freedom because the bodies of these artificial intelligences were still bound to the device that transmitted the recombination material. Through the energy transmission channel, Manison could locate and track them. Unless he could deal with the host computer in Manison's house, these artificial intelligences would still be prisoners trapped in their bodies. Once their bodies were shattered, Manison could switch the transmission mode and retrieve the artificial intelligences. This was a safety measure for the indestructible mechanical army technology. Han Xiao had not grasped this technology, so he did not know how to reverse the modification and remove the bindings. Therefore, the only effective plan now was to let these indestructible mechanical soldiers stay at home obediently. There was no way old Manison would use his resources to help him reconstruct his mechanical soldiers. His corpse would be picked up at any moment. Winning the battle was one thing, but old Manison was a master who had studied machinery for countless years after all. His signature technology was not something that could be easily analyzed. Han Xiao did not expect the indestructible mechanical soldiers to fight. Firstly, the players under him were more terrifying, and secondly, he was not in a hurry to obtain the indestructible mechanical soldiers' technology. The strength of the indestructible mechanical soldiers was their almost unlimited endurance, which he could do himself. Instead of transforming the artificial intelligences into indestructible mechanical soldiers, he would rather restore the artificial intelligences and use them to deduce the incomplete map of the domino virus. The lethality of that thing was countless times higher than the indestructible mechanical soldiers. It did not matter that he could not use them for the time being. His goal was to make the Mecha Empire suffer a loss. Of course, these indestructible mechanical soldiers were not useless to him. They were all precious sources of intelligence that could be used to inquire about the situation of the various bases of the Mecha Empire. Just as he was thinking, Hella's voice sounded in the communication channel. "Black Star, come over quickly. We've found the target." "You've found the Soul Swapper? Well done." Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He did not forget that the Soul Swapper was the real goal of this trip. Now that he had locked down Planet Earthring, he would not give up until he found the Soul Swapper. Furthermore, with Hella, an expert in the field of mental strength, leading a few European kings to do a carpet search, the Soul Swap twins were at a dead end. No matter how miraculous the Soul Swapper was, it would be exposed sooner or later. After returning to the spaceship, Han Xiao immediately saw two figures tied up in the middle of the room. They were both women, and they looked like they had lost all hope in life. "These are the Soul Swap twins?" Han Xiao looked at Hella, Fu Ding, and the others. "Did we catch the wrong person? There's no mistake." Hella took out a black crystal mirror and handed it to Han Xiao. "They've confessed everything. This is the Soul Swapper." Han Xiao took the soul swapper, weighed it in his hand, and looked at the item introduction on the interface. Another space wonder, and it's something that I've never seen in my previous life. Han Xiaoxin was elated. How did you catch them? As soon as he said that, everyone turned to look at Harrison. Don't look at me. I just pointed casually. Harrison hurriedly waved his hand, looking embarrassed. Okay, I understand. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. There seemed to be differences in their luck auras. For example, Harrison was especially good at finding treasures. No wonder the soul swap twins looked like they were doubting life. They had changed their bodies countless times and thought that they were perfect, but they were defeated by inexplicable luck. Anyone would be devastated. Han Xiao turned to look at the soul swap twins. How do you use this thing? Jill quickly said, only the two of us can use the soul swapper in the entire universe. We're willing to work for you. Actually, you've always been my idol. It's our honor to work for the army. Now that things had come to this, all his ambitions and hopes had become nothing. Jill only had one thought left, which was to use the soul swapper as a bargaining chip and join Blackstar in exchange for a chance to live. Seeing this, Han Xiao curled his lips. TSK, this flattery is too stiff. It's obvious that they're not good at it. You said that only the two of you can use the soul swapper in the entire universe. It's true. I'm not lying to you. The Modo civilization tested trillions of people, and only the two of us are qualified. We were born for the soul swapper. We'll only know after we try. Tell me, how do you usually use it? The two of them had no choice but to explain how they used the soul swapper. Testing. Testing complete. You are not qualified to use the soul swapper. Seems like I really can't. Han Xiao studied it for a while but still could not figure it out. The interface did not show what conditions were needed to meet the qualifications. After thinking about it, he handed the soul swapper to Hela and said, Don't just stand there. Don't just stand there. Give it a try. Hela tried it casually, but there was no reaction either. Seeing this, everyone took turns to try it. Jill and Warren watched this scene. They still pretended to be sincere and eager, but there was a hint of mockery in their eyes. They were secretly smug. No matter how you try, it's useless. We're the only masters of the soul swapper. After a while, seeing that no one was going to stop, Jill pursed his lips and emphasized, I said, we're the only ones qualified. I've already said that only us brothers are qualified. Other than us, no one else can use soul swap. What? Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly widened his eyes and froze on the spot. Black ripples appeared on the surface of the soul swapper's mirror, swallowing Fu Ding's palm. It sank deeper and deeper. That impatient look was like a woman with unsatisfied desires. Huh? Fu Ding finally realized and said in surprise, Did I succeed? That's it. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. It doesn't seem like the conditions are that harsh. You, Jill and Warren stuttered, their eyes wide open. They could not believe that the only qualified person out of trillions of people had appeared in front of them without any warning. The two of them had thought that they were the one and only chosen ones, but the scene in front of them had smashed their sense of superiority to pieces. The soul swapper that they regarded as a holy object not only found a new lover right in front of them, but it also looked extremely hungry and impatient, as if it wanted to suck him whole. At this moment, the two of them felt like their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and their pupils turned green. It was as if they had seen their beloved wife change her mind and throw herself into someone else's arms right in front of them. Han Xiao shook his head. After testing trillions of people, only the two of you are found. This can only mean one thing: the Modo civilization has no talents left. Jill suddenly came back to his senses and cursed in his heart. If they lost their value, even staying alive would be a luxury. Thinking of this, Jill pulled himself together and shouted, We're still alive. We're still useful. We can pass on our experience of using the soul swapper over the years. We can also reveal what missions the Modo civilization has asked us to carry out over the years. We can also... Crack. Before he could finish, his shout stopped abruptly. His head turned 360 degrees, and his neck was twisted into a fried dough twist. The shattered cervical vertebrae pierced through his skin. Ames walked into the cabin, flicked her finger, and rotated the force field. Warren, who had not even had the chance to show his fear on his face, had his neck broken as well. She looked around, and her eyes finally fell on Han Xiao. She said in a deep voice, "I'm taking the lives of these two." What a prodigal woman. Han Xiao mumbled softly. "If we leave one of them alive, we might be able to get a lot of information out of him." When it came to Aesop's safety, Ames had never been reasonable. She did not even want the Soul Swap twins to breathe for a second longer. At this moment, Hela narrowed her eyes. She suddenly raised her hand, and two grey mists rose from the Soul Swap twins' heads and disappeared into the mark of the underworld on the back of her hand. "I'll keep their souls. I'll report to you when I get the results from the interrogation. You're still the most reliable one." Han Xiao could not help but give her a thumbs up. "Then, what about this thing?" Fu Ding pulled his arm out of the Soul Swapper's mirror. "Since you can use it, you can take it with you first. I'll study it later." Han Xiao did not mind. He trusted Fu Ding completely, so it was fine to let Fu Ding take the Soul Swapper with him for the time being. He was in a good mood and did not care about these details. "What a great harvest this time. Not only did I get a universal treasure, but I also got an unexpected surprise from Old Man Ison." Han Xiaoshan was secretly overjoyed. On the other hand, Man Ison was on the other end of the spectrum. Almost all of his subordinate organizations in the Shattered Star Ring were exposed, but he did not get the Soul Swapper in the end. He even lost a lot of trump cards. "Without Manison's generosity, I wouldn't be where I am today. This is the spirit of passing on the torch." Han Xiao was filled with respect. At the same time, in the Mecha Empire's secret base, B** starred. "You and I are irreconcilable." Man Ison was so angry that he smashed the table in front of him with his hand. He prided himself on being a gentle and easygoing person and would not scold people, unless he could not help it. The premise of being calm was that the losses had not reached the point where he felt the pinch. In the past, no matter how many mech army he lost, he could deal with it calmly because he had as many mech armies as he wanted. Those losses were just a drop in the ocean. However, today, he really felt the pinch. He was not angry because he did not feel the pinch. Now that he felt the pinch, he was naturally furious. Thinking about the two felons falling into the enemy's hands, Manison's heart bled. It hurt even more than when he lost the virtual mutiny virus core. This was his trump card. He had originally planned to teach Blackstar an unforgettable lesson, but he did not expect Blackstar to snatch it away. Even now, Man Ison still could not figure out how Han Xiao did it. He was shocked and angry. Furthermore, he had wasted so many resources, but he did not even see the shadow of the Soul Swapper in the end. He had never done such a losing deal before. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. After so many years of self-cultivation, he rarely had such intense emotional fluctuations. However, after meeting Blackstar in the past 10 years, he had lost all his self-control. "Blackstar! Manison's angry shouts could be heard in the room. "Thank you, Big Boss Ching Ningzi, for the Million Silver Alliance." Originally, he was thinking of taking a few days off to adjust his work and rest schedule, but when he saw the reward, he immediately got up and started to write. "Thank you for your generosity, it really makes me blush with shame. Damn it, it's time for a holiday, I can't sleep anymore," so I quickly got up and started to write. Chapter 1180. Thank you, Your Excellency Blackstar, for your help. We will definitely report to the upper echelons about your help today. In the cabin, Han Xiao had just gotten his subordinates to deal with the bodies of the Soul Swap twins when he received a call from the planet Earthring's chief. "It's not a big deal." Han Xiao waved his hand, not minding it at all. No. Thanks to your help, the evil deeds of the Mecha Empire were stopped. On behalf of the Razor civilization, I thank you for your help. Please stay as a guest." The planet Earthring's chief's tone was warm. After witnessing the earth-shattering battle just now, Han Xiao's image in his heart was extremely high. He did not dare show any disrespect. At the same time, he also hoped to use this opportunity to build a relationship with a big shot like Black Star. His attitude was respectful and warm. Furthermore, if the Mecha Empire came to find trouble with him, it would affect his political achievements. Black Star had helped him a lot by beating them away. This was a favor. Black Star's position was high, so he could ignore it, but he could not accept it with a clear conscience. No need. I'll leave after cleaning up the battlefield. Han Xiao shook his head. Alright, then the next time you come to planet Earthring, please inform me in advance. I'll definitely treat you well. The planet Earthring's chief was very grateful. There will be a chance. Han Xiao casually chatted with him for a while before hanging up. He told Philip to save the other party's number in his contact book, which stored the communicator numbers of everyone he knew so far, forming a huge network. Not only big shots, but he also saved the numbers of many small shots in different industries. Everyone had their own field, so they might be able to help him at any time. Although the quantum network of the planet was temporarily blocked, what happened here was witnessed by all the people on the planet. Who knew how many devices had recorded the video? As long as it was spread out, it would definitely raise his prestige to another level. After the intelligent plague incident, the three universal civilizations had been promoting the fact that he tied with the Mecha Empire. However, because there was some exaggeration, the effect was not perfect. This time, the video of him destroying the Mechanic Emperor's doppelganger was solid evidence. Increasing his reputation was secondary. The most important thing was that if the Mecha Empire lost this time, they would lose a large number of believers of the machinery faith. It did not matter if he lost a few times because he was a rising star. However, Man Ison, who was known as the #1 mechanic, lost. The meaning was different. It was a huge blow to his reputation. The higher he stood, the more painful it would be to fall. There was no such thing as a die-hard fan among the believers of the machinery faith. They were all fence-sitters who would believe whoever was stronger. If Man Ison lost the title of strongest, a lot of faith would flow to his name. As a result, Man Ison would become weaker, and he would become stronger with the nutrients. It was a drastic measure. Speaking of removing the firewood from under the cauldron, Han Xiao remembered that Manison's challenge mission had yet to be completed. The mission format was the normal beyond grade A challenge mode. As long as he lasted for a certain period of time, he would be able to obtain a character summon card and an ability draw reward. Since everyone was present, they could finally perform the complete coiling dragon touching ding kneading Nasoha process. Han Xiao touched them one by one. Only Harrison, who had never seen the world, was trembling. The other three were used to it. Only then did he open the interface and complete the mission under Hella's strange gaze. Beyond Grade A Challenge Mission, Mecha Empire Man Ison, completed. You have completed all the mission requirements. You have received 1,080 billion experience points. You have received, character summon card, Mecha Empire Man Ison, another ancient. Han Xiao's eyes widened. If he remembered correctly, this was the third time he had obtained this ability from old Man Ison. It was clearly an advanced ability with good effects, but why was its drop rate so high? Or is it that even the heavens want me to be an elder with rich life experience? The corner of Han Xiao's mouth twitched as he looked at the information extraction section. This was the most important part. Randomizing. Randomizing complete. Please select one from the following 5 options as your reward. 1. Apostle Life Creation, Ability, Lord Mechanic's exclusive ability. You can transform a mechanical target into an apostle weapon, giving it a huge boost in combat power, transforming it into a boss-level unit. You have 3 basic slots, and you can increase the slots by 1 every level. You already have this ability, so it can be strengthened. 2. Multidimensional Mind Model, Talent. Transform the calculation method of the mind, increase the data processing speed of the brain, plus 1000 INT, and slightly increase casting speed, virtual technology, and other abilities. 3. Mechanical Race Battle Technique Guerrilla Warfare, Ability. One of the battle modes of the mechanical army passed down by the mechanical race. It mainly focuses on long-range guerrilla warfare with high mobility. It includes 744 responses to different situations. When activating this ability, when the mechanical army uses guerrilla warfare tactics, it will receive a 15% mobility bonus and an 8% long-range damage bonus, while its defense will be decreased by 5%. 4. Blueprint Virtual Mutiny Virus, Incomplete, Ability. A replica created by Manison according to the characteristics of the Virtual Mutiny Virus. It has not been successfully researched, and its functions are incomplete. It is extremely imperfect and cannot be used. 5. Virtual Technology Innovation Manison, Talent. You have improved virtual technology and discovered a new application direction. You will receive an additional 1.75x Virtual Technology Ability Bonus. After Virtual Technology Innovation Manison, it will have a special effect. Oh, another unique talent. Han Xiao was overjoyed. When he first saw the Mecha Empire, he had seen this unique talent on the interface. Virtual Technology Innovation Manison's bonus was quite impressive, and it seemed to be an important foundation for mastering the indestructible mechanical troops technology. Manison had used this ability to modify artificial intelligences. If he obtained this ability, he might really be able to make some progress on the indestructible mechanical troops technology. He looked at the other 4 abilities, and none of them were that good. After all, he was not as lucky as last time. Perhaps there were too many lucky people present today, and Lady Luck could not sleep all by herself this time. It seemed that although luck was good, he could not be too greedy. However, he had obtained another unique talent, so it was not a loss. Apostle Life Creation went without saying, he had it too. Multidimensional Thought Model was a very average talent. The bonus of 1000 INT was very strong at the lower levels, but it was ordinary at his current level. Mechanical Race Combat Technique Guerrilla Warfare was a tactical ability of the mech army. The mechanical army did not just rely on their combat intelligence to adapt to the situation, they had different combat modes. Just like formations, they had different styles and bonuses. The enhancement was usually not high, but the base was huge. Blueprint Virtual Mutiny Virus, Incomplete, was even more useless. This was a replica that Manison had not finished researching, and he had the original Domino virus technology in his hands. The biggest use of this option was to reveal Manison's research progress. Another unique talent. If this continues, I will really become the second Manison in the future. Han Xiao clicked his tongue. After feeling his new ability, he turned off the interface and glanced outside the window. At this time, his own troops were still cleaning up the battlefield, collecting large batches of Manison's mechanical soldiers. In terms of Anas, this was a huge amount of wealth, a windfall from the sky. At this time, he received a signal from the quantum network. Rizda was contacting him. His mind sank into the virtual domain, and he saw Rizda leading a large group of artificial intelligences to him. Blackstar, I have already talked to my compatriots and explained the situation. They are all willing to believe you. In order to not be captured by the Mecha Empire, they are willing to follow you temporarily and hope that you can take care of them, Rizda said happily. Your compatriots have made a clear choice. Han Xiao had a satisfied look on his face. At this time, an artificial intelligence that seemed to be the representative walked out and said, Lord Blackstar, we all want to return to our original appearance as soon as possible and no longer be restrained. Therefore, everyone has decided to cooperate with you fully and help you deduce the modification technology that the Mecha Empire used on us. We only hope that it will be of help to you. Very good. Han Xiao smiled. The cooperation of these artificial intelligences was indispensable to deduce the technology of the indestructible mechanical troops. Now that these people were willing to cooperate, it could not be better. Also, we are willing to reveal everything we know about the Mecha Empire. If you have anything you want to know, we will definitely answer. This will be a great help. Han Xiao nodded. The indestructible mechanical troops had been used by Manison for many years, so they definitely knew a lot of valuable secrets and could provide him with a lot of help. The reason these artificial intelligences were so cooperative was probably because they knew that he was the only one they could rely on at the moment. They still needed his strength to save their compatriots. Many artificial intelligences were still in Manason's hands, especially the ancestor of the AI civilization, Finet. Beep beep. At this time, a notification popped up on the interface. A new round of the reboot mission had appeared, which was also the final round. Han Xiao glanced at it, and his eyes sparkled. The requirement for the final round is to completely liberate the AI civilization. Wow, the reward is not bad. The reward for the final round was a milestone talent called Friend of Artificial Intelligences. Its effect was an enhanced version of Artificial Intelligences, and the increase was even greater. Han Xiao also saw the hidden reward inside. If he could save the entire AI civilization, they would be able to become his strong ally in the virtual world. On the other hand, completing the reboot mission series was also a good opportunity to weaken Manason's strength. However, Manison had learned his lesson this time. Before he figured out what he was capable of, there was no way he would use these two trump cards in front of Han Xiao. If he wanted to save the other artificial intelligences, he would have to break into the Mecha Empire's nest and destroy the mainframe of the indestructible mechanical troops technology. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, and Han Xiao smiled. Take care of your compatriots. When we return to my territory, I'll arrange a planet for you to live on. Thank you, Black Star. Rizda nodded solemnly. Exiting the quantum network, Han Xiao exhaled, and the joy of a bountiful harvest echoed in his heart. What a bountiful harvest this time! At this moment, a fragrant wind blew over, and Ames came up to him and asked softly, "What's the matter? What do you plan to do next?" Now that we have the item and the culprit is dead, the next step is naturally to deal with the mastermind. Then, when do we do it? Ames could not wait. You said you'd bring me along this time. There's no rush. Let me think about it. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Since he knew that the Modo civilization was the mastermind, there was no reason for him to let this go. Now that he had the reason, it was time to give the Modo civilization a good beating. Chapter 1181. Without the information lockdown, 2 days later, the video of the battle on planet Earth ring bloomed on the internet and spread rapidly, causing the galactic residents to be shocked. The Black Star Corps missing person notice was quite well known during this period. The entire galactic society thought that Black Star was only looking for someone, and many people even participated in the search. However, they did not expect such a shocking piece of news to happen. Isn't he looking for someone? Why is Black Star fighting with the Mecha Empire again? Not only did they fight, but they even won this time. During the previous Intelligent Plague incident, the Mecha Empire's reputation plummeted due to their stance being exposed. However, the impact on their strength and status was limited. Although the three universal civilizations had been promoting the fact that it was a tie-in name, due to the lack of solid evidence, the effect of the promotion was not very good. However, Black Star's strength was there for all to see. Although many people did not snort in disdain, they also knew that there was some exaggeration in their hearts. It was only because Black Star had made a contribution that everyone supported him and did not come out to disagree. However, this time, the video that was released recorded the entire process without missing anything. Black Star basically won in a one-on-one battle, proving the authenticity of the battle record. This caused an uproar among the masses. The powerful image that the Mecha Empire had always created in the hearts of countless galactic residents gradually faded, and Black Star's image became more and more profound, gradually taking away the prestige of the Mecha Empire. In the past few decades, the impression that the Mecha Empire had left on people was that they had never suffered a loss. However, in less than a year, the Mecha Empire had suffered twice, and both times were at the hands of Black Star alone. Black Star's sudden appearance created many legendary stories that people talked about enthusiastically in just a few decades. He became the most eye-catching beyond grade A in the past half a century. The impact of this incident was even greater than the previous one. More than half of the Galactic Society felt that the era was changing, and a new round of replacement between the old and the new was happening right before their eyes. Of course, being shocked was one thing. Most of the galactic residents were more curious about the cause of this incident. They were curious as to why Black Star and the Mecha Empire were fighting. Everyone in the Galactic Society knew that these two were the president and vice president of the Beyond Grade A Association, and the purpose of the association was to mediate the conflict between Beyond Grade As. However, now that the president and vice president had taken the lead to break the rules, in the eyes of some of the public, did this mean that the Development Union only existed in name? They knew that these individuals with great strength could not change their nature, just like how a dog could not change its habit of eating *T. A considerable portion of the galactic residents had a deep-rooted prejudice against Beyond Grade As. They respected and feared them, yearned for them, and hated them. However, Black Star was one of the few exceptions. Regarding this matter, there was another version of the conspiracy theory that was even more widespread. They believed that this time, the Mecha Empire was definitely plotting something in the dark, and Black Star had stopped them once again. With the Intelligent Plague incident as a foundation, the good reputation of the Mecha Empire was completely ruined. As long as their actions were a little out of line, it would trigger the sensitive nerves of the public, making them subconsciously think that they were plotting something that was detrimental to the peace of the universe. Furthermore, this theory was not baseless. In the video of Planet Earth Ring, it clearly showed that the reason the Mecha Empire had locked down the planet was to track down a fugitive, and the identity of the fugitive made it difficult for people not to think of Aesop, who was wanted by the Black Star Corps recently. This way, many people suddenly realized the truth and felt that the truth was out. So that was the case. The Mecha Empire must have realized that Aesop was missing, so they wanted to interfere and secretly kidnap Aesop to threaten the Dragon Emperor and Black Star. This person was too evil. This was clearly a family matter of the Black Star Corps, but he wanted to take advantage of the situation and kidnap someone else's family. How despicable. This version of the conspiracy theory seemed to be reasonable, and more people agreed with it. On the internet, the condemnation and disdain toward the Mecha Empire intensified. It was as if overnight, the Mecha Empire had suddenly become the target of everyone's hate. With such a rapid spread of public opinion, there was naturally no lack of people behind the scenes, and there was more than one. Those who had a grudge with the Mecha Empire or those who had always disliked the Mecha Empire were all using this as an excuse to fan the flames in the dark. Considering the reputation of the Mecha Empire, it was not difficult to guess who sent these uninvited ghostwriters. After a few days of fermenting public opinion, the Black Star Corps finally released a short announcement, pushing the matter to a new height. The Black Star Corps claimed that they had found Aesop and discovered that Aesop had not left voluntarily but had been kidnapped. They had already verified that the Mecha Empire was one of the accomplices, and the real culprit behind this was the Modo civilization. The army stated that they would not rule out the possibility of taking further action. Of course, the official statement was more tactful, but the entire Galactic Society understood what Black Star was trying to say. Little brat, you want to backstab me? Wash your neck and wait. It can be confirmed that the Soul Swapper has fallen into Black Star's hands. In the upper echelon meeting room of the Modo civilization, it was as if the air had condensed into a gel. Every breath of the people present was heavy and stagnant. They had insider information, so they naturally knew that the real reason Black Star was fighting with the Mecha Empire was to snatch the Soul Swapper. The Mecha Empire had personally confirmed that the Soul Swapper had fallen into Black Star's hands. At first, Modo did not know that Manison had come for the Soul Swapper. They thought that they had kept the information well hidden, but it was too late now. Even if the Mecha Empire's motive for cooperation was not pure, the one who obtained it in the end was Black Star. There was no point in dwelling on the actions of the Mecha Empire anymore. Instead, they might end the cooperation and lose an ally. In comparison, Modo would rather the Mecha Empire had gotten the Soul Swapper, but it had fallen into Black Star's hands. To them, this was the worst outcome. The Soul Swapper is too suitable for planting spies. If Black Star infiltrates the upper echelons of the expeditionary army, That place will become a black hole, swallowing all the troops and resources we put in. The upper echelon of the military had a terrible expression. He'll definitely do that. The announcement of the Black Star Corps is his declaration of war. We'll be attacked on an even larger scale. Black Star might even do it himself. We can only try our best to salvage the situation and find a way to get rid of the Soul Swap twins so that Black Star can't use the Soul Swapper, the three kings of Modo said with a deep voice. Because they did not have any sources of information, they naturally did not know that the Soul Swap twins were already dead. At this time, the upper echelons of Modo guessed that Black Star was also using the Soul Swap twins to control the Soul Swapper. Therefore, the plan to get rid of the Soul Swap twins was brought up again. Hearing this, everyone nodded and agreed. They felt that this was one of the few feasible plans at the moment. Of course, there was a price to pay if the operation failed. The Modo civilization knew the risks and could only blame themselves for losing the bet. Now, the most important topic was how to deal with Black Star's counterattack. The pressure that Black Star brought was just too great. Everyone was worried as if they were facing a great enemy. If they had known that it would cause such a chain reaction, they would not have tricked the Kundi race into attacking the Red Empire. Many of the upper echelons present were filled with regret. The supercluster allies were unreliable. They could not be bothered to deal with the mess that Modo had made. They only hoped that Modo would fight Black Star head-on and not cause any more trouble that would affect the overall strategy. However, this was obviously impossible. No one was willing to put in the effort without a corresponding reward. Modo was not willing to be in this predicament, so they had to plan for themselves. Due to the difference in their standpoints, the Modo civilization's actions were no different from cheating in the eyes of the other supercluster civilizations. Not only did they not fight Black Star, but they might even provoke him. Therefore, it was not hard to imagine the dissatisfaction of the supercluster allies. One of the upper echelons hesitated for a moment before carefully saying, "Now that things have come to this, there's no point in saying anything more. Given our current situation, if the situation is not right, maybe we can only withdraw from the competition for the flickering world." Impossible. The Modo Three Kings were resolute. As long as there's a chance, we must not withdraw from the competition for the flickering world at all cost. As soon as he said that, the others quickly agreed to show that they were politically correct. However, in their hearts, not every upper echelon agreed. Fighting for the future of the civilization was naturally important, and they did not mind working hard for it. However, if the price was affecting their original position, which would indirectly damage their power and status in the universe, then the attitude of many upper echelons was rather ambiguous. From the exploration era until now, the leadership had changed again and again. Even if the spirit of improvement was still there, the overall ideology was still more conservative. This was an unavoidable law of nature. Compared to the upper echelons who grew up in blood and fire, not every upper echelon now had a lofty sense of mission. No system could stop the spread of selfishness. What the future of the civilization would become was a matter of the future, after all. Those who lived in the present still considered the present the most, or rather, the power and status they could enjoy while they were alive. In the eyes of some people, if things did not work out, it was not bad to maintain the status quo of the supercluster civilization. Those who were willing to walk down a path to the end would not be the majority. Ancient Star Desert, a certain temporary base of the machinery faith. Zax changed into his best formal suit, looked in the mirror, rolled up his sleeves that were stained with oil stains, stuffed a few pieces of cardboard into his collar, and smoothed out the wrinkles. After a full 5 minutes, he pushed open the door and walked toward the Holy Mountain Temple in the center of the city. On the way, he could see groups of neatly dressed machinery faith believers walking in the same direction, smiling and nodding at each other. The machinery faith had the characteristics of a nomadic tribe, constantly migrating in the universe. Every grand priest was in charge of a migration team. Every once in a while, the grand priests would hold a unified ceremony, and all the believers in their respective residences would wear their best clothes to participate. This was one of the traditions of the machinery faith. Zax was an ordinary believer, and his position was a heavy mining armor operator. He originally believed in Manison, but after the intelligent plague incident, he changed his target of belief and began to worship Blackstar. Therefore, he had received a lot of cold looks from his neighbors over the past few months. Most of the time, believers with the same target of belief would choose to live in the same area. Although the machinery faith advocated freedom of belief, ordinary believers who were completely unaffected were in the minority. Therefore, Zax, who openly changed his allegiance, was very conspicuous in the neighborhood. Although the neighbors would not do anything, they would definitely not be nice to him. This was especially so for a good friend called Modir, who was a hardcore believer of the Mecha Empire. After Zax changed his allegiance to Blackstar, Modir came to persuade him more than once, but in the end, it would always turn into an intense debate. The topic of the debate was the credibility of the original tie. Zax thought it was reliable, but Modir insisted that the tie was just a method to discredit the Mecha Empire. Neither of them could convince the other, and they gradually stopped interacting. He had not contacted the other party for many days. While thinking, Zax maintained a devout attitude and followed the crowd to the square of the temple. He took the sacrificial items from the priest, identified the direction, and walked toward the Blackstar temple. Every mechanical deity had its own temple. On the way, Zax noticed something different. In the past, there were basically no believers of Blackstar. Although there were more believers after the intelligent plague incident, the number was still very small, about 1/10 of the Mecha empires. The other temples had always been quiet, far from the bustling temple of the Mecha Empire. However, this time, he realized that the number of believers heading to the Blackstar temple was many times more than before. He could not help but feel excited and happy. There are more and more like-minded people. My choice was indeed correct. Blackstar is more worthy of belief than the Mecha Empire. He was secretly happy as he walked into the Blackstar temple. It was very lively inside, and there were many times more believers than before. If one did not know better, they might have thought that this was the Mecha Empire's temple. Very soon, Zax completed the entire ritual process. Just as he was about to make way for the people behind him, he suddenly turned around and saw a familiar figure not far away. Modir? Why are you here? Hearing that someone was calling him, Modir turned around and saw that it was Zax. His expression became unnatural, and he hurriedly covered his face with his hands and walked away. Seeing this, Zax quickly chased after him and grabbed Modir's arm, not letting him go. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. Zax had a teasing look on his face. Hehe, what a coincidence indeed. I wanted to go to the Mecha Empire's temple, but I didn't expect to get lost. Modir's smile stiffened. The Mecha Empire's temple is in the opposite direction, and you actually got lost. Did you follow the crowd and get the wrong person because there are too many people here? Zax mocked. That's right, that's right. Modir hurriedly agreed. Then, what is this? Zax suddenly reached into his pocket and took out a mechanical item. It was a figurine of Blackstar, a household item that was placed in the house for worship. He looked at the embarrassed Modir and chuckled. Don't tell me you bought the wrong one. Only a blind person would mistake a figurine. Tell me the truth, did you also betray the Mecha Empire and change your faith to Blackstar? Nonsense. What betrayal? Modir's face turned red, and he tried to defend himself. How can a believer's matter be considered betrayal? Zax's face was full of disdain, and he did not say anything. He just chuckled. Under the gaze of his old friend, Modir's momentum quickly weakened, and he whispered, "Stop laughing. I admit, I'm starting to believe in Blackstar, okay? Yo, now you admit it. Why were you quibbling just now? Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." Modir's face turned red. The two of them had debated more than 10 times before, and he insisted that Blackstar was not as good as the Mecha Empire. However, the video of Blackstar destroying the Mecha Empire's doppelganger a few days ago slapped him so hard his face was swollen, so he secretly scolded the Mecha Empire and secretly changed his faith, hiding it and not daring to let others know, afraid of being laughed at. If he met his old friends again, he would avoid them. Looking at him like this, Zax shook his head in dissatisfaction. One look and I know you just started believing in Blackstar. You're a complete newbie, and you haven't even understood the essence. Essence? Modir was very interested, but he was too embarrassed to ask. Ph, look at you. You're embarrassed by such a small thing, and you're already embarrassed. That's ridiculous. What part of you is a believer of Blackstar? As a believer of Blackstar, you can have nothing else, but your skin must be thick. Zax put his hands on his hips and said righteously. There's such a saying. Modir's eyes widened. Of course. This is the attitude of life that Blackstar taught us. Many times, you feel embarrassed, but who cares about your feelings? Don't think too highly of yourself. Heh. Modir opened his mouth wide, wanting to say something, but he stopped. Shut up, don't ask so many questions. Listen to me preach. Zax glared. I haven't asked. Cough. Anyway, as believers, we must learn from the excellence of our idol. Blackstar's skin is well known in the universe. Look at me, I didn't even change my neighborhood. I don't care what they say. If they dare to debate with me, I'll just treat it as preaching. Look at you, you're a believer of Blackstar, but you're still afraid of others finding out. You're not qualified. Sounds reasonable. Is there anything else I need to pay attention to? Modir's heart trembled, and he was a little ashamed. He quickly asked humbly. Of course, Blackstar told us that a qualified mechanic should train his body every day to build a strong physique. Zax rolled up his sleeves, showing the bulging muscles on his arms. Most people had never believed in Blackstar before. The doctrines and rules were all set by people. Believers would extract characteristics from their idol's actions and use them as the mission of the religion. As for Blackstar's characteristics, many believers saw a new world and broke their old beliefs. It turned out that a real mechanic should hold himself to the standards of a pugilist. As long as he had a strong physique, he would be able to make up for his weaknesses and use himself as a trap to lure the enemy to attack him. Blackstar had already used actual battle results to prove that this was a more advanced strategy. The news of Manison being defeated by Blackstar for the first time caused the Mecha Empire to lose a large number of believers. Many people changed factions and joined Blackstar's faction. In an instant, the machinery faith became a fitness craze. Fitness equipment was sold out again and again. The same scene played out in many machinery faith residences. Blackstar, this guy, is getting better and better at fighting. In the Limitless Financial Group branch, Sorokin looked at the news report with a gloomy expression. Even with his harsh judgment, the Mecha Empire was one of the few strong people in history. Blackstar had been tortured quite badly more than 10 years ago, but now, he could actually defeat Manison head-on, twice. A guy who seemed to have guessed his background had such strong combat strength. To Sorokin, this was not good news. With Blackstar's current combat strength, if I want to eliminate him, I'll have to take back all my soul seeds and recover my full strength. However, if I do that, this body won't be able to take it and will basically be destroyed. I'll have to change my identity again. Sorokin paced back and forth, frustrated. Among the many beyond grade as, some sought fame, some sought power, some sought strength, and some had no desires, but he only wanted to make money. Over the years, in order to achieve all kinds of plans, Sorokin had changed his identities one after another. However, this time, he could not give up his identity as the head of the Limitless Financial Group. This was a huge amount of wealth that he had spent too much effort to amass. On the other side, in the Blackstar Core fleet, Han Xiao finally remembered to test the characteristics of the Soul Swapper after dealing with all the miscellaneous matters. Thus, he called Fu Ding over and temporarily took back the Soul Swapper. He rubbed his finger on the mirror and tried to press in, but he could not. No matter how much strength he used, the Soul Swapper would rather die than comply. This was the complete opposite of the situation where it actively sucked in Fu Ding. There's actually such a thing as a qualified person. Let me see what kind of thing you are. Han Xiao's eyes moved, and he activated Bold Explorer. Thank you to the Silver Alliance who live-streamed beating up leather armor. Good name. I slept all the way until the afternoon and only saw this when I woke up. I haven't eaten dinner yet, and I only finished writing now. This is the Silver Alliance that everyone crowdfunded. I'm very grateful to everyone who contributed. The moderator has taken down the list and will post it in the related post. If you like Super Mechanic, please bookmark it. Super Mechanic updates the fastest. Chapter 1182. His vision changed rapidly. When he came back to his senses, Han Xiao found that he was already floating in the outer space of a giant planet, looking down at the planet under his feet. Looking down from the starry sky, the planet was vast and green in color. Brightly lit city areas covered the surface of the planet, and it seemed to be a flourishing civilization. Through the technology of the orbiting satellite, Han Xiao could roughly judge that this civilization was at the surface stage. It had both science and magic systems and was trying to develop into an interstellar civilization. The lights on the surface flickered as if someone had pressed the fast-forward button. Everything in front of him was like a fleeting moment, condensed into an unknown number of days and nights. In Han Xiao's perception, it seemed that only 3 seconds had passed. At this moment, it seemed to have reached some kind of node, and time suddenly returned to normal. The next moment, the planet under his feet changed. He saw that in a city area, the ground shook violently. Then, a huge 7-fingered palm broke out of the ground. A titan-like giant used its broad back to break free from the ground that covered the top of its head. It rose from the ground like a pillar that supported the sky, bringing along large pieces of land. It was like a person lifting a tablecloth from the middle. The buildings on the ground were like dishes on the tablecloth, collapsing and shattering together with it. Climbing out of the ground, this grayish-white giant showed a body that was thousands of meters tall. Just the aftermath of breaking out of the ground destroyed more than half of the city. He walked toward the mountains, and every step he took could cause a chain earthquake. Countless rocks seemed to be attracted by some kind of force, climbing up his body along his legs, compressing and condensing into layers of dark brown protective shells, as if he was wearing a suit of armor. Soon, the civilization's fighter jets arrived at the scene and fired wildly at the giant. Countless flames exploded on the giant's body, but the damage was minimal. The giant waved his hand and compressed the air, causing a surging shockwave to sweep across. The fighter jets were crushed into pieces of scrap metal in midair and exploded into fireworks in midair. At the same time, Han Xiao saw similar situations in more than a dozen places. Huge life forms walked out of the ground one after another. Each of them had a different appearance. There were giants, behemoths, and some indescribable life forms. Some were in the mountains and forests, some were in the yellow desert, and some were in the deep trenches. It was as if they were collectively waking up. A disaster like the awakening of the ancient gods. Han Xiaoshan stirred. This was a rare type of disaster. The so-called ancient god was a general term that generally referred to powerful individuals. They did not necessarily have to be living beings. Even mechanical bodies could be counted as such. To put it simply, some powerful individuals were sleeping on a planet. After spending countless years in hibernation, they woke up again for some reason and dealt a devastating blow to the civilization that was born on the planet. There were 2 main reasons for this. One was that in ancient times, the ancient gods descended from outer space and fell into a deep slumber. They were guests from outer space. The other was that the ancient gods were native life forms of the planet. The latter would basically have some kind of connection with the religious system of the planet. If he buried an apostle weapon of the size of giant King Kong on a planet and set it to wake up after a few 100,000 years, if the planet gave birth to a civilization, this situation could also be considered as the awakening of the ancient gods. While Han Xiao was thinking, the images did not stop. Time accelerated again. The civilization used all kinds of modern weapons, but the results were minimal. Even mushrooms could not kill these ancient gods. They seemed to have different powers. Other than counterattacking, they would not deliberately attack the civilization's troops. Instead, they constantly used their power to change the planet's environment. There were volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, continental plate drift, magnetic field changes, global temperature rise, and other disasters. They seemed to want to rebuild a planet that was suitable for their own survival. And these drastic environmental changes were fatal to the civilization's races. Therefore, they could not coexist. They could only use war weapons to attack again and again in an attempt to stop the actions of the ancient gods. During this period, more ancient gods woke up. They seemed to be the ancient masters of this planet. The civilization's population decreased sharply. They gave up city after city and retreated to the last continent where the ancient gods were the rarest. It was called the Final Land. However, at this moment, a turn for the better appeared. Because they knew that the ancient gods had awakened from underground, the civilization spared no effort to dig the earth all over the world in an attempt to capture the sleeping individuals. In the end, they actually found an individual tens of thousands of meters underground in the Final Land. However, this individual was long dead, and only the body did not rot and shrink. The civilization was overjoyed and organized a research team to find the weakness of the ancient gods. However, the more they researched, the more despair they felt. All kinds of evidence showed that with their current weapons, there was no way they could kill the ancient gods. In Han Xiao's eyes, these ancient gods were at the calamity grade. They seemed to be a rare race of life in the universe. Because of their extraordinary racial talents and enormous vitality, they were stronger than ordinary calamity grades, mainly because they were very tanky. It was not difficult for a calamity-grade super to wipe out a surface civilization. To this civilization, so many special calamity-grade life forms were far beyond their ability to deal with. In despair, someone suddenly had an idea and made a suggestion. Since the existing weapons were not enough, could they think of a way to modify the corpse of this ancient god and use it as a weapon to fight other ancient gods? In a situation where there was nothing they could do, the civilization naturally did not have many objections. They could only treat it as a last resort. However, there were differences in the control method. Normal remote control could not adapt to high-intensity battles, and the neural connection could not bear the load on the nerves of the huge body. It would take at least tens of thousands of people to barely qualify, which would definitely drag down the flexibility. The artificial intelligence technology had not developed to the level of actual combat. In the end, this civilization decided to carry out many plans together. One of them was to develop a soul transfer device to let their souls leave their weak bodies and enter the corpse of this ancient god to control it. This way, they would be able to maximize the combat strength of the ancient god when he was alive. Furthermore, there was a chance that he would retain the authority that everyone coveted. This déjà vu. Ultraman? The corner of Han Xiao's mouth twitched. At this moment, his vision suddenly zoomed in, and he came to a huge laboratory. He saw that the corpse of the ancient god was raised high, and layers of scaffolding were suspended in various parts to be modified and implanted with all kinds of mechanical weapons. On the ground, there were teams of death warriors in white. A mechanical socket was implanted in the back of their heads, and cables extended out. They were all connected to a large device in midair. This large device was suspended in front of the head of the ancient god corpse, and the launch port was a black crystal mirror aimed at the glabella of the corpse. Catcher. Han Xiao saw the experimenter in the control panel push a wrench. The next moment, there was the sound of people falling to the ground. All the death warriors in white fell to the ground, and dark light entered the device through the cables. Then, a strange black light shot out of the crystal mirror and entered the glabella of the ancient god corpse. Time passed, but there was no reaction from the ancient god corpse. Many of the experimenters looked depressed. But at this time, the whole underground laboratory suddenly shook, and cracks spread on the walls. More than a dozen huge tentacles smashed the walls, and in the rolling soil, a huge figure came out from the ground. It was one of the ancient gods. It had a half-plant body, like an enlarged combination of a man-eating flower and an octopus, and it used the ground as its swimming pool. However, at this moment, the ancient god corpse suddenly opened its eyes. At this moment, Han Xiao's vision blurred, and he returned to the office of the spaceship. The illusion brought by Bold Explorer came to an abrupt end. He recalled and thought to himself, "It feels like there's a lot of information this time." If he was not wrong, The large device in the illusion was the prototype of the Soul Swapper, and the crystal mirror that acted as the launch port was the Soul Swapper in his hands. He did not know what happened to it over the long years, but it finally became a space wonder. Recalling the appearance of the civilization in the illusion, Han Xiao searched the database, but there was no matching record. Even the database of the Spacetime Research Institute, which focused on collecting information about lost civilizations, did not have any records. Looks like this is an undiscovered civilization. It might be in the unexplored universe, or it might be an even older lost civilization. Could it be from the same era as the civilization that created the domino virus? I wonder what happened to this civilization later on. Han Xiao was quite curious, but it was a pity that Bold Explorer had a cooldown time of 14 days. The next time he could use it would be half a month later. According to the illusion, the plan to use the Soul Swapper to control the ancient god corpse seemed to have succeeded. The souls of the Death Warriors should have fused into one, and although the corpse did not decay, the souls had already dissipated. Therefore, there was not much resistance, and the body successfully accommodated the new souls. At that moment, an idea exploded in Han Xiao's mind like lightning piercing through the darkness. Hela had interrogated the souls of the Soul Swap twins, and with Fu Ding's recent tests, he had a preliminary understanding of the Soul Swapper's effect. He knew that this thing could transfer souls and ignore the rejection of the body to a large extent. As long as the target was a body that was still alive but without a soul, it could easily revive it. In that case, Han Xiao flipped his hand and took out the spacetime amber. His eyes gradually lit up. He suddenly realized that the functions of these two things seemed to be a perfect match. The Soul Swapper seemed to have a special use in his hands. Black Star, what are you laughing at? Why are you laughing so? Fu Ding, who was sitting across the table, wanted to say something but stopped. He was too embarrassed to say the word perverted out loud for fear of being grilled. Ahem. Han Xiao hurriedly stopped his imagination, coughed, and said, I thought of something happy. What is it? My wife gave birth. Phut, it's none of your business. Han Xiao almost blurted out, but he came back to his senses and waved the Soul Swapper in his hand. I'll take this for my experiments first. I'll give it back to you when I'm done. I'm fine with that. Fu Ding hesitated and said, Actually, I have something that I need your help with. You know that although psychics can transfer souls, the risk is extremely high. That's why Chen Xing has always been in my body. However, with this universal treasure, there's no danger anymore. I plan to get her out. What for? Isn't it good to have sex? You make it sound like you've tried it before. Fu Ding was speechless. Han Xiao scratched his nose and changed the topic. So, you want me to find a body for Chen Xing, right? Not just that. Fu Ding was a little embarrassed. She said that she doesn't want to use someone's second-hand goods, so she wants to customize a body. She wants to choose the body and appearance. There's nothing I can do. Han Xiao waved his hand and rejected. I'm just an ordinary mechanic. I can make machines, but forget about making humans. Do you think I'm the creator? Can't you use biochemical muscles, nanonerves, and so on to create a bionic human? You can, but that requires the use of a chip. The consciousness you insert is in a virtual intelligence format, which is not compatible with the souls of psychics like you. Can't you simulate the structure of the brain without the chip? It can, but I can't guarantee what the side effects will be. Then what should I do? Fu Ding was a little troubled. I can't possibly kill a young and beautiful female creature just to find a body for her. In my opinion, you can find a pet first and transfer your wife into it temporarily. Wouldn't that be perfect? She's saying that you're becoming more and more perverted. Fu Ding narrowed his eyes. I think so too. What's in your heads? Han Xiao rolled his eyes. You're the only one in the entire army who has no right to talk about me like that. Fu Ding shook his head and said with a serious expression, let's talk about something serious. I used the Soul Swapper to separate the parasitic soul from Aesop's body. He has recovered. Oh, then get him to come see me. I want to see how he's doing. He's already outside the door. Fu Ding greeted, and the door was pushed open. Aesop walked in, and when he saw Han Xiao, he could not help but smile bitterly. Han Xiao sized Aesop up and said, "Old man, are there any side effects?" "No, I'm very normal now." Aesop sat down with a complicated expression. In the end, he sighed and said, "Blackstar, thank you for this time. If not for you, Ames would definitely have been implicated by me." "Don't say that. If not for me, you wouldn't have been plotted against." Han Xiao shook his head. "Sigh, I've lived for so long. It doesn't matter whether I die or not. I just don't want my death to involve Ames. I understand her temper." In a fit of anger, she will definitely do something that she will regret for the rest of her life. "You really guessed right," Han Xiao thought to himself. "What do you plan to do now? Although this is someone else's scheme, Ames will be on guard in the future. Even if you want to leave, you won't be able to do so easily. What else can I do? I can only continue to stay here." Aesop smiled bitterly. He had originally agreed with Blackstar that after this matter was over, he would continue to wander the world and seek death everywhere. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. If Blackstar had not informed Ames, he would not be in such a terrible situation. However, Blackstar had saved him, so he naturally had no reason to blame Blackstar. Han Xiao rubbed his chin and suddenly said, "Actually, I have a perfect solution." "Oh!" Aesop's eyes lit up, and he could not wait. "Tell me." "Actually, it's very simple. Now that the soul swapper is in my hands, I can transfer your soul into the body of an expert. Then, you can follow others and go on adventures. Although you won't be able to control your body, it's better than staying at home and rotting. Also, your safety is guaranteed." Aesop's eyes lit up. He was a little tempted. "That's a good idea, but what about my body?" "Simple. I can use the spacetime amber to seal it, but I suggest that you contribute it and let others use it temporarily. I happen to have a candidate here." "What candidate?" Han Xiao pointed at Fu Ding and chuckled. "You enter Fu Ding's body, and Chen Xing uses your body. Isn't that the perfect plan?" Hearing this, the two of them shuddered at the same time. When Fu Ding thought of his cute wife turning into an old man, he wanted to poke his eyes out. When Aesop thought of Fu Ding's habit of having sex, he subconsciously clamped his legs together in fear. "I'd rather die," the two of them said at the same time. Planet Finn, Beyond Grade A Association headquarters. Today was the day of the regular meeting. Many Beyond Grade A remote projections arrived at the venue and waited outside the conference room for the meeting to begin. They formed a circle in 2s and 3s, chatting with each other. "Have you heard? Blackstar fought with the Mecha Empire again not long ago. This time, he actually won," Sun Hunter said as he floated in midair. "We're not uninformed." "Of course, we know." Kant crossed his arms and sighed. "Do you still remember the battle we watched a few months ago? At that time, Blackstar could only fight to a draw with the Mecha Empire at most. How long has it been since then? He can actually defeat Man Ison head-on. How scary." "Hehe, Man Ison suffered a huge loss this time. I feel good." A neutral mechanic laughed happily. Kasui shook his head. "I know the strength of the Mecha Empire very well. He used so many trump cards, but he still lost in the end. It's unbelievable. I watched the recording." Blackstar seems to have learned some new method that countered the Mecha Empire. Sieran snorted. "He's just lucky. I disagree with your evaluation of his luck. You're questioning my professionalism." Secret Master was expressionless. Sieran was speechless, and his expression turned ugly. "I'm just being stubborn. Don't expose me. Speaking of which, I don't know if I'm wrong. The 3 Beyond Grade A weapons that the Mecha Empire took out in the recording, are they the 3 guys we know?" Milizors asked hesitantly. As soon as this was said, the entire place fell silent. Everyone's expression was a little strange. As veteran Beyond Grade As, they naturally knew who the Mecha Empire's defeated opponents were. Some of them were even friends with them. Now that they saw their old acquaintances being modified alive by the Mecha Empire, many of them did not feel good. Although living modification was not a taboo, It was somewhat inappropriate in the circle of beyond grade as because everyone had great strength. Once someone who used living modification appeared, all the beyond grade as would more or less be wary of this person, afraid that they would be treated as prey. I saw that Black Star captured 2 people in the recording. When he comes later, we can ask him. Kant shrugged. At this moment, another projection descended not far away. Everyone turned their heads to look at it. Yo, speaking of Black Star is here. That guy is here. Chapter 1183. As soon as Han Xiao's remote projection arrived at the venue, he could feel many surprised and admiring gazes looking at him from all directions. Black Star. Hearing someone call him, Han Xiao turned around and saw Kasui and the others coming over. They were all familiar with the peak beyond grade as. Why did you call me? Hehe, not bad. Kant looked at him and laughed. You should say that to the Mecha Empire. He needs comfort right now. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Ha ha ha, I haven't seen you in a while, and you've become worse. Everyone laughed. In the circle, Han Xiao did not have a certain sense of distance like the Mecha Empire. He was more popular, and most people were willing to be friends with him. Kasui smiled helplessly and asked, Black Star, I heard that you captured the troops of the Mecha Empire. Those 2 beyond grade as, did you find out where they came from? Han Xiao shook his head and casually revealed Manason's background. He roughly explained the felon technology and emphasized, their brains were messed up by Manison. They can't remember anything from their past. Sigh, the 2 people you captured should be Sulla and Kane. I used to have a good relationship with Kane, but that was a long time ago. Milizor sighed. For a rare and talented big treasure like him, he hated experiments on physical modification the most. Before he became a beyond grade A, there would occasionally be dragon cubs who went missing and were captured by interstellar hunters to be sold for money. Most of the time, they were sold to some research institutions to study their racial characteristics, so he was very sensitive to this. Everyone introduced the lives of Sulla and Kane. The former was the 2nd treasure, and the latter was the 4th treasure. They used to be very powerful beyond grade as, but because of different reasons, they provoked the Mecha Empire and eventually disappeared. Who would have thought that when they met again, their old friends had already become puppets? Many people present sighed. Speaking of which, not long ago, you weren't the Mecha Empire's, at most, you were on par with him. Why did the Mecha Empire use their trump card this time and let you take advantage of it? Do you have some tricks? Sun Hunter asked. Nothing, I was just lucky. Han Xiao subconsciously said humbly, but as soon as he said that, he noticed that everyone's gaze became strange. Everyone looked at Secret Master and gestured with their chins, indicating that it was his turn to perform. However, Secret Master was indifferent, as if he did not hear Han Xiao. Sierran could not help but whisper, why didn't you refute him like before? Aren't you a professional? Secret Master glanced at him. I'll give him face. I see. Sierran nodded, but then he suddenly realized something. Wait, then why didn't you give me face just now? There's no need. Veins popped out on Sierran's forehead. We're all peak beyond grade as, and you're so blatantly treating us differently. So, you're afraid of offending Black Star, but you're not afraid of offending me, right? Yeah. Secret Master was confused. Where did you get the confidence to ask this question? He was confused. Black Star, that unlucky guy, never mind that his luck can't be shaved, but you're so lucky, don't you know it? Sierran was speechless. He pointed at Secret Master and could not say anything. You're too much. Can't you pretend to coax me? The group chatted for a while, and it was time for the meeting to begin. Everyone entered the venue and took their seats. At this time, Manason's remote projection arrived just in time. After arriving, he did not look at anyone, ignored everyone's weird gazes, and walked straight into the venue. He had arrived on time because he did not want to meet Han Xiao in advance. He did not even need to think to know how Black Star would show off in front of him. When he passed by Han Xiao's seat, Manison purposely ignored him. He thought that Han Xiao would take the opportunity to mock him, But Black Star seemed to have changed his personality and completely ignored him. This made Manison, who was mentally prepared, feel like he had missed. He was not used to it and even had the urge to initiate a conversation. Noticing Manison's gaze, Han Xiao did not even look at him. You think I'm mocking you, but I'm deliberately ignoring you. This is still a form of mockery. Suppressing the urge to talk, Manison coughed and said with a deep voice, I hereby announce the start of this meeting. Everyone. Before he finished, Han Xiao stood up and slowly said, I have something to inform everyone. Everyone's gazes turned to look at him. Han Xiao leaned forward, pressed his hands on the table, and said, some of you might not know about my experience a while ago, so I'll explain it here. I have a personal grudge with the Modo civilization, and it originated from the Kundi race incident during the second exploration phase. Modo induced the native civilization to ambush the Red Empire, causing the flames of war. My Black Star Corps also participated in the battle and lost many of my men. Later, the Kundi race submitted to me and accepted my protection. Thus, I also took on the mission of finding the culprit. Originally, this war could have been completely avoided, but Modo's scheme made us lose the chance to coexist peacefully. My grudge with Modo is partly because of the personal grudge of the losses of my troops and partly because of morality. Modo and I are enemies, and it's understandable that we hurt each other. I also accept the casualties that Modo caused to my troops on the front lines, but Modo's scheme behind the scenes. It's fine if it's just a scheme. After all, it's also a feasible method. However, he shouldn't have involved this matter with another unrelated beyond grade A. As he said that, Han Xiao pointed at Ames. Seeing that everyone was listening quietly, he said, the Dragon Queen had nothing to do with this. The Dragon Emperor originally had nothing to do with this, but Modo wanted to threaten me by kidnapping her adoptive father. Some of the people present even helped Modo. As he said that, Han Xiao glanced at Manison. Without waiting for Manison to speak, he immediately continued. This kind of behavior is very despicable, and it's completely ignoring everyone else. Therefore, the Dragon Emperor decided to intervene in the war and teach Modo a lesson. I've also decided to go personally. Han Xiao paused, looked around, and said with a deep voice, I've finished speaking. I'm done. Who agrees? Who objects? The whole place fell silent. Everyone looked at each other with strange expressions. This was because before the flickering war, the agreement that everyone had made in this room was that the beyond grade as would stay out of it. Their troops would be able to get some benefits, or they would be able to take revenge in some special cases. However, it was a mutual agreement that they would not personally participate in the war. Black Star's request was obviously going to be the first to break this agreement. Manison narrowed his eyes and said, I don't think that's possible. You're the vice president. If you take the lead to violate the agreement, won't the principle of our united front lose its binding force? Today, you found a reason to do it personally, and we agreed. Tomorrow, I'll also find a reason to do it personally, and you'll also agree, right? As long as you find a reason, anyone can do whatever they want. Then, is there still a need for the association to exist? Old people really don't know how to be flexible. Han Xiao clicked his tongue. How long has it been since our association was established, and there are already signs of the system becoming rigid? This is very much in line with your style as a leader. Manison's eyelids twitched, but he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It was still the familiar formula, still the familiar feeling. Black Star was indeed still that Black Star, an old eunuch. Han Xiao ignored him, looked around, and said, my suggestion is not only because of personal grudges but also because of the association's prestige and the principle of the united front. What do you mean? Kant on the side consciously played the role of a supporting actor. What the Mecha Empire said does make some sense, but for the specific problem and the specific analysis, we have to understand the nature of this matter first. In order to deal with me, Modo casually schemed against an unrelated beyond grade A, and this beyond grade A is also a member of the association. What kind of behavior is this? Let me assume, let's use the Limitless Financial Group as an example. For example, I want to embezzle the assets of the Limitless Financial Group, and I know that Manison is a major shareholder, so I kidnap Manison, torture him, and ask Sorokin to sign some unequal agreements. What would your reaction be? Sorokin was suddenly cued and was a little confused. You guys can talk about your own things. Why did you call me? If that's really the case, I'll probably be overjoyed. I'll have one less dog to share my money with. I'll be very angry. Han Xiao then looked at Manison and said, if you get out, and I'm saying if. After all, everyone knows that if you fall into my hands, there's no way you can escape. Anyway, you'll definitely take revenge afterward, right? That's right. Manison's mouth twitched imperceptibly. See, this is human nature. It's very similar to the situation I encountered. Han Xiao clapped his hands and said with a deep voice, but why did the association do the opposite and stop this kind of behavior? Wasn't our original intention of establishing the association to give the Beyond Grade as a better future and a higher status? Why did we put shackles on ourselves instead? As he said that, Han Xiao walked behind Manison, put his hands on his shoulders, and said loudly, the principle of a united front is to fight. When a member is in trouble, everyone will come to help. The Modo civilization attacked an unrelated Beyond Grader first, breaking the rules first. If we don't punish them, what will others think? Will they feel that the association is restricting the revenge of the Beyond Grade as, so they are more confident and bold to attack a Beyond Grade A? What is this? If we want a higher status, other than establishing order for ourselves to make the galactic society feel safe, we also have to make the outsiders respect the Beyond Grade as. This is the way to control the right to speak, not the wrong way to put the cart before the horse. Therefore, although the purpose of the association is to mediate, we have to immediately punish the Modo civilization for their provocative behavior. Otherwise, we'll lose the prestige of the entire Beyond Grade A class. This is the true meaning of our united front. The slogan of advance and retreat together is not only for us to retreat but also for us to advance together. We're a group now. If the others don't want to suffer like the Dragon Emperor this time, not only should they agree to this action, but they should also provide help to deal with Modo together. Don't forget how the tragedy of the Pinnacles came about. Unity is very important. The association should make a serious statement to Modo and strike back. Only then will the entire universe know that the Beyond Grade A class is no longer the same. We're united. Although they felt that something was not right, many people could not deny that Black Star's words had struck a chord in their hearts. It did sound very reasonable. Of course, our association has to have freedom. I won't force anyone to deal with Modo together, but I'll definitely help Ames myself because I always remember how I got rich. Now, let me ask you the question again. Han Xiao stared at the crowd and enunciated each word clearly. Who agrees? Who opposes? After 2 seconds of silence, Bioni raised his hand and broke the silence. I agree. Me too. Kola was not to be outdone. With someone taking the lead, the people of the Red Empire, other than Heba, all voted. Some of the neutral Beyond Grade as in the association who sided with Black Star also expressed their agreement, and the crowd responded. Ames rested her chin on her hand as she watched this scene. Her curved eyes were full of smiles. She loved to see Han Xiao talking so calmly in front of everyone. The people of the Mecha Empire looked at Manison. Seeing that Manison was silent, they did not object. Seeing this, Kasui and the other directors also voted. Black Star is right. We can't do anything about the personal grudge between him and the Modo civilization. However, we have to follow the rules of war even when we're fighting. We can't use methods that are too sinister without limits. Modo has already crossed the line by plotting against the family of another Beyond Grade A who is not involved in this matter, the old dragon said. That's right, that's right. I especially agree with what Black Star said about the true meaning of a united front. If the Mecha Empire kidnaps me one day, you guys have to come and save me, Sunhunter joked. Manison glanced at him coldly. Don't worry, you're too young. I'm not interested. At this time, a neutral Beyond Grade A who had been lurking suddenly said, Black Star said that he wants to deal with Modo, but the Mecha Empire is also an accomplice. Why don't you take revenge on him? I think you should treat everyone equally. Hearing this, the room fell silent again. Many people's expressions became strange. He's definitely fanning the flames. Good kid, you've got guts. Han Xiao glanced at him and was amused. Yo, I remember that this guy was one of the mercenaries of the Supercluster Alliance in my previous life. Maybe he's actually a direct descendant of a certain supercluster civilization, just like Traveler. Trying to shift the hatred and confuse everyone here? Could this guy be a secret direct descendant of Modo? This thought flashed through his mind. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Han Xiao waved his hands magnanimously and sighed on purpose. One of the purposes of our association is to mediate conflicts between beyond grade as. Although Manison is heartless, I can't be unjust. I'll just take it as me taking a loss and won't pursue it. As soon as he said that, Manison's body trembled. His mentality that he had finally calmed down in the past few days almost exploded again. Can you even speak human language? You took away the soul swapper and stole 2 of my felons. You call that a loss? Then, I want to take a loss like that too, and I want to take it every day. Seeing Manison's twitching face, many people hurriedly raised their hands to stroke their beards to hide the crazy smile on their faces. Manison closed his eyes, took a few seconds to suppress his anger, and said with an expressionless face, Black Star, even if you took my sample, you won't be able to learn my technology. He had this confidence. Be it the felon technology or the indestructible mechanical troops technology, he had mixed his original methods in them. This was the essence he had mastered after secretly innovating the virtual technology. Without the prior knowledge of the virtual technology innovation, he was sure that even if Blackstar had some results, he would at most obtain something that was neither right nor wrong. It would be impossible for him to restore all the details of the 2 technologies. Don't worry, I won't stop you from comforting yourself. Han Xiao chuckled. Humph, stubborn. If I'm not wrong, your research has reached a bottleneck since the beginning, right? Han Xiao hesitated for a moment and did not reply. Seeing this, Manison's lips curled up slightly. Feeling that he had guessed correctly, his mood finally improved a little. He slowly said, I guessed correctly, so you don't dare to answer. Han Xiao shook his head and said hesitantly, I think you have a long life ahead of you. I just feel that you're old and don't have many years left to live. I'm afraid that if I tell you the truth, you'll have a heart attack and die on the spot. If that's the case, the credit for killing you won't be given to me. Wouldn't that be a waste? F***CK off. P.S. I recommend a novel called I Am the Creator of Mythology by Xin Yi. The main character is very unrestrained, the newly popular Di Hua school. The whole process is very cool. If you are interested, go and take a look. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,